The history of Roman Africa begins in 201 BC, at the conclusion of the Second Punic War. Decades earlier, in 272 BC, the fall of Pyrrhus, the ambitious king of Epirus who dreamed of surpassing Alexander the Great in military glory, had brought southern Italy under Roman control and placed the Romans face to face with the Carthaginians in the rich and strategic island of Sicily. For nearly 2.5 centuries, these two great powers had watched each other across the sea, with suspicion and rivalry. Rome's early victories on land meant little to the Carthaginians, whose power lay in their mastery of the seas. Their fleets touched every shore of the Mediterranean, and they reigned supreme as the foremost commercial nation of the known world. The story of these ancient rulers of North Africa is one of bold exploration, tireless energy, and far-reaching trade. Originating as a small Phoenician colony confined between mountains and sea on the Syrian coast, they rapidly expanded along the Mediterranean shore. Their ships sailed beyond the Pillars of Hercules to reach the coast of Sierra Leone, eastward to the shores of India, and northward to the cold and forbidding waters of the German Ocean. It is remarkable that these Canaanites, once the despised enemies of Israel, rose to dominate the seas and founded a city that would remain unmatched for over 7 centuries. Through their ports passed a wealth of goods from every corner of the ancient world: grain, ivory, and hides from Libya, slaves from the Sudan, purple dyes and cedar from Tyre, frankincense from Arabia, copper from Cyprus, iron from Elba, tin from Cornwall, wine from Greece, silver from Spain, and gold and precious stones from India. As traders and sailors, they established themselves along coasts, building depots and warehouses wherever they settled. They rarely ventured into the interior, made no lasting alliances with local peoples, and did little to spread their civilization among the tribes they encountered. In intellectual and artistic fields, the Carthaginians, like their Phoenician ancestors, left little mark. They produced no distinctive architecture and developed no notable works of art. Carthage itself became the capital of their far-flung dominion and one of the richest cities in the world, thanks largely to its central position and its role as the main outlet for the riches of North Africa. Its streets were lined with temples and grand public buildings, and the remains of vast engineering works still bear witness to its power. Yet much of its monumental architecture was the work of Greek craftsmen, and the few sculptures that can be traced to Carthaginian hands lack refinement. Still, their legacy to Rome was significant. They passed on advanced skills in navigation, agricultural methods, commercial practices, and water management. The immense stone cisterns still visible in Carthage and in towns across North Africa testify to their expertise. Phoenician building techniques favored strength and durability over decorative detail, creating structures of massive, imposing grandeur. Surviving examples, such as the ramparts of Aradus, the ancient foundations at Jerusalem, and the early phases of the Great Temple at Baalbek, reveal a style that was monumental in scale, projecting a sense of enduring power. From the day the Romans and Carthaginians first clashed near Syracuse, a sense of inevitability seemed to hang over both nations. It was as if the world could not contain two such ambitious rivals, and once their struggle began, it could only end with the destruction of one. In the early stages of the Sicilian campaign, Rome suffered from the lack of a strong navy capable of challenging Carthage at sea. Yet the Romans refused to be deterred. With their characteristic determination, they set about building a fleet from nothing. In just 60 days, timber was felled, ships were constructed, and 140 galleys, fully manned and provisioned, set sail under the command of Marcus Attilius Regulus to strike directly at the Carthaginian coasts. Inspired by the earlier success of the Sicilian leader Agathocles, who had once carried war into Carthaginian territory, Regulus embarked on a similar course. He captured more than 200 towns and villages, and for the first time, Roman soldiers set foot on African soil, laying the groundwork for a more permanent occupation that would come nearly a century later. The First Punic War eventually drew to a close with Carthage in retreat. All of Sicily, save for the small but well-governed kingdom of Syracuse under the wise rule of Hiero II, passed into Roman hands. Sardinia, which Carthage had controlled for 4 centuries, was also lost. Peace was agreed upon, though it was more a pause than a true end to hostilities, after 20 years of exhausting conflict. Both sides, worn down yet unbroken, prepared for an even greater trial of strength to come. The 2 decades that followed were marked by constant vigilance and uneasy rivalry. This was the critical period before the Second Punic War, when the fate of Carthage would be decided. To understand the stage upon which these events unfolded, one must picture the ancient map of North Africa. Beginning west of Cyrene, a Greek colony founded around 630 BC, lay Africa proper, later known as Africa Provincia, with Carthage as its capital. Beyond this were the lands of the nomadic tribes, the Numidians, divided into the eastern Massilians and the western Massicilians. Still farther west stretched the territory of the Mori, reaching to the shores of the Atlantic. From Cyrene to the Atlantic, a coastline of over 2,000 miles had, for centuries, been under Carthaginian influence. These regions supplied troops in wartime and supported the stability of the Punic realm. The western boundary of Carthaginian territory was marked by the river Tusca, separating it from the Massilians, while the southern limit was the desert, home to wandering tribes who had roamed there for generations. The eastern frontier, however, proved more difficult to define. No river, fortress, or landmark separated Carthage from Cyrene, only shifting sands and an indistinct coastline. To settle this long-standing dispute, the 2 powers devised an unusual solution. Instead of waging war, each would send 2 representatives to set out from their respective cities at the same hour, and the point where they met would become the border. The Carthaginian envoys were 2 brothers known as the Phileni. Those sent by Cyrene are lost to history. According to the tale, the Phileni covered far more ground than their rivals, who accused them of starting early. A quarrel followed, and the Cyrenians proposed a grim resolution. The Carthaginian brothers could keep the territory they claimed if they were willing to be buried alive on the spot. The Phileni accepted, sacrificing themselves for their city, and there they were entombed. Though the details may belong more to legend than to fact, 2 great mounds once marked the place known as the Altars of the Phileni. Some suggest the Carthaginians began their journey from the city of Leptis rather than Carthage, for the site lay roughly halfway between Leptis and Cyrene. At that time, Leptis was a thriving and wealthy city, counted alongside Utica as one of the foremost Phoenician colonies. Founded by settlers from Sidon in distant antiquity, it had risen to prominence long before Carthage reached the height of its power, and it remained one of the Punic world's most prized possessions. Whether the tale of the Phileni brothers is a legend or a memory of some real event in the settlement of an ancient boundary matters little after more than 2.5 millennia. Historians and geographers have accepted the story and given it a place in the record that time will not erase. True or not, it reminds us that patriotism has inspired acts of heroism in every age, and that self-sacrifice for one's country has never been absent when the moment of need arrived. When Rome began its African campaign, the opening act of the final phase of the Second Punic War, the Carthaginian-controlled territory formed only a small part of North Africa. To the west lay the lands of King Gela, while beyond him ruled Syphax, the most powerful of the African kings of the time. Their rivalry and shifting loyalties would play a decisive role in Rome's success. Neither ruler could ally with both Rome and Carthage at once, and their mutual hostility ensured that if one supported the Romans, the other would lean toward the Carthaginians. Both were wary of Carthage's dominance, and both hoped to profit from the Punic downfall. At first, Syphax opposed Carthage, later offering his friendship in a time of crisis. Yet he soon shifted again, making an agreement with the Roman general Publius Scipio, his military aid in return for the goodwill of the Roman Senate. 3 Roman centurions were sent as envoys, instructed to remain in Africa until the treaty was complete. Flattered by the attention, Syphax welcomed them with royal hospitality and asked that one of them train his soldiers in Roman infantry tactics, saying, "Numidians are only horsemen. They know nothing of infantry. Teach them." The request was granted, and soon Numidian forces were drilled in Roman style, ready to challenge Carthage on the plains when war resumed. Alarmed, Carthage sent envoys to King Gala, who quickly agreed to an alliance, not out of loyalty to Carthage, but to strike at his old enemy Syphax. Gala's son, Massinissa, had just turned 17. Already a warrior by nature, he wasted no time in challenging Syphax. Twice he defeated him, but on the third encounter, Syphax emerged victorious. Proud of his triumph over such a formidable foe, Syphax pledged eternal friendship to Rome and sent ambassadors to Italy. In return, Roman officials arrived in his capital of Cirta with lavish gifts: a toga, a purple tunic, an ivory throne, and a golden cup. But Syphax's fortunes changed when he fell in love with Sophonisba, the beautiful daughter of the Carthaginian general Hasdrubal. In a gesture to honor her homeland, he abandoned his alliance with Rome and joined Carthage. Massinissa seized the opportunity to side with Scipio and the Roman army, forging an alliance that would define his life. Loyal to Rome for the rest of his long career, Massinissa's fortunes rose from this moment. The story of Sophonisba's end is both tragic and unforgettable. After Massinissa's decisive defeat of Syphax, he marched on Cirta. At the gates, he was met by the queen, whose beauty had driven Syphax to betrayal. Kneeling before him, she begged not to be handed over to the Romans, fearing the humiliation of captivity in Rome. Struck by her beauty and moved by her plea, Massinissa brought her to his camp and, in a swift act of passion, married her. But this joy was short-lived. Scipio summoned Massinissa, reproaching him for marrying the daughter of Carthage's leading general. Whether Scipio's motives were political or personal is unknown, but he demanded that Sophonisba be removed from the camp. Fearing Roman authority, Massinissa could not refuse. Entering her tent with a heavy heart, he told her he could not save her from the Romans. As a pledge of his love and respect, he urged her to die as the daughter of Hasdrubal should. Without protest, Sophonisba accepted her fate. She drank the poison he sent to her tent, ending her life in silence and dignity. The victories of Scipio, strengthened by his brilliant Numidian ally Massinissa, brought Carthage to the brink of collapse. Syphax was captured and sent to Italy, where his career ended without glory. The once dominant Carthaginian fleet was now of little use, and their army, made up largely of mercenaries, was depleted, leaderless, and demoralized. An armistice was agreed upon, and although the terms may seem severe to modern eyes, Carthage accepted them. She was forced to surrender all territories in Spain and her islands in the Mediterranean, to hand over all but 20 of her warships, to pay a staggering fine of nearly 1 million sterling, and to cede the kingdom of Syphax to Massinissa. What followed was the last and most decisive chapter in the Second Punic War. The plain of Zama would be the stage where Scipio and Massinissa shattered the Carthaginian army and ended the career of one of history's greatest military leaders, Hannibal. The recall of Hannibal, after 36 years away from his homeland, signaled the final confrontation. He had been devastating the Italian countryside and threatening Rome itself, but now returned to Africa, landing at Hadrumetum and rallying the tribes that had once followed Syphax. Scipio was encamped in the valley of the Bagradas, not far from Carthage. Hannibal gathered his forces and secured support through the sheer power of his name. The armies met at Zama, then a large and well-fortified Numidian city, later known as Zama Regia. It stood on an open plain, defended more by its walls than by natural terrain. Even a century later, during the Jugurthine War, the Roman general Metellus would besiege it, and in the time of Julius Caesar, it remained the capital of Juba the First. Today, its precise location is uncertain. Centuries of destruction have left no visible trace. Ancient sources, including Ptolemy's geography and Roman itineraries, suggest it lay between El Kef, Taura, and Calatasan. The battle ended in a decisive Roman victory. Had Scipio chosen to destroy Carthage entirely, as Hannibal once sought to do to Rome, nothing stood in his way. Instead, he granted peace, though on harsh terms. Carthage was required to pay an additional sum, equal to 48,000 pounds sterling every year for 50 years, and forbidden to wage war in Africa or beyond without Rome's consent. Debate in the Senate was fierce. Some called for Carthage's destruction, while others urged restraint. Scipio's voice prevailed. Valor matched with magnanimity allowed Carthage to survive, but only as a tributary state under Rome's control. For the next half-century, the city's greatest threat would no longer come from Rome itself, but from Numidia. Massinissa, whose cavalry had helped decide the Battle of Zama, would now rise as the dominant power in the region, his ambitions becoming a constant source of tension for the weakened Punic state. No name in African history stands out so prominently, nor wielded such extraordinary influence over the fate of Numidia and its people as that of Massinissa. Fearless in action, unwavering as a friend, and relentless as an enemy, he was ambitious without limit, and ruled for more than 60 years over a confederation of tribes who obeyed his will as though he were a god descended from Olympus. In the annals of the ancient world, few rulers ever enjoyed such an unbroken run of fortune. Temperate in his habits, drinking only water according to the custom of his race, he possessed extraordinary physical endurance. Even into his 90th year, he could leap onto a horse without aid and ride bareback for 24 hours without rest. It is little wonder that history remembers him as the great hero of Numidia. Massinissa was a firm and capable ruler, generous by nature, and skilled in the subtle politics of his time. He avoided the crimes so common among less civilized monarchs. While little is recorded of his domestic life, it is said that he fathered 44 children, and at his death, past the age of 90, his youngest son was only 4 years old. Yet his boundless energy proved disastrous for Carthage, and in the end, it contributed to the decline of his own kingdom. A restless spirit, he was never content with the vast territories Rome had already granted him. Roman policy sought to maintain tension between Carthage and Numidia, quietly encouraging Massinissa's continual encroachments on Punic lands. Claiming fertile lands in the upper valley of the Bagradas without legal right, he went on to seize the ancient Sidonian city of Leptis Magna in Tripoli and eventually confined Carthage to the narrow strip of land that corresponds roughly to modern Tunisia. There is little doubt that, had he found an opportunity to break free from Rome without jeopardizing their alliance, Massinissa would have taken Carthage itself and made it the capital of a greater Numidian empire. For nearly 40 years, this policy of harassment became intolerable to the Carthaginians. Despite their faults as rulers and their reputation for disregarding treaties, they longed to live in peace as a commercial power, trading freely across the Mediterranean. Their appeal to Rome for justice was at first ignored. Later, Roman commissioners were sent to mediate the dispute and set the boundaries between Carthage and Numidia, but no agreement was reached. Finally, driven to desperation and unable to reconcile with either friend or foe, Carthage took up arms against Massinissa, only to suffer defeat in their first encounter. By engaging in war without Rome's consent, Carthage had violated the treaty signed after Hannibal's defeat, giving the Romans the excuse they needed. The Senate's decision was final. Carthage must be destroyed, its existence erased. The Carthaginians, desperate to avert war, offered vast sacrifices, ships, weapons, and military supplies, but nothing could stay the Roman decree. The terrible events that followed, ending in the destruction of Carthage and the close of the Third Punic War, marked the final chapter of Phoenician Africa. With its fall, the once great metropolis of the Punic world vanished from history, and Roman Africa began. As mentioned earlier, the history of Roman Africa truly begins with the close of the Second Punic War in 201 BC. Until the fall of Hannibal and the subjugation of both Carthage and Numidia to Roman authority, Africa held little interest for Rome as a land for military strongholds or future settlement. The Senate's initial aim was simple: keep Carthage subdued, destroy her fleet, and compel her to supply Rome's armies with money and provisions. Continuous wars in other regions had drained Italy of manpower, and large-scale colonization was not yet part of Roman policy. No serious attempt was made to establish permanent settlements in Africa until the time of Julius Caesar. Some Romans and Italians, driven by a taste for adventure, did settle in African coastal towns, and even in Cirta, the capital of Numidia. But these were scattered individuals, not part of any organized colonial scheme. When Jugurtha besieged Cirta in 107 BC, he found it defended largely by Italians, who were executed upon the city's surrender. After the destruction of Carthage, when its ruins had been plowed over, Italian merchants crossed the Mediterranean seeking trade, but there was little movement toward permanent colonization. Rome was content to take possession of the reduced Carthaginian territory, stretching from the river Tusca in the north to Thenai in the southeast, and to place a governor at Utica. The new province was marked off by a frontier ditch running from Thabraca in the north to Thenai on the coast. Towns that had remained loyal to Carthage were destroyed, and their people sold into slavery. Confiscated lands were divided into three classes: property rented out by the state, estates sold to private adventurers, leading to vast latifundia and widespread land grabbing, and lands later distributed to the colonists of Gaius Gracchus. It is recorded that Gracchus sent no fewer than 6,000 poor settlers, including women and children, from Rome and Italy to Carthage, making him one of the earliest advocates of organized overseas migration. Yet his efforts brought little immediate success, and colonization in Africa remained slow, beginning in earnest only after the Battle of Actium in 29 BC. With a brief lull in native unrest, Rome consolidated her hold on Utica and fortified the frontier. But Numidia, which had been strong and united under Massinissa, soon began to fragment. Of his many children, only 3 sons, Micipsa, Mastanabal, and Gulusa, were legitimate heirs. The latter 2 died early, leaving Micipsa as sole ruler. He had 2 sons, Adherbal and Hiempsal, and also took in Jugurtha, the illegitimate son of his brother Mastanabal. Jugurtha was trained in war, educated as a prince, and eventually adopted as a joint heir alongside Micipsa's own children. The name of Jugurtha, immortalized by Sallust, looms large in the early history of Roman Africa. A true Numidian, fearless, tireless, cunning, and skilled in war and diplomacy, he won admiration for his endurance and leadership in battle. Tall, strong, and striking in appearance, modest in speech yet decisive in action, he earned the love of his people and the respect of his enemies. But his ambitions brought him into conflict with Rome, and after nearly 6 years of war, his downfall came through the combined skill of Quintus Metellus and Gaius Marius, and the treachery of his father-in-law, Bocchus of Mauritania. It was during this period that Mauritania, the land of the Moors, first emerged as a notable presence in Roman history. At the start of the Jugurthine War in 112 BC, it was ruled by King Bocchus, a man who, as Sallust tells us, knew of the Romans only by name and was himself barely known to them, whether in peace or war. The outcome of that conflict left all of Numidia at Rome's mercy. Such a vast territory could only be held with a strong army and a chain of fortified posts along its southern and western frontiers, an undertaking for which Rome was not yet prepared. Instead, the kingdom of Massinissa was broken up into separate territories. The western part of Numidia was given to Bocchus as a reward for his betrayal of kin. Tripolitania and the surrounding lands, once part of Carthage, were annexed by Rome. The remainder, still called Numidia, was placed under a weak ruler, Gauda, grandson of Massinissa and the rightful heir to the throne. After Gauda's short reign, Numidia was divided between his 2 sons, Hiempsal and Hierbas, whose lives were consumed by rivalry and war. During the civil conflict between Sulla and Marius, they took opposing sides. Hierbas joined the Marian faction, but was besieged at Bulla by the combined forces of Sulla and Pompey, defeated, and executed in 81 BC. Hiempsal, allied with the victors, became sole ruler of Numidia and seemed well positioned to preserve the legacy of his great-grandfather, Massinissa. Yet in later years, ill fortune led him to side against Julius Caesar during the struggle for control of the Roman world. The contest was between 2 great leaders, Pompey, defending the authority of the Republic, and Caesar, championing democratic reform and hinting at a new direction in Roman policy. Under the first triumvirate, Africa had fallen to Pompey's share. But after Caesar's decisive victory at Pharsalus, he crossed into Africa to confront his remaining enemies. His first attempt to land at Leptis Parva in 47 BC failed, but the following year, the decisive clash came at Thapsus. Here, the forces of Pompey, commanded by his father-in-law Metellus Scipio and Marcus Cato, joined with the Numidian army of Juba, son of Hiempsal. They were utterly defeated. Scipio took his own life, rather than fall into Caesar's hands. Cato fled to Utica, where he too chose suicide rather than capture. Juba fled with a single companion to Zama, where his family and treasures were kept, but the city barred its gates. Abandoned and broken-hearted, he retreated into the wilderness and ended his own life. With his death, Numidia passed into Roman control, becoming a province of the empire Caesar was building. The Battle of Thapsus transformed the political map of Africa, allowing Caesar to redistribute the lands in ways that suited Roman interests. Bogud, king of eastern Mauritania, was rewarded for his support with an extension of his kingdom's border as far as the river Ampsaga. Publius Sittius, a soldier of fortune whose courage had been crucial in the capture of Cirta, received several important towns, including Milavum, Chulu, Rusicada, and Cirta itself, with the surrounding territory. In the same year, the small kingdom of Cyrene, which had been under Roman influence since 74 BC, was formally ceded to Rome by its ruler, Ptolemy Apion. From the borders of Egypt to the Atlantic Ocean, all North Africa now lay under Roman control. Mauritania remained a separate kingdom, enjoying a century of semi-independence. This new order required a system of governance that would be acceptable to the native rulers and tribes, one that respected their religious traditions while keeping the restless peoples of the desert in check. With the fall of the Republic and the rise of imperial rule began a new chapter in Roman Africa, a period marked by long stretches of peace and prosperity, interrupted by frontier wars, successful colonization, growth in civil life, the flowering of commerce and the arts, and, eventually, the slow decline that came as the Roman Empire itself approached its end. As mentioned earlier, there was a long gap between the destruction of Punic Carthage and the rise of Roman Carthage. A full century passed after the fall of the Carthaginian capital before Julius Caesar landed in Africa, and another century and a half went by before the rebuilt city grew important enough to be recognized as the metropolis of the new colony. In the later part of this interval, the old Tyrian settlement of Utica, founded around 1200 BC, rose to prominence in both politics and commerce. Originally an emporium on the coast, it grew into a fortified town with a thriving mercantile population, governed by a senate and magistrates. Long before Carthage existed, Utica had become the leading Phoenician colony in Africa. For centuries it remained an independent republic, but was eventually drawn into the Sicilian Wars that preceded the first clashes between Rome and Carthage. Forced to acknowledge the dominance of its more powerful neighbor, it nonetheless retained its formidable walls and strong defenses. During the Second Punic War, even Scipio's skill and Roman persistence could not breach its gates until after a siege lasting 4 years. In the turbulent years before the final Punic War, Utica foresaw the inevitable and opened its gates to the advancing Roman army. This act began nearly 2 centuries of renewed prosperity. The city became the seat of the Roman proconsul and the capital of Africa Provincia. Under Augustus, it was granted the status of municipium and boasted a population of 40,000 within its walls. The ruins that still stretch across a wide area testify to its wealth during Roman times, even after Carthage later took the title of Africa's capital at the end of the 1st century. Under Hadrian, Utica became a colonia, and in its later days, it emerged as a major center of Christianity, its bishop holding high rank among the African church's leaders. One of the main factors in Utica's eventual decline was the shifting course of the Bagradus River, now known as the Megerda, which once flowed beside its walls. Rising in the fertile Camisa Valley of Algeria, the river winds across the plain for 50 miles before reaching the sea. Over time, it has repeatedly changed its path, eroding banks in one place while depositing silt in another. Today, it empties into the sea south of the lake at Porto Farina, farther north than it did when Carthage fell. The unpredictable nature of the river became part of local tradition, giving rise to an ancient legend that on its banks in 225 BC, the Roman general Attilius Regulus fought a monstrous serpent. Pliny the Elder recorded the tale, claiming the beast was 120 feet long and that the Romans attacked it with siege engines as if storming a city, preserving its skin and jaws in a Roman temple until 133 BC. This shifting river, sometimes a sluggish stream, and at other times a violent flood sweeping away livestock, houses, and trees, helped shape both legend and history. Another cause of Utica's decline was the silting of its gulf, which has left the site 4 miles inland. By the later days of the empire, this change had rendered its famous harbor useless. We know that in 440 AD, the Vandal king Genseric used Carthage's port for his fleet when planning his raids on Sicily, implying that Utica's once prized harbor had lost its value. The absence of Byzantine rebuilding, common across North Africa, further proves that by this time, Utica had ceased to matter as either a trading hub or a defensive stronghold. The sense of melancholy that comes from standing on the site of an ancient city is felt deeply when one looks upon the Phoenician and Roman remains of Utica. Built on a promontory, the city appears to have been divided into 2 sections, one spread across a series of heights, the other washed by the sea, likely serving as the commercial center. Ancient writers tell us it was a place of great strength. Plutarch mentions that Cato strengthened its defenses, raising the towers and surrounding the walls with a deep ditch. Hirtius, who accompanied Caesar in his African campaign, described the walls as 20 feet thick and 34 feet high up to the battlements. In many ways, the city's layout resembled that of Punic Carthage, and when the Romans took control, they did not alter it. Utica had a monumental war harbor similar to the Great Chthon at Carthage, with the admiral's palace set on an island in the center, alongside a vast commercial harbor, an acropolis, and enormous cisterns. From the Roman era came a hippodrome, a grand theater, an amphitheater, temples, baths, and a museum. Much of this can no longer be traced by standing walls, but the undulations in the ground still reveal where monumental structures once stood. The hippodrome is estimated to have been over 1,700 feet long and 250 feet wide, while the amphitheater was cut into a plateau at the summit of a hill. 6 great cisterns still stand side by side, each one 135 feet in length and 20 feet in width, with vaulted roofs 24 feet high. 3 remain in good condition and are now used as farm stables. Their foundations are Phoenician, though the vaulting was added by the Romans. Utica's streets were narrow, no more than 14 feet wide, and paved, a feature the Romans are said to have borrowed from the Carthaginians. Caesar himself remarked on the fertility of the surrounding countryside, rich in timber, grain, and water. He imposed a heavy fine on the city's merchants, amounting to the equivalent of 1 million sterling, a testament to their wealth. On his return from Africa after 3 years of campaigning, Caesar spoke proudly of his triumph, claiming that the newly conquered lands could supply Rome each year with 200,000 Attic bushels of grain and 3 million pounds of oil. The ruins of Utica also offer a clear comparison between Punic and Roman building methods. The earliest walls, massive and made entirely of rubble, used small stones and lime from the same source, giving them the appearance of concrete. Phoenician vaulting was created from these materials as well, but the true arch, built from wedge-shaped stones, was unknown to them. The inner faces of their walls were coated with thin lime, and their rounded angles and lack of cut stone suggest they had no tools for dressing stone precisely. The remains of the admiral's palace still stand as an example of this style of construction. Similar techniques can be seen at Thapsus, where a Punic seawall, nearly a quarter of a mile long, was built using small pebbles and mortar in a manner much like modern concrete. So solid was this construction that one traveler remarked it was as hard and enduring as solid rock. Today, in the plowed fields and marshes of Utica, Utica's modern name, it is hard to believe that beneath the soil lie the streets and foundations of one of the oldest cities in the world. The marble turned up by the plow belongs to the Roman city. The older Phoenician Utica lies deeper still. Much of what we know about the site comes from the careful work of researchers like M. Dau and Comte d'Hérisson, who studied Utica and other coastal towns of Phoenician origin before the Roman era. Though their work was carried out under difficult conditions and with limited resources, it has preserved valuable knowledge. One day, perhaps, the ancient city that thrived 3,000 years ago will draw the attention of a future archaeologist, and, like Troy and Mycenae, yield up new treasures and shed further light on the history of an ancient people. A few words must suffice for Roman Carthage, which has been described by many writers of distinction. Built on the site of the ancient Punic city, but covering a smaller area, it reached the height of its prosperity early in the 2nd century. An impression of its magnificence can be gained from the marble and porphyry remains that still adorn major mosques and palaces in North Africa, that helped make Cordova one of the wonders of the Western world, and that gave Pisa much of its architectural splendor. The Arab writer El-Bekri, in the 11th century, mentioned that marble in Carthage was so abundant that even if all the people of Africa gathered to carry it away, they could not finish the task. Speaking of the columns of the amphitheater, he remarked that 2 men could sit cross-legged on a single capital with space for a table between them, and that the shafts were fluted, white as snow and shining like crystal. Now, of all this monumental splendor, not a single stone stands upon another. Yet it is some consolation to know that while later Carthage, with its marble and mosaics, has vanished, the paved streets of the Punic metropolis still lie buried some 40 feet beneath the surface, waiting for the archaeologist's spade. A few sculptures and mosaics from Roman Carthage are preserved in the local museum and in the British Museum, thanks to earlier discoveries, but these represent only a fraction of what has been found. Many pieces have gone into private collections. Among them is a mosaic showing houses apparently built against the city walls. Dating from the 4th century, it formed part of a larger hunting scene with figures nearly half life-size. From the scale of the buildings depicted, these houses may have been at least 7 stories high. In Rome itself, buildings had reached great heights even before the empire, prompting Augustus to pass a law limiting them to 60 feet. Later, under Trajan, the limit was raised to 70 feet. It is quite possible that the Augustan restriction applied when Carthage was rebuilt under his rule, though later generations may have ignored it when space within the city walls became extremely valuable. The shift from the Roman Republic to imperial monarchy, which began when Caesar and Pompey combined forces to overthrow the old aristocratic constitution, became permanent after Caesar's decisive victory at Thapsus. This new order did little to disturb the native populations, who retained much of their liberty apart from acknowledging their dependence on Rome. Numidia, the most recently acquired territory, was turned into a Roman province called Africa Nova, to distinguish it from Africa Vetus, the former Carthaginian lands. To secure a stable administration, a proconsul was appointed to reside at Cirta, the old capital of eastern Numidia and Massinissa kingdom. Caesar appointed the historian Sallust to the post, supposedly to govern, but in reality, as ancient sources suggest, to exploit the province. His recall to Rome to answer charges of extortion was followed soon after by the assassination of Caesar himself. No immediate successor was named, and when Augustus took power, he restored Numidia to its rightful heir, the son of Juba the Moran and a direct descendant of Massinissa. This act was meant both to win the loyalty of the people and to ensure their king's obedience to Rome. The story of this last native ruler of Numidia, Juba II, is remarkable. As a child, he witnessed his father's defeat at Thapsus and his subsequent suicide. Taken to Rome, he walked in Caesar's triumph, but instead of being executed or imprisoned, he was spared. His intelligence and appearance attracted Augustus, who placed him under the care of his sister Octavia. Educated in literature and the arts of peace, Juba became one of the most learned men of his age. Upon reaching maturity, Augustus restored him to his ancestral throne and gave him the hand of Cleopatra Selene, daughter of Mark Antony and Cleopatra of Egypt. Soon after, for military reasons, Augustus annexed the eastern part of Numidia as a Roman province, with its capital at Cirta, and transferred Juba to rule the western kingdom, whose capital was the ancient Phoenician city of Iole. Renamed Julia Caesarea, now Cherchell, it became the heart of his realm. There, on the Mediterranean coast, Juba rebuilt the city on a grand scale, adorning it with works of art from Greece and Rome. During a reign of nearly 50 years, he gathered scholars, artists, and thinkers to his court, introducing a level of civilization unknown to the wilder tribes of North Africa. Juba II was succeeded by his only son, Ptolemy, who took up arms against Caesar and paid for his rashness with the loss of his kingdom. His daughter Drusilla, who died in a foreign land, married Felix, the governor of Judea before whom the Apostle Paul would later stand trial. Had Juba II lived in another age, his reign might have earned far greater renown. Yet the dazzling power of the Caesars and the dramatic events unfolding across the world at the dawn of the Christian era overshadowed the quiet achievements of this peaceful monarch, leaving few stories for the historian to record. Still, his popularity endured throughout his long rule. The Athenians honored him with a statue, while the desert tribes revered him as a god, et Juba, moris volentibus, deus est. Of his many literary works, only fragments survive, but they were of enough importance for Strabo, Pliny, and others to quote from them extensively. His writings covered the histories of Rome and Arabia, as well as a wide range of subjects. Today, his most tangible legacy is the monumental tomb he built for himself and his Egyptian queen. A vast structure still standing, though ruined, on a lonely hilltop about 10 miles east of his capital. The tomb's design is striking. A polygonal base surmounted by a truncated cone made of stepped tiers, each about 22 inches high, ending in a platform. The diameter of the base is about 198 feet, resting on a square stone platform 210 feet on each side. Around the structure stand 60 engaged Ionic columns with Attic bases and Greek-style capitals, topped by a frieze and cornice. Its original height was about 130 feet, though now it stands closer to 110 due to the loss of the upper courses. At the 4 cardinal points are tall, false stone doors, each about 14 inches thick and 20 feet high. The real entrance lies beneath the eastern false door and was uncovered in 1866. From there, a spiral gallery begins after 7 steps, averaging 6.5 feet in width and nearly 8 feet in height, running for almost 500 feet. It ends in 2 vaulted chambers, each about 15 feet high. The first, known as the Chamber of Lions, takes its name from a rough carving of a lion and lioness over the doorway. The second, larger chamber may have held the remains of the royal occupants. Stone slab doors, moving in grooves, sealed off the chambers and gallery. Niches cut into the walls likely held lamps or funerary vessels, and just outside the entrance are traces of a raised platform where cremation rites and the placing of urns may have taken place. The outer masonry is made from coarse limestone, while the inner filling is solid tufa. The construction is precise, with well-laid courses bound originally by metal clamps, the slots for which can still be seen. The chambers and gallery are built from large, finely dressed limestone blocks, with joints so tight that little mortar was used. The structure's battered exterior is the result of repeated, often violent attempts to break in, including the use of artillery, all in the futile hope of finding treasure. Despite this, the tomb has withstood 19 centuries of weather and human interference, a testament to the skill of its builders. Over time, as North Africa passed through the hands of Vandals, Byzantines, and Arabs, the memory of the tomb's purpose faded. By the early modern era, it was known locally as Maltapassi, or Treasure of the Sugar Loaf. The title by which it is now universally known, Le Tombeau de la Chrétienne, came from a misunderstanding. The original Phoenician name, meaning royal tomb, was confused by the local population with a similar-sounding word for Christian woman. The French misreading was reinforced when the door frames were mistaken for crosses, leading to the belief that the monument belonged to a Christian princess. Fortunately, a clearer account comes from the first-century geographer Pomponius Mela, who described it plainly as the common monument of the royal family. It was meant as the dynastic tomb of Juba and his descendants, though his line was short-lived. Today, the conical summit is covered in rich vegetation, so much so that one 19th-century naturalist, Monsieur Jourdain, even wrote a small book on the flora growing on the tomb of the Christian woman. Mention should also be made of a similar tomb located about 52 miles south of Constantine, known to the Arabs as the Medrasan, likely named after the Madres tribe, who once lived nearby on the northern slopes of the Orais Mountains. Some have believed it to be the burial place of Syphax, while others have linked it to an African chief named Aredion, said to have been honored by Emperor Probus after dying heroically against the empire's troops. Yet these theories are doubtful. It is far more likely that the monument was built by Massinissa as a royal tomb for himself and his descendants, or possibly by his son and successor, Micipsa. Its position, centrally located within Massinissa's kingdom and at a convenient distance from his capital, Cirta, supports this view. The Medrasan is cylindrical in form, topped with a truncated cone composed of stepped tiers, each around 21 inches high. The base has a diameter of about 190 feet and is encircled by 60 engaged columns with a frieze and cornice. It rests on 3 steps that serve as a platform for the entire structure. The facing is of fine sandstone, but the core is built from thin slabs of inferior stone laid in regular courses, giving it the appearance of brickwork from a distance. The columns and cornice have an Egyptian influence, while the capitals are Greek in style. This blend makes the monument one of the rare surviving examples in North Africa, showing the transition between Egyptian and Greek architecture. It was probably the work of an Alexandrian architect towards the end of the Second Punic War. Around 201 BC, the entrance to the burial chamber lies above the cornice on the west side and is reached by a flight of steps leading to a narrow passage. Over the centuries, treasure hunters repeatedly broke into the structure, and the scorched marks on the stone suggest that fire was used in these attempts. In 1873, French engineers finally entered the tomb after considerable effort, discovering a small chamber measuring just over 10 feet by 4.5 feet. Nothing of value was found, but the similarities between the Medrasen and the so-called Tomb of the Christian Woman are so strong that it is clear one inspired the other. These structures are important not for artistic refinement, but as architectural milestones and memorials to two rulers whose names are forever linked to ancient Numidia. The ruins of Juba's celebrated capital, Julia Caesarea, described in inscriptions as the magnificent colony of Caesarea, are still extensive. The city was sacked by Firmus in the 4th century, destroyed by the Vandals a century later, briefly revived under Barbarossa, and almost entirely leveled by an earthquake in 1738. After so many upheavals, it is not surprising that the remains are fragmentary. In 1730, Shaw described its impressive position: a 40-foot-high buttressed wall stretching nearly 2 miles along the shore, guarding it from the sea. Today, the outlines of the amphitheater can still be traced in the middle of a plowed field, though buried under 12 feet of earth. Nearly all the steps are gone, the stone having been quarried away over centuries. The great cisterns, capable of storing more than 4 million gallons of water, are still in use, connected to the same supply system that served the ancient city. The main baths, once with a facade over 300 feet long, now survive only as massive wall fragments. 2 other grand bath complexes once stood in the city, one of which still leaves traces near the seashore. The Hippodrome, which 70 years ago still retained its portico and marble and granite columns, is now reduced to a faint rise in the ground. The stone has been stripped away, and centuries of debris have almost erased its outline. Yet beneath the soil, much of Julia Caesarea likely remains intact. Excavations have revealed black diorite columns, white marble shafts, busts, and fragments of statuary, many replicas of Greek masterpieces commissioned by Juba to adorn his city. Several of these treasures are preserved in the small museum at Churchill, bearing witness to the grandeur of his capital and his admiration for Greek artistry. Outside the city stand the remains of the aqueduct that brought water from Jebel Chanua. Only 18 arches remain today. When the traveler Bruce visited in 1765, he found the structure in far better condition and even recorded a drawing showing a triple series of arches rising in one section to a height of 116 feet. The administration of the provinces that made up Roman Africa in the early empire was far from simple. The interior was home to uncivilized and restless tribes, while along the desert frontier, the loyalty of local peoples was uncertain. Until the accession of Caligula in AD 37, the general commanding Rome's forces in Africa also acted as proconsul of both Africa and Numidia. Caligula, however, separated the civil authority from the military command. Under his successor, Claudius, the system of governance was firmly established. The older province, Africa Vetus, was administered by a proconsul chosen from the Senate, appointed for his merits as a ruler and his high standing, much like the governor of a colony in the British Empire. He held office for 1 year, resided at Carthage, and received a fixed salary of about £8,000 sterling. His role combined both civil and military authority. Numidia, or Africa Nova, was governed by a legatus, a lieutenant general selected from the Senate and approved by the emperor. Residing at Cirta, he commanded the Roman forces stationed in Africa safeguarded both provinces and maintained security along the frontier. His title, Legatus Augusti pro praetore legionis tertia Augusta, was usually shortened to Legatus Augusti pro praetore. Beyond Numidia lay Mauritania, stretching westward from the river Ampsaga. After the murder of Ptolemy, son of Juba II, Claudius divided this region into two provinces, Mauritania Caesariensis, with Caesarea as its capital, and Mauritania Tingitana, named for its chief town, Tingis, modern Tangier. Each was administered by a procurator of equestrian rank, a title that remained until the 3rd century, when it was replaced by precies. These 4 Roman provinces represented 4 levels of civilization, from Africa Vetus, which rivaled Rome and Alexandria in prosperity and culture, to the most remote regions, still only a step away from barbarism, inhabited by tribes whose rivalries kept the frontier in constant turmoil. Roman control of Mauritania began after Ptolemy's fall in AD 39. Unlike the illustrious reign of his father, his brief rule was marked by misgovernment and indulgence. In contrast, earlier efforts at African colonization, such as those of Gaius Gracchus after Carthage's destruction, had failed. Colonia Junonia was abandoned. The credit for establishing a lasting colonial system belongs to Julius Caesar and his successor. By imperial decree, 3,000 Italian colonists were settled in former Carthaginian lands, and under Rome's protection, these communities flourished rapidly. Utica, until then the capital and principal commercial hub of the province, had already been granted the privilege of Latin rights, as partial compensation for the favor shown to its rising rival, Carthage. It remained an important port of the Mediterranean. In Numidia, further progress was made when Cirta, the capital, and other towns granted to Publius Sittius and his veterans for their service to Rome were elevated to the status and privileges of Roman military colonies. Many towns in the interior, devastated by the reckless campaigns of Juba Fumfer, would not recover until later, but the great Julian colonies of Carthage and Cirta quickly emerged as the centers of a new Romano-African civilization. From the decisive Battle of Actium in 31 BC until the later years of Tiberius's reign, North Africa experienced more than 60 years of relative peace, a period that greatly encouraged the spread of civilization. The western province flourished under the wise and gentle rule of King Juba II, whose popularity among even the most turbulent frontier tribes kept rebellion in check and promoted the arts of peace in a land only recently emerging from barbarism. But this stability came to an abrupt end when his son, Ptolemy, took the throne of Mauritania. His reign, marked by corruption and indulgence, provoked unrest. During this time, a Numidian named Tacfarinas, once a commander in the Roman auxiliary forces, deserted the army and became the leader of a dangerous revolt. More bandit than soldier, he gathered around him a motley force of deserters, criminals, and opportunists. Among his followers was a Moor named Mazeppa, whom Tacfarinas placed in command of the most ruthless elements of his army, ordering him to lay waste to towns and villages without mercy. Tacfarinas himself trained and armed his better disciplined troops in the Roman manner, using them to harass the legions across plains and mountains in a constant campaign of movement, forcing the Romans to exhaust themselves through long marches and shifting camps. For 7 years, this guerrilla war raged, alarming Rome and threatening her African provinces. In a speech to the Senate, Emperor Tiberius urged the appointment of a proconsul with strong military experience and a robust constitution, someone capable of ending the war. The task fell to Publius Cornelius Dolabella, proconsul of Africa, who caught Tacfarinas by surprise near Tubusuptus. Trapped with no hope of escape and his forces cut down, Tacfarinas fought to the end, dying as a true Numidian warrior. With his death, the long war finally came to a close, and relief swept across the land. In the aftermath, the early emperors sought to strengthen Roman control, increase population, and integrate the native peoples with Roman settlers. Along the old Carthaginian roads, they established colonies of veteran soldiers, men of proven service who were exempt from taxes, enjoyed special privileges, and were expected to take up arms in times of crisis. Many towns that had been partially abandoned after the fall of Carthage were resettled with Italians, and fortified villages were built at key points along the frontier. Nearly 50 such towns are recorded from this period, many of them originally Punic or Numidian in origin. The emperors often renamed these settlements, and the most important were populated by soldiers who had distinguished themselves in battle or suffered losses in service to the state. Among the notable examples were Utica, Maxula, Thuburbo Major, and Sica Veneria, whose monumental remains still testify to the prosperity of that era. The distinction between municipia and colonia has long been debated. Municipia were originally foreign towns granted certain rights of Roman citizenship. Some enjoyed nearly all the privileges of full citizens, except those tied to residence in Rome, while others could serve in the legions but not hold public office or vote. Municipia kept their own laws and customs and were not required to adopt Roman laws unless they chose. Over time, colonies and municipia began to resemble one another more closely. Roman colonies, unlike the colonial ventures of ancient Greece or later European maritime powers, were not founded by settlers seeking new lands. Instead, they were typically composed of around 300 veteran soldiers and their families, sent to occupy conquered towns of strategic value. These families formed a privileged class, while the native population was reduced to a lower civic status. The colonists retained all the rights of Roman citizens and could return to Rome to vote in assemblies. Municipia, meanwhile, were required to provide troops, paying and equipping them for service while Rome supplied provisions. In exchange, they were free from most other taxes and enjoyed varying degrees of self-government, administering their own laws and holding the private rights of Roman citizens, though political rights required special grants. By the early empire, the legal and practical distinctions between colonia and municipium were fading. While colonies originally consisted of Roman citizens and municipia were drawn from allied or conquered communities, the Roman law came to prevail in both. In Africa, the official use of these titles retained some symbolic weight, but their original meanings gradually disappeared, and by the later empire, the terms were often used interchangeably. The colonies founded by Augustus and his immediate successors were primarily military in nature, and quite different from those described by Tacitus a century later. The earlier colonies were made up of veteran soldiers under the command of military tribunes, while the later ones were recruited more randomly from the army, lacking the close bonds and shared experiences that had once united such communities. Tacitus spoke critically of this newer type of colony, barely willing to grant them the name at all. Pliny offers further details about the classifications of settlements in Africa. He described colonies in the province as true colonies, municipia as towns of Roman citizens, and identified other categories as well. There were free towns, which enjoyed the privilege of self-government, and towns without that status, likely inhabited entirely by natives who maintained their own laws and language. He also mentioned a tributary town that paid a fixed levy to Rome, a Latin town that held only Latin rights, and an exempt town that owed no tribute. In essence, colonies were communities founded by genuine Roman settlers. Municipia were towns in which all inhabitants held Roman citizenship. Latin towns enjoyed rights once granted to the Latin Confederation, and the rest were provincial communities with varying privileges. For a long time, colonization and municipal life were limited to coastal towns and a few fortified cities inland. This remained the case until about the reign of Vespasian. A lack of roads, poor knowledge of the interior, and the absence of fortified outposts all slowed the Caesar's ambitions to fully subdue Africa. Geography itself was another obstacle. From Tripoli westward to the Atlantic, and from the Mediterranean southward to the Great Desert, the land resisted easy conquest and permanent settlement. No native tribe, no matter how skilled in raiding or how celebrated for leaders like Massinissa and Jugurtha, had ever seriously attempted to subdue the inhabitants of the mountain regions, and the southern frontier was as difficult to hold then as it is today. From the Mediterranean coast southward stretched the fertile belt known in modern Algeria as the Tell, varying in width from 50 to 100 miles, cut by deep ravines and rising to considerable heights in regions now inhabited by the Kabyle people. Beyond lay the high plateaus, flanked by mountain ridges, with land ranging from highly productive fields to hardened plains scorched by the sun, dotted with salt marshes, and rising in steps to nearly 7,600 feet. These tablelands, cultivated long before the Romans, once supplied a large share of Rome's wheat. The Carthaginians had already built roads along the coast and to a few inland towns, but systematic road construction did not begin until the time of Trajan. Earlier, after the Second Punic War, the Romans had given the Carthaginian southern territory to Massinissa, who tried to settle his nomadic people into villages connected by roads. The success of this experiment is unknown, but by the early 2nd century, the Romans had established an impressive network of military highways that crisscrossed the land, parts of which still appear unexpectedly to travelers in what seem like trackless regions. From Carthage, the capital of Roman Africa, only 2 main roads originally extended. One ran northwest to Utica and then to Hippodiaritus. The other skirted the north side of the Lake of Tunis and divided into 2 branches, one heading west to the Bagradas River and then to towns such as Bula Regia and Simitu, before ending at Hippo Regius, the other continuing southward to Taveste on the frontier. From Caesarea, one route followed the coast, another passed through the valley between the Great and Little Atlas mountains, and the main inland road ran along the Chelif River to Sitifus and Sirta, the Numidian capital. Sirta was linked to the coast at Rusicada, while Calama had roads both to Hippo Regius and westward toward Bula Regia and Utica. Further south, a key route connected Zama to the coastal city of Hadramedum and continued to Thystris and Thanai. Another important highway linked Lambasis, Tamugas, Taveste, Amidara, and Telepte. Near Lake Triton, a road from Capsa tied together a chain of outposts and extended east to Cyrene. Hippo Regius was the hub for 7 major roads, and Lambasis, the great military center, had 3 main highways, including one to Taveste. That city itself was a critical junction, with no fewer than 8 roads converging there, making it one of the most important towns in North Africa during the 1st century. In contrast, the western province of Mauritania lacked documented road systems during this period. Ancient itineraries and maps give no details for the region, and the scarcity of inscriptions from the time leaves much uncertain about the exact routes. Yet the surviving remains show the Romans' skill and determination as master road builders. They laid out networks wherever possible and constructed their main military highways from such durable materials that many stretches still survive today. Roman roads in North Africa were built in two main ways: paved with large stone slabs, sometimes laid in diamond patterns, or surfaced with rubble and gravel bound with cement, edged with cut stone. Both types were designed to last, serving as enduring symbols of Rome's reach and organization. From the decisive Battle of Actium in 31 BC until the later years of Tiberius's reign, North Africa enjoyed more than 60 years of relative peace, a stability that greatly encouraged the growth of Roman civilization. In the Western province, this peace was safeguarded by the wise and even tempered rule of King Juba II, whose popularity extended even to the more turbulent frontier tribes. His reign fostered the arts of peace in a land that had only recently emerged from the turmoil of war. Yet this stability did not last. Upon his death, his son Ptolemy ascended the throne of Mauritania, but his corrupt and self-indulgent rule provoked unrest. It was during this unsettled time that a Numidian named Tacfarinas, once a commander in the Roman auxiliary forces, deserted the army and took up the role of rebel leader. More bandit than soldier, he gathered around him a band of deserters, criminals, and opportunists. One of his most notorious lieutenants was a Moor named Mazeppa, whom he placed in charge of the most ruthless of his followers, ordering the devastation of towns and villages without restraint. Tacfarinas drilled and armed his more disciplined troops in the Roman style, using them to conduct a campaign of constant movement across plains and mountains, forcing the legions into exhausting marches and frequent relocations. For 7 years, this guerrilla war harassed the African provinces, alarming Rome. In a speech to the Senate, Emperor Tiberius urged the appointment of a proconsul with both strong military skill and the physical endurance to end the conflict. Publius Cornelius Dolabella was chosen for the task, and he succeeded in surprising Tacfarinas near Tubasuptus. With no hope of escape and his forces overwhelmed, the Numidian leader fought to the end, meeting his death as a warrior. His fall brought the long war to a close, bringing relief to the province. In the aftermath, the emperors sought to tighten Rome's grip on Africa, increase the population, and blend the native peoples with Roman settlers. Colonies of veteran soldiers, men exempt from taxes and granted special privileges, were placed along former Carthaginian roads, ready to take up arms in any crisis. Many towns, partially abandoned after the fall of Carthage, were repopulated with Italians, and new fortified settlements were built at strategic points along the frontier. Nearly 50 such towns are recorded from this period, many originally Punic or Numidian. The most important were often renamed and settled by soldiers who had distinguished themselves in battle or endured great loss in service. Among them were Uthena, Maxula, Thuburbo Major, and Sicca Veneria, whose ruins still bear witness to the prosperity of the era. The distinction between municipia and colonies has long been debated. Municipia were once foreign towns granted certain rights of Roman citizenship. Some held nearly all the privileges of full citizens, except those tied to residence in Rome, while others could serve in the legions but not hold office or vote. Municipia preserved their own laws and customs unless they chose to adopt Roman law. Colonies, on the other hand, were typically founded by groups of around 300 veteran soldiers and their families, settled in conquered towns of strategic importance. These colonists formed a privileged class, retaining all the rights of Roman citizens, including the ability to return to Rome to vote, while the native population was relegated to lower civic status. Over time, the distinctions between colonies and municipia blurred. Municipia were required to provide troops, paying and equipping them themselves, while Rome supplied provisions. In return, they were largely exempt from other taxes and enjoyed self-government, administering their own laws and holding the private rights of Roman citizens. As the early empire progressed, Roman law became the standard in both colonies and municipia, and in Africa, the terms gradually became interchangeable, retaining more symbolic than practical meaning. Many of Rome's leaders had first-hand knowledge of Africa, which often contributed to their success as governors and military commanders. Julius Caesar himself spent 3 years there during the final years of the Republic. Several emperors had served as proconsuls of Africa earlier in their careers. Augustus consolidated a civil and military system for the province, strengthened frontier defenses, and formed the African army, whose Third Augustan Legion would become a key force. Initially stationed in Asia, this legion was transferred by order of Tiberius to Theveste during the revolt of Tacfarinas, and it appears to have remained there until the town was rebuilt by Vespasian. Caligula's mark on Africa was largely limited to the execution of Ptolemy, the ill-fated son of Juba II, and the last in the line of Numidian kings. Claudius oversaw the division of Mauritania into 2 provinces, an imperial necessity. Galba, before his brief reign as emperor, was known for his active and judicious governance as proconsul of Africa. Vitellius, despite the disgrace of his later rule, had also served as proconsul there with notable integrity. Vespasian, ruling for a decade, contributed greatly to good administration, re-establishing the Third Augustan Legion at Theveste and rebuilding the town. Among the cities associated with his reign was Icosium, the predecessor of modern Algiers, whose modest Roman remains still lie embedded in the old city walls. Though little else survives, these traces serve as a reminder of the enduring Roman imprint on North Africa. The history of Theveste is closely tied to the reign of Emperor Vespasian, making it fitting to pause here and trace the city's rise and the remarkable monuments it left behind. Little is known about its earliest years, except that it wasn't occupied by the Carthaginians until the First Punic War. Its location, ideal for both trade and military control, led Vespasian to make Theveste the headquarters of the African Legion. Securing this region was no easy task, as neighboring tribes were restless and often hostile, making the constant presence of disciplined troops essential for the safety of its people. The city's name is absent from the works of Sallust, Tacitus, and Pliny, appearing for the first time in Ptolemy's geography. The earliest surviving inscriptions date from Vespasian's reign, and for more than 50 years, Theveste served as the chief military center of Africa. It was only towards the end of the 2nd century that it grew into one of the wealthiest and most populous Roman colonies. Among its ruins, none have drawn more attention than the basilica. Built no later than the end of the 1st century, and probably begun under Vespasian, it was almost entirely destroyed, along with the city during raids by the Moors and the wild tribes of the Aures in the 6th century. When Solomon, successor to Belisarius, reached Theveste, he found it in complete ruin. An inscription on a triumphal arch, dated to the 3rd year of Justinian's reign in 539 AD, records that the city was rebuilt from the ground up. This rare Byzantine inscription is one of the very few in Africa to make direct mention of the expulsion of the Vandals. The Roman basilica once stood on the north side of the Forum, approached through 2 tall gateways, one of which still stands. A broad flight of 13 steps, now partially destroyed, led into an open court measuring about 65 by 60 feet, surrounded by an arcade. The basilica itself had a nave and aisles divided by piers and engaged columns in two superimposed tiers, all connected by arches. The nave ended in an apse, and the aisles were topped by galleries. The walls were built of finely cut limestone blocks, each about 20 inches high, laid with minimal mortar. The columns were made of granite and gray marble, unfluted, with Corinthian capitals of pure white marble, carved with exceptional precision and delicacy. The arches had no ornamental moldings, and the faces of the voussoirs were polished like marble. The entire floor was once covered with colorful mosaics, some of which still survive in fair condition. Some have suggested that the basilica we see today, in its ruined form, may be a 6th century work rebuilt by Solomon alongside the city. If that were true, the stones of the earlier Roman building would have been reused, and the masonry would match the irregular style of other Byzantine structures at Tvest. However, the differences in construction reveal a clear distinction between the original Roman work and later additions. When Constantine moved the capital to Byzantium in 328 AD, the basilica plan, originally adapted for Christian churches, underwent major changes, most notably the introduction of the dome, which reached its full expression under Justinian 2 centuries later. Coincidentally, the Byzantine restoration of Tveste began in the same year Justinian laid the foundations of the great Hagia Sophia. The Byzantine additions at Tveste are easy to identify. The masonry differs from the older Roman construction, and in some cases is not even physically joined to it. On the east side of the basilica stands a quatrefoil-shaped chapel, approached from an aisle of the main building by descending 13 steps. Its 8 interior columns were of green marble, and the walls were lined with marble to a considerable height. Large numbers of gilt and colored mosaic tiles have been found here, suggesting that the vaulting and upper walls once gleamed with intricate mosaic decoration. The chapel's floor was also paved with mosaic, large sections of which still remain in one of the apses. In the center of the floor, there seems to have been a tomb, its enclosing walls built from stones of the Roman era. South of the chapel lies a large burial chamber, where several tombs have been discovered, bearing inscriptions dating to the 6th and 7th centuries. These remains, Roman in origin but reshaped by Byzantine hands, stand as a testament to Tveste's long and layered history, from imperial stronghold to a city reborn in the age of Justinian. After restoring the basilica, Solomon surrounded it on 3 sides with a series of shops or small dwellings, some of which still stand today. He then enclosed the entire complex with a defensive wall about 25 feet high, reinforced by numerous towers. The wall was built in an irregular fashion, using blocks and slabs of stone of many kinds, and even incorporated tombstones, suggesting that the buildings around the forum had been dismantled without care, their materials taken for construction. The exact purpose of this additional fortification is unclear. Solomon had already enclosed a large part of the city with a high rampart wall, and had built a powerful central citadel, both of which still survive. It is likely that, in the event of a siege, this fortified basilica and the structures around it would have served as an extra refuge for the nearby population. A similar practice is described by the historian Procopius in his account of the Vandal Wars. He tells of a church in Carthage under the care of monks, which Solomon had surrounded with walls so it could serve as a fortress in times of danger. The governor of Africa, Ariobarzus, once took shelter there, having first sent his wife and sister to safety. The work at Tveste seems to follow the same principle. Among the city's other notable remains, the quadrifrontal arch from the time of Caracalla stands out as a rare example of this type of structure. It compares well with the Arch of Janus in Rome, though it falls short of the grandeur of a similar monument in Tripoli. Inscriptions reveal the full story behind its construction. It was the gift of Caius Cornelius Agrilianus, the youngest of 3 brothers from a wealthy Theveste family. In his will, he left all his property to his 2 surviving brothers on the condition that they erect a triumphal arch in his hometown, topped with 2 tetrastyle structures holding statues of the 2 Augusti. Agrilianus, who commanded the 14th Legion Gemina stationed in Pannonia, must have been a man of great means. His will also instructed his brothers to place statues of Juno and Minerva in the forum, to set aside 250,000 sesterces for the public baths so that the people could enjoy them free of charge on certain days, and to deposit in the capital 170 pounds of silver and 14 pounds of gold for purposes now lost to history. The inscription, still visible on the left side of the road leading out of modern Tebessa, has been studied by many experts. It records that all of Agrilianus's instructions were carried out to the letter by his brothers, Cornelius Fortunatus and Quintus, who completed the work. The monument is now known as the Arch of Caracalla, the 2 Augusti referred to being Caracalla and his brother Geta. It appears to have been completed just after Caracalla had Geta murdered in the year 212. The eastern facade bears a dedication to their father, Emperor Septimius Severus, and on the keystone is the carved head of an emperor framed in a medallion, resting upon the head of Medusa. One decorative feature of the Arch of Caracalla is the figure of a woman standing over an eagle grasping a thunderbolt. This image is unlikely to represent the empress, who by the time the monument was built was well past middle age. More likely, it symbolized Teveste itself, portrayed as a youthful and rising city. The inscription on the southern facade is now illegible, and the northern side has lost its original text altogether, as that section of the arch was rebuilt in later times. Both inscriptions probably honored Caracalla and his brother Geta. The monument's design has several unusual characteristics, most notably the exceptional width of its frieze and the absence of an attic, which is a common feature in most triumphal arches. In its place, the structure is crowned by 2 tetrastyle arrangements. Some have suggested that each of the 4 facades once had such tetrastyles, but there is no surviving inscription or physical evidence to confirm more than the 2 mentioned in the will of Caius Cornelius Agrilianus. Triumphal arches are a class of monument unique to the Romans. The Greeks preferred to raise columns to honor those who distinguished themselves in war or intellectual achievement, a practice noted by Pliny the Elder, who remarked that columns were meant to rise above ordinary mortals, something that arches achieved in their own way when they were later introduced. In the Roman Republic, triumphal arches were temporary structures made of wood, in the manner of the Etruscans, and were dismantled after public ceremonies. Under the Empire, they became permanent monuments. In North Africa, they are especially numerous, often marking the approach to towns. At Lambesis, for example, an 18th century survey recorded 40 arches, with 14 still standing at the time. These arches rarely formed part of a city's defensive walls. Rather, they stood alone, although later Byzantine fortifications were sometimes built close to them. They were often financed either by the towns themselves, as a tribute to victorious emperors, or by wealthy private citizens. In the small inland town of Ceresitanum, now a ruin, 4 triumphal arches have been found, one of which was entirely funded by a citizen, together with his mother and sister. According to its inscription, the monument was even crowned with a quadriga, a 4-horse chariot, paid for at public expense. Another monument in Tveste worthy of attention is a small tetra-style temple, likely dedicated to Minerva or Jupiter, built around the year 300. Though its portico still stands, held together by iron straps and rods, the building has suffered greatly over the centuries. It has been put to many uses unimagined by its original builders, first as a soap factory, then a prison, later a canteen, and finally, in a twist of irony, as a parish church, fitted out in the worst possible taste. After such a series of transformations, it is perhaps unsurprising that historians have disagreed over which deity the temple originally honored. Still, it remains an interesting structure. Like the Arch of Caracalla, it shows a departure from the standard proportions and classical treatment of its order. The temple stands on a podium 12 feet high and is reached by a broad flight of stone steps. In its original form, it was enclosed by a wall with an open forecourt about 80 feet wide at the front and 50 feet along the sides. Like other major Roman towns, Tveste had 2 forums, the Forum Civile and the Forum Venal. According to the Roman architect Vitruvius, the Forum Civile was typically surrounded by key public buildings such as the Basilica, the Curia, the Mint, or the prison. At Tveste, the open court lying south of the Basilica, measuring about 180 by 165 feet, was almost certainly the Forum Civile. However, all traces of the structures at its southern end have vanished. The second forum likely once stood in the area now planted with trees in front of the modern citadel, but it was probably removed by the Byzantine general Solomon, as it would have obstructed his defensive works. Far to the west, during the short but respected reign of the aged Emperor Nerva, who succeeded the last and perhaps most infamous of the 12 Caesars, a new colony of veterans was established in an ancient Numidian town. This settlement, known as Sitifis, has remarkably retained both its name and its prosperity to the present day. Long before the arrival of the Romans, Sitifis was already a thriving mercantile center. The geographer Ptolemy mentioned it as a key trading hub, strategically located on a high plateau over 3,500 feet above sea level. It lay at the meeting point of 9 major roads and was surrounded by fertile plains capable of yielding abundant grain, fruit, and olive oil. Such natural advantages ensured its commercial importance from an early period. Archaeological discoveries at the site, including more than 250 inscribed stones, reveal much about the city's long prosperity and the lives of its inhabitants. Interestingly, very few memorials relate to soldiers or their families, suggesting that the town was primarily civil in character during the Roman period. One inscription records that Nerva granted Sitifis the title Colonia Nerviana Augusta Martialis Veteranorum Sitifensium. Others commemorate the construction of a theater, an amphitheater, temples, and statues of emperors, including Trajan, Hadrian, Antoninus Pius, Marcus Aurelius, and Lucius Verus. The city was richly adorned with marble and mosaic, and many of its votive tablets bore finely carved reliefs. These remains suggest a high level of culture among the population. One particularly moving memorial in the public gardens is dedicated by a man named Mauricius, likely of Moorish origin, to his 2 beloved children, Praetorianus and Prima. He carefully recorded the exact dates of their deaths, noting that his son had been sent to Rome to train as a secretary, only to die there in the year 225 at the age of 17. In later times, the eastern part of the province came to be known as Mauritania Sitifensis, with Citiphys as its capital, while the western half retained its earlier name and Caesarea as its chief city. This division, however, seems to have been largely in name, as both regions often shared the same troops and were sometimes governed by the same official. Citiphus endured hardship during the revolt of the Moorish leader Firmus in 369 and suffered further damage from an earthquake in 419. Like many cities of North Africa, it fell to both Vandal and Arab invasions, but eventually regained some of its former standing. In the Middle Ages, the geographer El-Bekri still described it as flourishing and densely populated, though by then the strong city walls, rebuilt during the Byzantine period, had already disappeared. The history of such cities reflects the broader rhythms of empires. Roman history after the fall of the Republic can be divided into several eras. First came the rule of the Caesars, including the Flavian dynasty under Vespasian, Titus, and Domitian. Although the line of the so-called 12 Caesars ended with Domitian, Nero should be counted as the last of the Julian family, while Galba and Otho, who briefly reigned before the Flavians, rose to power for their service to the state rather than dynastic ties. Following them came Nerva, Trajan, and Hadrian, each elevated for distinguished civil or military achievements. Then came the Antonine period, marked by the reigns of Antoninus Pius, Marcus Aurelius, Lucius Verus, and Commodus. Finally, there was the long succession of emperors who came to power either through senatorial distinction, battlefield success, or political intrigue, often as the nominees of powerful factions. This final chapter of Roman Africa's imperial history spanned more than 2.5 centuries, from the death of Commodus to the capture of Carthage by Genseric in 439 and the sack of Rome in 455. In earlier chapters, we have seen how Roman power took root in Africa, adapting its administration to the traditions of local peoples and securing the frontier with permanent military settlements. Now, we arrive at a period deserving special attention, a long era of stability, prosperity, and good governance when civic life flourished and a refined culture spread across towns and the countryside alike. For North Africa, this was truly the golden age of empire. The history of North Africa during the 83 years when Trajan and his 3 successors ruled can truly be said to be written in stone. Across nearly every province of the Roman Empire, stretching almost to the gates of India, the names of these emperors are found on monuments and inscriptions in distant lands. In Africa, this presence is especially strong. Without the countless inscriptions carved into panels, friezes, milestones, and votive pedestals, we would have only a faint record of Trajan's achievements as a ruler, his care for Roman settlers, and his efforts to protect native tribes. We would also know far less about the honors paid to him by all classes of his subjects for his acts of generosity and public service. One of Trajan's first measures as emperor was to regulate the flow of grain from Africa to Rome. He established new rules for trade, ensuring fair treatment for both the producers in Africa and the merchants who carried their goods across the sea. For centuries, Rome and Italy had depended on huge imports of grain from abroad, with Egypt and Africa together supplying at least 1/3 of the annual requirement, around 6 million bushels, while Italy and Spain provided the rest. The African provinces were required to deliver part of this grain as imperial tribute, overseen by a high-ranking official based in Carthage. An inscription discovered at Calama confirms that this officer had direct responsibility for managing the wheat supply to Rome. The small quantity of grain grown in Italy was barely enough to feed the army, so any disruption in African production meant famine in the capital. Historians describe food shortages under Augustus and Tiberius, while under Claudius, 3 consecutive years of poor harvests caused severe hardship. Similar crises occurred under Domitian and later emperors. Trajan responded by creating an efficient system for storing surplus grain in good years, a measure that greatly reduced the danger of famine during bad harvests. In earlier times, the control of Africa's grain supply was so critical that, during his war with Pompey, Caesar was forced to make peace when the people of Rome begged him to ensure the grain ships could sail safely from African ports to the capital. It is difficult today, in an age of global trade and abundant food supply, to grasp the anxiety that gripped the Roman people each harvest season. Their survival often depended on weather conditions far from home, and storms off the African coast or near Sicily and Spain could plunge the city into panic. As early as the time of Gaius Gracchus, Rome had begun distributing subsidized grain to poorer citizens at half the market price. These allowances, distributed through tokens known as tesserae frumentariae, attracted the idle and impoverished from across Italy, creating a burden that the state struggled to manage. Over time, the populace demanded free grain in unlimited amounts, a demand that threatened to drain the imperial treasury. By the final days of the Republic, 320,000 people were receiving weekly rations. Julius Caesar, with Senate support, managed to reduce this to 150,000, but Augustus later raised it again to 200,000. Suetonius mentions that Augustus even considered abolishing the system altogether, recognizing it as both politically dangerous and financially unsustainable. The extraordinary fertility of North African soil is well attested by ancient writers. After Caesar's victory at Thapsus, the city of Leptis was fined an astonishing 2.5 million pounds of olive oil, an amount that, according to Caesar's companion Hirtius, was actually moderate. Oil was indispensable in Roman life, used for lighting lamps and in the lavish baths of the imperial era. Annual production in Africa, much of it sent to Rome as tax, is thought to have reached around 300,000 gallons. Tacitus records that when Vespasian was contending for the throne against Vitellius, he planned to invade Africa, capture its granaries, and thereby control Rome's food supply. After gaining power, he ordered every available ship in the empire to be loaded with wheat. Even today, the remains of massive granaries can be seen at Rusicata, while records tell us that when Caesar landed near Leptis, a vast store of grain at Thysdrus was immediately placed at the disposal of his army. Pliny the Elder spoke with great admiration of Africa, praising its climate as gentle, beneficial, and remarkably generous. He described how, after the seed was sown, the fields could be left untouched for 9 months until it was time to harvest the grain. The dryness of the land kept weeds from growing, while the nightly dew was enough to nourish the crops. In another account, Pliny wrote of the city of Tacape, modern Gabes, situated in the midst of the sands, yet surrounded by fertility so extraordinary it seemed beyond belief. There, he claimed, one could find a towering date palm sheltering an olive tree, beneath which grew a fig tree, shading a pomegranate, under which a vine spread its branches, and below all of these, in the very same year, grain and vegetables were sown together. The vineyards in this region, he added, produced grapes twice a year, yielding a double vintage. Pliny also praised the land of Byzantium, which was represented on Roman coins as a young woman holding armfuls of wheat. In this fertile region, he said, when the soil was dry, even the strongest team of oxen could not plow it. But after a single good shower, One humble donkey with the guidance of an old woman could work the fields with ease. Even emperors took a personal interest in the grain supply. Commodus, though not often remembered for acts of generosity, built an entire fleet dedicated to transporting wheat, one for Africa and another for Alexandria. It was in one of these Alexandrian ships, bearing the figure of Castor and Pollux on its prow, that St. Paul sailed from Malta to Syracuse. By the 4th century, particularly under Constantine, wheat from Egypt was sent almost entirely to Constantinople, while Africa became the main supplier for Rome. In Caesar's time, Rome had imposed a maximum price for wheat and designated specific ports in Italy to receive shipments, an approach that restricted trade for over a century. Trajan, with a more open and practical vision, abolished these controls. He refused to set fixed prices for goods and allowed merchants to trade freely, confident in the efficiency of an open market. This policy was tested when the Nile failed to rise, threatening famine in Egypt. Africa and Sicily sent such plentiful shipments to Italy that not only were Rome's needs met, but there was enough grain to send relief to Alexandria as well. The importance of the grain fleet to Rome cannot be overstated. Seneca vividly described the anticipation surrounding the arrival of the Alexandrian convoy at Puteoli. People climbed to the hilltops to watch for the first sight of sails on the horizon, and when the laden ships finally appeared, the entire port erupted in celebration. Similar scenes unfolded at Ostia, the great harbor at the mouth of the Tiber. Today, the place is silent, its waters sluggish, its plains empty, its ancient city buried beneath layers of sand and soil. Yet the remains still whisper of its past glory. The massive harbor built by Claudius and the grand pentagonal basin of Trajan can still be traced in the marshland, alongside the foundations of vast granaries that once held the wheat of North Africa. They are the enduring monuments of a time when Ostia was the pride of the emperors, the gateway to Rome, and a hub of extraordinary commercial activity. From the letters of Pliny the Younger and the praise he bestowed upon his imperial patron, we gain valuable insight into the principles that guided Emperor Trajan in governing the provinces of the Roman Empire. Africa and Asia were considered the two foremost senatorial provinces, and since Africa contained a greater number of Roman colonies, it is likely that Trajan adopted a broad and enlightened policy toward this important part of his dominion. Had Pliny been appointed governor of a province in Mauritania instead of Bithynia in Asia, we might have had far more detailed accounts of Africa affairs, rather than relying on the fragmentary inscriptions that survive. The correspondence between Pliny and Trajan is especially significant because it offers a faithful picture of the political climate of the time, as well as the genuine efforts made to deliver fair and just administration to all subjects of the empire. Pliny, as governor and imperial representative in Bithynia, held extraordinary powers, enjoying the rare privilege of direct communication with the emperor on all matters concerning his office. From the age of Augustus, proconsuls had governed the provinces with considerable authority, often exercising power in a despotic manner. When emperors in Rome made heavy demands on wealthy colonies, the proconsuls, after filling the imperial treasury, often turned to serving their own interests. The plundering of towns became almost an expected feature of the office, until the title of proconsul became synonymous with corruption and extortion. As long as the tax farmers met the fixed payments required by the Roman treasury, provincial governors showed little concern for how these sums were extracted. If collectors enriched themselves at the people's expense, it was assumed the proconsul would share in the profits. Although a governor had the power to stop abuses, it often became more profitable for him to encourage them. Protected by senatorial status, he was answerable only to the Senate, not to local laws. Tacitus mentioned that in the western provinces of Mauritania, Caesariensis, and Mauritania Tingitana, plunder and exploitation were openly tolerated. Under Nero, the governorship of one of these regions was given to Albinus, who commanded a large military force, including local auxiliaries, many of whom lived largely by pillage. It was Nerva who first attempted to bring reform, but it was Trajan who established a provincial administration that was both honorable in its demands and determined in its opposition to bribery and corruption. This policy was put to the test when the African provincials petitioned the emperor to prosecute Marius Priscus, the proconsul of Africa, and his deputy Hostilius Firmanus, accusing them of cruelty and extortion. Both Pliny and Tacitus represented the petitioners, and the trial, lasting 3 days before the Senate in Rome, was presided over by Trajan himself in his capacity as consul. Pliny recorded that his speech for the plaintiffs lasted 5 hours. From his vivid account of the proceedings, it is clear he acted almost as his own reporter. The case ended in victory for the provincials. Marius Priscus was heavily fined and banished, while Hostilius Firmanus was declared unfit to serve in any proconsular role. Pliny noted with pride that both he and Tacitus received the congratulations of the Senate for their success in securing justice. The trial was remarkable, not only because of its outcome, but also due to the high standing of Priscus, a former consul and man of great influence. Similar actions, we are told, were taken against other governors, including Julius Barus of Bithynia and Rufus Varinus. In an era when abuse of power was common, these prosecutions stood as a rare and powerful example of imperial justice at work. The letters exchanged between Pliny the Younger and Emperor Trajan give us a clear view of the emperor's approach to governing the empire with fairness and moderation. When Pliny suggested introducing Roman methods of local government to replace the irregular systems found in parts of his province, Trajan replied that it was often best, and certainly safest, to allow each city to follow its own established laws. On another occasion, Pliny complained about the decayed state of the public baths at Prusa and sought permission to rebuild them. Trajan agreed, but with the condition that no new taxes be imposed for the work, and that existing taxes meant for essential services should not be diverted. Only once did the emperor seem to lose patience with his persistent correspondent. Pliny wrote about the theater and gymnasium under construction at Nicaea, explaining that they were being built on marshy ground and that the walls were already cracking. He reported that the gymnasium was poorly designed and that a new architect claimed the foundations, 20 feet thick but loosely built, were unable to support the weight above. Pliny urged Trajan to send architects from Italy to advise him. The emperor's reply was short. No province lacked skilled men capable of the work, and Italy itself did not produce such experts. Those in Rome mostly came from Greece. The reputation of Trajan's just and benevolent rule soon reached even the most distant corners of the empire. His name, linked with great military victories, helped keep the tribes along Africa's frontiers in check, allowing the local population to farm in peace or abandon a nomadic life in favor of towns and villages. Across the provinces, public works flourished. Roads were built or repaired, harbors expanded, and with the help of the famed architect Apollodorus of Damascus, rivers were crossed by magnificent bridges unlike anything seen before. Triumphal arches honored the emperor at the gates of provincial towns, while temples, theaters, baths, and aqueducts seemed to rise almost overnight. Trajan's fame as a patron of architecture is most enduringly tied to the great forum in Rome that bears his name, and to the grand column that still stands today. When Emperor Constantius II entered Rome in 356 AD, he was astonished by the beauty and grandeur of Trajan's Forum. Admitting he could never rival such magnificence, he remarked that he would be content to match only the horse of Trajan's equestrian statue. A Persian prince who was with him replied, "You may match the horse, but how will you match the stable?" On another visit, when asked what he thought of Rome, the same prince answered, "I am trying to forget that men are mortal." The historian Eutropius described Trajan as building the world, a title he might well have shared with his successor Hadrian for their encouragement of public works across the empire. But what set Trajan apart was his focus on building for the people, not for himself. During his 20 years on the throne, he never expanded the imperial palace on the Palatine Hill. Yet his name, carved on marble and stone, was so common throughout the empire that centuries later Constantine jokingly compared it to a plant that grows everywhere. For all its splendor, however, the art of Trajan's era lacked the creative brilliance of the Augustan age. The Greek-inspired ideals that had once shaped Roman art had faded, replaced by practicality and clear expression. As Plutarch observed, human thought had stepped down from its throne and no longer had wings. Poetry no longer held its old place in the Roman mind. Eloquent prose had taken its place. The gods had gone, leaving only mortals. In both art and politics, the age of Trajan was marked by truth and common sense, admirable qualities, but not the fire of genius. Several cities in Roman Africa became closely linked to Trajan's name, thanks to public works or acts of careful benevolence. Leptis Magna, for example, benefited from his attention, and coins were struck in his honor inscribed with the words Colonia Ulpia Traiana Leptis. Another important settlement was Hippo Dieritus, also known as Hippo Zarytus, modern Bizerta, which had been founded by Phoenician colonists from Tyre long before the rise of Carthage. Under Carthaginian rule, it grew into a busy commercial port, and its strategic position drew the attention of Agathocles, who invaded Africa in 309 BC. He fortified the town and built a harbor, the outline of which can still be traced. Pliny the Elder described Hippo as a well-known African colony situated close to the sea, and mentioned a navigable lagoon connected to it by a tidal channel that alternately flowed into the sea or back into the lagoon, depending on the wind. Even today, visitors to Bizerta can observe these shifting currents, driven westward or reversed according to the direction of the breeze. The ancient monuments of Hippo have long since vanished, their stones reused in the construction of the later Arab town. In the 19th century, 2 inscriptions were discovered there, one on a milestone dedicated to Marcus Aurelius, and the other carved on marble from a public building donated by the nearby colony of Julia Carpetana near Carthage. That settlement, still known today as Carpus, retains its ancient name in a form adapted to local speech. Hippo itself carried the name Zarytus to distinguish it from Hippo Regius, with the Greek form of the word referring to the canal that ran through the city. Hadrumetum, modern Susa, was another city of prominence, known for its prosperity and for honors bestowed upon it by Trajan, who recognized it as a colony under the title Colonia Concordia Ulpia Traiana Augusta Frugifera Hadrumetina. According to ancient tradition, it had been a Phoenician foundation even before Carthage, originally called Adrimes, or Adrumetos. As the capital of Byzantium, it suffered heavily during Julius Caesar's African campaign and was forced to pay a substantial fine afterward. By the 6th century, Procopius described it as a large and populous town. Though destroyed by the Vandals, it was later rebuilt and fortified by the Byzantines, who for a time renamed it Justiniana in honor of the emperor. In the Christian era, it became an important episcopal seat. Today, it is difficult to trace the exact outline of the ancient harbor described by Hirtius or the 8 gates once noted by Arab geographers, as well as the massive tower that stood at the harbor entrance known as Dar es Sena, a name meaning arsenal from which our own word likely derives. Archaeological studies have shown that the Byzantine occupation was particularly destructive. Justinian's heavy demands for funds, supposedly to rebuild the country's defenses, but in reality to fill the imperial treasury, drove much of the population away. Procopius claimed that millions fled the region, though this figure is almost certainly exaggerated. During this period, Moorish raids further unsettled the region, prompting the Christian population to create fortified monastic complexes outside the main towns. These structures served both as religious houses and defensive positions, surrounded by strong walls and manned by soldier monks. They were known as monasteria, and a few remain to this day, one at Leptis Parva, modern Lemta, another at Ruspina, now Monastir, which takes its name from the building, and one at Hadrumetum itself called Qasr Ribat. This last was partly rebuilt in the 9th century by a ruler of the Aghlabid dynasty, and later transformed into a retreat for Islamic holy men. Along the coast between Hadrumetum and Carthage, there are traces of 2 additional fortified monasteries. Their internal design followed a similar plan, consisting mainly of a series of vaulted chambers. In earlier times, these chambers had been occupied by foreign mercenaries in the service of Carthage. Later, they were converted into cells for monks. This unusual blend of military and religious functions gave rise to later medieval orders of a similar nature, such as the Templars and the Knights of St. John. Among the many practical skills that flourished under Roman rule, road construction stood above all others, and under Trajan it received notable encouragement. In the days of the Republic, the upkeep and repair of public highways and city streets fell under the authority of the censors, one of the highest offices in Roman public life. By the time of Augustus, roads were divided into 3 main categories: publicae, sometimes referred to as consulares, militares, or praetoriae; privatae, also called agrariae; and vicinales. The publicae were placed under the care of officials of praetorian rank, each accompanied by 2 lictors. To add prestige to the position, the emperor appointed these curators for life, rather than for the 5-year term that had previously been customary, selecting men of senatorial or equestrian standing, depending on the importance of the roads assigned to them. Some types of road were thought to have been borrowed from the Carthaginians. These were paved with rectangular blocks of hard local stone, or with irregularly shaped blocks of lava. Roman writers also described various distinct forms: the via terrena, a road with a surface of leveled earth; the via glariata, with a gravel surface, which early censors began to lay on roads outside the city, while also paving Rome's streets with flint and adding raised footpaths; and the via munita, a fully paved road that eventually became synonymous with the public highway. During the Empire, the office of superintendent of public roads was considered so prestigious that it was often granted to former consuls. Julius Caesar himself once held the post for the Appian Way, and even spent his own funds on its maintenance. Augustus also accepted such duties for roads near Rome. These great highways reached far from the capital, with the Appian Way alone stretching some 350 miles. Even today, despite being worn and broken in places, large sections remain remarkably well preserved. The surface is so hard it seems polished rather than eroded, and in certain stretches the entire width is still paved with single stone slabs. In Trajan's reign, the surveyor Siculus Flaccus referred to public roads as via publicae regulesque, managed by curators and repaired at public expense by contractors, with a fixed contribution levied on nearby landowners. The description royal echoed a tradition stretching back to the Persian royal roads, among the first organized highway systems in history. Ancient texts even record the Israelites requesting passage along the King's Highway, an expression that survives in phrases we still use today. From Ptolemy's geography, compiled during the reigns of Hadrian and Antoninus, and from the Antonine itinerary, completed before the time of Constantine, we know that the Roman Empire gave extraordinary attention to its network of public roads, both in Italy and across the provinces. In Africa, inscriptions attest to the pride and status associated with this work. One such inscription from Tidus, dating to the reign of Hadrian, records the dedication of a monument by a quatuor vir virum curandarum, a high-ranking official charged with the care of the roads. Our debt to the Roman world is often measured in grand monuments, aqueducts, and vast roads, but even the smaller innovations carry lasting significance. One such contribution was the placing of milestones along public highways. Caius Gracchus, over a century before the Christian era, was the first to recognize their usefulness not only for military purposes, but also for civil life. This practice was perfected by Augustus, and from his time onward, no public road in the empire was without them. These milestones were typically short columns, most often carved from marble, though sometimes from stone. Their inscriptions recorded the distance from a capital or major town, measured in paces, 1,000 paces forming a Roman mile, roughly equivalent to 4,854 English feet. They also bore the name of the road's builder and the emperor in whose honor it was dedicated. In Rome itself, Augustus placed a gilded bronze column in the forum, known as the Miliarium Aureum. Upon it were inscribed the chief towns of the empire and their distances from the capital, with measurements taken from the city's gates. In the provinces, similar milestones were common, though without the gilded ornament. In North Africa, many of these columns still survive, helping to trace the course of ancient roads that might otherwise be forgotten. They also provide accurate dates for their construction and offer a means to correct the often vague accounts of ancient writers. Few milestones from the age of the early Caesars have been found, but those bearing the names of Trajan and his successors appear in nearly every part of Roman Africa. One such example can be linked to the port of Tabarca, known today as Tabarca, situated on the northern coast midway between Utica and Hippo Regius. A road from this harbor ran directly south, connecting it to the main highway from Carthage, and Trajan took a particular interest in its improvement early in his reign. Tabarca stood at the mouth of the Tusca River, which marked the eastern boundary of Numidia. While it may not have been renowned for cultural refinement, it played an important role in commerce, exporting Numidian marble, wild animals for the Roman amphitheaters, agricultural produce from the Magerta Plains, and timber for construction. Roman remains are scattered across the site, yet the absence of ornate architecture suggests a settlement devoted entirely to trade. In later centuries, the harbor's attention shifted to a rocky island half a mile offshore. Here, Charles V built a strong citadel following his campaign against Tunis in 1535, using many of the stones taken from ancient Tabarca. Over time, the fortress passed into the hands of Genoese forces, who maintained it with powerful bronze cannon. The road into the interior, following the banks of the Tusca, now called the Wed el-Kabir, or River of Oak Trees, appears to have been reconstructed under Trajan. Milestones from this route still stand, one near the southern boundary at Fernana, about 32 miles from Tabarca, and another a dozen miles further south at the foot of the mountains. The region between the Mediterranean and the Majerda Plains, covering roughly 480 square miles and a coastline of less than 16 miles, has long been known as the Land of the Comer. For centuries before the French occupation, it remained largely unknown to outsiders, avoided for its lawlessness, and left blank on maps of northern Africa. Its inhabitants paid tribute to the Bey of Tunis, but always under their own terms, fiercely resisting the authority of both the Bey to the east and the Dey of Algiers to the west. Independence, even in poverty, was valued over submission. Yet, for all its isolation, nature had blessed the Comer homeland. Gentle valleys gave way to rugged mountain slopes. Forests of cork and olive shaded the hills, while myrtle, juniper, and wild rose filled the air with fragrance. Sparsely populated but rich in beauty, it was, and remains, a land that could captivate the eye of any poet or painter. Faint traces of the Roman road can still be seen across this landscape, along with the remains of ancient farm estates that hint at a once thriving and organized society during the height of the empire. It is likely that Trajan's road followed the course of an older track once used by the kings of Numidia, as it connected the coast directly to their ancient capital, Bulla Regia, now called Hammam Daraji. Sadly, we know very little about this royal city, a place with a long history but few surviving records, and with ruined monuments that bear no inscriptions. In earlier times, a triumphal arch richly decorated with carvings stood prominently on the higher ground. The remains of the great baths suggest they were vast in scale, covering a significant area. The theater, still standing with walls built from finely dressed stone, occupied a beautiful position on a mountain spur. Today, the ground level has risen to the top of its stage front, giving a striking impression of how the terrain has shifted since the city's final destruction and abandonment by the Arabs in the 7th century. The amphitheater is now barely visible, marked only by subtle rises and dips in the ground, and the entire city site, stretching nearly a mile, is overgrown with weeds and thick underbrush, making it difficult to distinguish the outlines of public buildings. Over the centuries, the Byzantines contributed heavily to the destruction of Roman structures here, as they often did elsewhere, dismantling grand monuments without hesitation to reuse the stone in fortresses and defensive walls. In the heart of the city stand the remains of a large nymphaeum, built in a semicircular plan, a style the Romans particularly favored. The fragments suggest it was once an elegant work, adorned with colonnades like those in famous examples across Italy. Tragically, in more recent times, stone from the area was taken for the construction of the Tunisian railway. This not only destroyed many ancient monuments, but also erased valuable inscriptions that might have shed light on Bulla Regia's early history. Studies of the site indicate that Bulla Regia retained much of its Punico-Libyan character for centuries, and coins found here bearing the crescent and solar disk point to the worship of Baal, alongside Tanith, the great goddess of Carthage. The prized Numidian marble mentioned by Pliny as coming from this region was quarried at Simitu, now Kemtu, about a day's journey west of Bulla Regia. Trajan's interest in both the marble and the town is clear. He ordered the construction of a colossal bridge over the Majerda River. 2 of its arches and part of the quay remain standing to this day. Nearby are the ruins of an even older bridge, likely dating back to the Numidian kings. In a meadow close by lies a massive slab of golden yellow marble bearing an inscription commemorating Trajan's works. Dated to the year 112, when Trajan held the consulship for the 6th time. The same year his great column was erected in Rome to celebrate his Dacian victory. The inscription records that the bridge was built for the benefit of Africa's provinces, supervised by the emperor himself as commander of the army, and funded entirely from the imperial treasury. Simitu itself became a Roman colony under Augustus, or one of the early emperors of the Julian family, taking the official name Colonia Julia Augusta Numidica Simitu. Its citizens, like those of Bulla Regia, were registered in the tribe of Quirina. The town lay along the main road from Carthage to Hippo Regius, about 4 days' journey from the former. For centuries it was forgotten, largely due to the destruction of the surrounding roads and the difficulty of reaching the area. The site was eventually confirmed by the discovery of an inscribed milestone dating to the year 129, which marked the construction of a road from Simitu to Tabraka. The surviving remains suggest that the town's architecture was plain and utilitarian, without the refined marble decoration seen in wealthier cities. Its prosperity was tied directly to the marble quarries that dominated the surrounding hills, which rose 800 feet above sea level and covered over 220 acres. The stone was extracted in various colors and types, the most famous being the rich golden giallo antico, along with many varieties of breccia in warm brown and striking multicolored shades. Under the empire, Simitu's marble was renowned across the Roman world, shipped in large quantities to the capital. Hadrian himself admired it greatly, building a road to the coast to ease its transport, and using it generously in the decoration of his villas at Tivoli and Antium. The Romans did not begin using marble as a decorative material until the early 1st century BC. At first, it was met with resistance, dismissed as a Greek luxury that clashed with the traditions of the Republic. Italian quarries had not yet been opened, and the only marble in use was the white variety imported from Greece. Pliny the Elder wrote fiercely against the growing taste for marble, especially in private houses, and sharply criticized Marcus Scaurus for placing tall columns of black Lucullian marble in front of his home on the Palatine Hill. He saw this as an example of dangerous extravagance, harmful to public morals and future generations, and believed that such ostentatious displays should have been banned by law. Another target of Pliny's criticism was Lucius Crassus, who around 95 BC installed 6 columns of marble from Mount Hymettus in the atrium of his house on the Palatine. The first Roman known to have used colored Numidian marble was Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, during his consulship in 78 BC. Its popularity grew under the influence of Sallust when he governed Numidia in 46 BC. However, the term Numidian marble is misleading, as it was applied to stone from Simitu near the eastern boundary of ancient Numidia, as well as from Kleber in Algeria, which was in the Old Kingdom of Mauritania. Neither of these locations was actually part of Numidia. The name may have originated because much of the marble was shipped from the port of Tabraka, near the mouth of the Tusca River, which formed the eastern frontier of Numidia proper. It is certain that genuine Numidian marble was never quarried within Numidia itself. Quarries at Philphila, near Philippoville, produced white marble, but no colored varieties. Writers of the Roman period frequently mentioned this marble. Seneca, in his letters, referred to it alongside Alexandrian stone. Suetonius described a nearly 20-foot column of Numidian marble erected in the Roman Forum in honor of Caesar. Another author praised its distinctive saffron-colored patches, comparing them to the hue of saffron dye. The quarries at Chem remain much as they were left by the Romans when the Vandals invaded in the 5th century. Half-shaped blocks still lie in the open cuts, their masons' marks clearly visible, and deep within the pits the beginnings of massive monoliths remain, abandoned mid-work. The most striking feature of these quarries is the apparent disregard for economy in extraction. Under the imperial system, efficiency mattered less than fulfilling the emperor's orders. If a certain number of columns were demanded, they were produced regardless of cost or waste. Evidence of marble use in Cimitu itself is minimal, apart from the aqueduct that brought water to the town from about 5 miles away. This structure was largely built from discarded marble from the quarries. Some sections were later repaired, probably during the Byzantine occupation in the 6th century, and many inscribed stones were unfortunately reused with their carved faces turned inward. In more recent times, the quarries were worked by a Belgian company on a large scale, but the venture failed and operations ceased. Given the renewed demand for colored marbles, it is possible that the site will one day be reopened. The range of stone produced here is unusually rich, with varieties known to marble merchants under Italian trade names such as Marmo Bianco, Giallo Avorio, Giallo Canarino, Giallo Paonazzo, Rosa Carnagione, Breccia Dorata, Breccia Sanguigna, and Bianco e Nero Antico. The quarries at Kleber, in the province of Mauretania Caesariensis, were far larger than those at Cimitu, covering more than 1,500 acres at an elevation of nearly 2,000 feet above sea level. They produced an impressive variety of stone, breccias ranging from deep brown to vivid blood red, Giallo Antico in several shades, Cipollino Rosso, and multiple grades of fine white marble. One rose-tinted variety was so dense and compact that it could be carved into ornaments resembling coral, while the Paonazzo variety, named for its colors reminiscent of a peacock's plumage, was a rich reddish stone similar to the famous Rosso Antico. Another remarkable material from Mauritania, discovered shortly after the French occupation of Algeria, was the alabaster now known as Algerian onyx. The main source was at Ain Tekbalet, near Tlemcen. Visitors to this historic Moorish city, which in the 12th and 13th centuries rivaled Granada in wealth and culture, would quickly notice how extensively this onyx was used, particularly in the city's great mosques. While the colored marbles of Mauritania are absent from these buildings, Algerian onyx appears in abundance, lending them a distinctive beauty. Given the sheer quantity of colored marble in North Africa and the clear evidence of intensive quarrying during the Roman era, one might expect to see it used lavishly throughout the region. Yet this was not the case. Most of it was reserved for cities along the coast, where transport from one port to another was straightforward. In the inland Roman monuments of North Africa, marble fragments are rare. Local limestone, which could sometimes rival marble in texture and appearance, was often used instead. It seems likely that Numidian marble was so prized in Rome and other major Italian cities that its use in the African provinces was limited mainly to imperial projects. Roman Carthage, according to Arab historians, was a city of marble. Rebuilt under the orders of Augustus, it was designed with great magnificence. This grandeur is confirmed by medieval authors such as El-Bekri. Today, the marble that once adorned Carthage can be found elsewhere, in the grand monoliths that stand in pairs within the prayer hall of the great mosque of Kairouan, their capitals and bases of white and gray marble from Greek, Roman, and Byzantine sources, in the mosque's courtyard and gateway, and in the palaces of the bays. Yet all of these, impressive as they are overshadowed by two extraordinary columns that flank the mosque's mihrab. Tradition says they were brought from Egypt to Carthage during its reconstruction. El-Bekri recounts how Hassan, governor of Africa, brought them from an ancient building, two red shafts tinged with yellow, of incomparable beauty. It is said that a Byzantine emperor once offered to buy them at a price equal to their weight in gold. The quarrying and shipment of Numidian marble, which had been a thriving industry for 5 centuries under Roman rule, came to an abrupt end when the Vandals swept through North Africa like a destructive fire. The Byzantines who followed were too preoccupied with fortifications and military defense to focus on works of beauty or luxury. Later, the Arab conquerors, with their love for vivid color and ornate design, found no need to reopen the ancient quarries. Roman Carthage and other ruined cities already offered an abundance of finely worked marble ready for reuse. The Roman preference for the composite order, which in the later empire became increasingly flexible in design, can be seen in the capitals of the Great Mosque of Kairouan. Mixed among them are finely crafted Corinthian capitals, likely the work of Sicilian Greek artisans who were active in Carthage. A few capitals are of Byzantine origin, probably taken from buildings outside Africa, for the Byzantine presence under Justinian was brief and dominated by conflict with the desert tribes. The same practice of reusing Roman marble to serve a new faith occurred in Cordoba, where Roman Hispania gave up much of its stonework to Islamic architecture. Under Emperor Trajan, Africa experienced 2 decades of peace and prosperity. His name was honored across the region, particularly in the final years of his reign, as numerous inscriptions dated to 117 AD attest. Triumphal arches were erected in many towns, often marking the main entrance or standing prominently in the center. In Maktar, a large agricultural town on the road from Carthage to Sufetula, one such arch dedicated to Trajan still remains. Though simple in design, it carries a noble presence and departs slightly from the standard form of the time. The inscription, now worn, once recorded the 20th year of Trajan's tribunician power, fixing its date to 117 AD. Another arch stood at the opposite approach to the town, possibly from the reign of Hadrian, though now heavily damaged. The hillsides around ancient Maktar are covered with tombs, some once richly decorated, showing that the area enjoyed great prosperity in the 2nd century. Among the inscriptions is a remarkable epitaph in verse belonging to a farmer who wished his life's story to be remembered. He tells how he was born poor, without house or money, but through hard work and determination, he rose from a field laborer to leader of his work gang, then to landowner, town councilor, and finally chief magistrate. He urges others to live blameless lives, earn respect through virtue, and die in peace. Such self-praising inscriptions were not unusual in the empire. They acted as personal memoirs for loyal citizens at a time when there was no press or printing, only the enduring chisel and stone to carry their story into the future. Another inscription of similar character was discovered outside Sirta, modern Constantine, in 1855. It came from an elaborate tomb, about 19 feet long and 10 feet wide, with 2 stories paved in mosaic. The facade itself was fronted with a mosaic pavement, and inside the walls were niches for sarcophagi. One of these, when opened, still contained a complete human skeleton, a silent reminder of a life once lived and commemorated in stone. on one side of a stone tomb, was a long inscription, written in rough Latin and difficult to read. It said, "Here I lie in silence, telling my life in verse. I have enjoyed a good reputation and great prosperity. My name is Praesilius. I lived in Cirta and worked as a silversmith. My honesty was exceptional in all things, and I always spoke the truth. I was known to everyone, and I cared deeply for others. I was cheerful and loved to spend time in the company of dear friends. After the death of the virtuous Lady Valeria, life was never the same. While my wife lived, my days were filled with happiness. I celebrated 100 joyful birthdays in a fitting manner. But at last the day came when breath left this mortal body. I prepared this epitaph myself while waiting for death. Good fortune, which never abandoned me, willed it so. May fortune accompany you in the same way throughout your life. Here I wait for you. Come." Another remarkable monument stands in Cilium, now known as Kasrin, a town once located on the southern frontier along the main road between Sufetula and Theveste. Rising above the surrounding ruins, this mausoleum is 3 stories high and was built on a stepped pyramid base, now mostly buried beneath the ground. The lowest story, plain and square, measures 12 feet on each side and has 2 small entrances. Above it, the second story is slightly smaller and is adorned with 4 Corinthian fluted pilasters on each face, finely carved, with the central pair on the main side spaced further apart to make room for a long inscription. The top story contains a large niche, plain on the outside, with no trace of the statue that once stood within. The entire structure is about 50 feet high, crowned by the typical pyramid seen in similar Roman-African mausoleums. At its summit once stood a bronze rooster, and the inscription beneath it proudly declared, "Perched above the clouds, higher than the last drifting mists, if nature had given this bird a voice, it would have roused all the gods with its morning song to rise early." This monument was built by Flavius Secundus in honor of his parents and other family members, whose names and lives are described in detail across one entire face of the tomb. Alongside this record are no fewer than 90 lines of hexameter and 20 lines of elegiac verse, written in an elaborate style, celebrating the city's virtues and the beauty of its surroundings. Today, those praises seem almost ironic. The city, once delightfully perched on the edge of a plateau and encircled on 3 sides by the steep banks of a river, is now a vast field of ruins, stretching for nearly a mile and a half. The land is bare, without trees, and human dwellings have vanished from the horizon. Only clusters of juniper cling to the ravines, and the river that once flowed proudly around the city has become a small stream, trickling over rocks before disappearing into the plains, like so many of North Africa's lost waterways. Nearly 60 years ago, a traveler who came to Kasrin was struck by the Secundus family tomb. He remarked that while the grand monuments still standing in this now desolate land testify to a past prosperity almost beyond belief, the verses carved here, in a remote town barely mentioned in history, prove how the civilizing power of Rome had once awakened both the intellect and the moral spirit of a people who were then numerous and prosperous, but who today have no art, no literature, and not even a settled home. The first lines of the inscription are worth recalling. They refer to the founder of the mausoleum, Flavius Secundus, and his wife, Flavia Urbana. From the text, we learn that Flavius Secundus lived to the remarkable age of 110, and his wife reached 105. Yet, strangely enough, Other lines in the same epitaph reflect on the fleeting nature of human life. They read, "Although the time of life may be short and quickly passing, and the brief hour of our days swiftly slips away, even if mortal bodies sink into the Elysian fields, the thread is constantly broken by Lachesis, guilty in her weaving." Living to such an advanced age was not unusual in this land, which had long been famous for its healthy climate. At Amadara, now known as Hydra, a widow whose husband had died at the age of 82 years and 7 months had an inscription placed on his tomb that read, "You died too soon. You should have lived to 100. Why didn't you?" Herodotus once wrote that there were no people in the world as healthy as Africans, and Sallust observed that most died of old age, except those taken by the sword or by wild beasts, for disease claimed very few victims. Epitaphs of centenarians are plentiful, like those of the contented silversmith of Cirta or the aged couple of Cilium, but some individuals reached even greater ages. Near Cirta, a man named Eam Julius Abius died at 131. Close by, an inscription records the passing of Julius Gracililius, an old soldier, at the age of 120. Julius Pacatus lived as long, and Julia Gaetula reached 125. In the ruined village of Temda in Old Numidia, the memory of Citia Helena's long life was still honored by her family, and in the nearby district of Sila, another woman lived to the age of 111. One more inscription deserves mention, that of Julia Urbana, a priestess at Sigus, about 24 miles from Cirta. The stone simply records her name, her sacred office, and her age. The history of Sigus is largely unknown, though it was an important settlement long before the Roman conquest, and once home to many Numidian kings. Today, nothing remains but the foundations of walls and a few carved stones. Not all parts of the country enjoyed such salubrious conditions. At Ossia, a tomb records a virtuous woman who lived for 26 years without ever suffering from fever, a rare distinction. Another inscription, in memory of a beloved mother, simply states that she lived as long as she could, without mentioning her exact age. Among the many virtues that defined Emperor Trajan's reign, his concern for the poor and the vulnerable stands out. Memorials carved on buildings erected in his honor bear witness to this generosity, which contemporary writers praised openly. His influence reached even the remotest provinces, as shown by an inscription from Sicca Veneria, modern El Kef, dating from the early reign of Marcus Aurelius. It records a charitable endowment in the spirit of those first established by Trajan himself. The inscription tells how P. Latinius Papirianus, a procurator of the emperor, left a sum of money in trust to his fellow citizens. The interest from this fund was to be used forever for the care of 300 boys between the ages of 3 and 15, and 200 girls between the ages of 3 and 13. Each child was to receive a regular monthly allowance from this income. This act of generosity followed the example set by Trajan, whose reforms addressed one of Rome's most persistent social problems, the neglect of children in poorer communities. In the late Republic, no lasting solution had been found to improve the condition of the poor. By the time of the emperors, Rome had become a city of extremes, an elite of immense wealth on one side, and masses of impoverished citizens on the other. Free grain distributions kept many alive but encouraged dependency, and no ruler dared abolish them for fear of unrest. Public entertainments, baths, theaters, and games were expanded to keep the people distracted, but the deeper issues remained. In the countryside, poverty and heavy taxation forced families into desperate choices, and in the absence of laws protecting infants, abandonment or worse became a cruel reality. Trajan sought to change this. His system of charitable loans to small landowners with low interest rates ensured that the proceeds went directly to the care of local children. This form of aid was innovative, practical, and long-lasting, inspiring countless similar institutions throughout the Roman world and beyond. It is reasonable to believe that these two examples were not unique, but that throughout Italy similar charitable endowments were created according to the needs of each locality. The better-known case comes from the district of Velea, near Parma. From the inscription, we learn that Trajan advanced the enormous sum of more than 23 million sesterces to 51 landowners, the interest from which was enough to support 300 children, 264 boys, and 36 girls. The other case, recorded on a stone at Beneventum, tells of a fund of over 400,000 sesterces lent to 67 landowners at a very low interest rate. Through such enlightened methods, agriculture flourished, workers were in demand to cultivate the fields, trade and manufacturing revived in the smaller towns, and a generation of children grew up carrying the additional surname Ulpiani in gratitude to their imperial benefactor. These details of Roman history in Africa, as well as in Italy, have reached us not through fragile manuscripts or the words of ancient writers, but through inscriptions carved in permanent lettering on bronze and marble. The great bronze tablet of Velea, discovered in the mid-18th century, measured 10 feet by 6, weighed almost 400 weight, and contained one of the longest inscriptions yet found. Though it was at one point broken apart and sold as scrap, it was painstakingly restored and now stands in the museum at Parma. It bears the title, The Food Supply Table of Trajan, listing in detail the names of the estates that received loans, the amount given, the owners' names, and precisely how the interest was to be used for the care of poor children. Not long afterwards, Trajan faced minor disturbances along the frontier, small-scale unrest similar to that experienced under earlier rulers. Though not serious enough to cause alarm, they disrupted the work of colonization. A permanent Roman military camp had been established at Taveste as the base for a full legion, supported by a chain of fortified posts along the northern slopes of the Auris Mountains. This had provided sufficient protection for a thinly populated region. But the peace and prosperity associated with Trajan's reign encouraged Roman farmers and smallholders to settle further into the fertile but remote parts of old Numidia. Rich agricultural land, a beautiful climate unrivaled in North Africa, plentiful water, nearby mineral resources, and forests of cedar, oak, pine, and juniper tempted many to build permanent homes and invest their fortunes here. As population and wealth increased, so did the demand for greater security. This was achieved by strengthening the military road from Seveste to Sitifis, which ran along the lower slopes of the Auris and was protected at intervals by garrison posts. Along this route lay Tinfadi, Vegasella, Mascula, Claudi, Thamugas, and Lambasis. Among these, Mascula, considered the gateway to the Sahara, held the most strategic importance. Founded as a town in the early 2nd century, it was initially garrisoned by the 7th Company of Lusitanian soldiers. Later, in the Christian era, it enjoyed a brief period of prosperity, and the names of 4 bishops from the 3rd to 6th centuries are still known. But in the mid-4th century, Mascula was devastated by attacks from united barbarian tribes. An inscription tells us that Publius Caecina Albinus, rebuilt the town around the year 370 in honor of the reigning emperors Valentinian and Valens. Under Byzantine control, the general Solomon fortified it further, but when the Arabs swept across the region, Maschala's history as a town came to an end. Further west along the frontier stood Thamugas, today's Timgad. At the start of Trajan's reign, it was little more than a fortified outpost, but its location was exceptional, over 3,000 feet above sea level, at the meeting point of 6 roads, surrounded by fertile lands and with abundant water. Trajan ordered his imperial legate, Lucius Munatius Gallus, commander of the 3rd Legion Augusta, to lay out a new city in the year 100. By the end of Trajan's reign in 117, its principal buildings were complete, its streets populated, and prosperity was well established. Thamugas was not heavily fortified and did not cover a vast area, but it became famous for the elegance of its monuments and the luxury of its lifestyle. Officially named Colonia Marciana Traiana Thamugas, or Colonia Ulpia Thamugas, its titles honored 2 legacies. The name Marciana commemorated Trajan's sister, celebrated for her compassion toward the poor and her service to the empire. She was granted the title of Augusta during her lifetime and died in 113. The name Ulpia referred to veterans of the 30th Legion Ulpia Victrix, whom Trajan rewarded for their service in the Parthian War by settling them in Thamugas as a protective garrison. The city's inscriptions record the dedication of monuments to Trajan's Parthian victories by soldiers of the 3rd Legion Augusta and the 30th Legion Ulpia Victrix. In these carvings, the name of the 3rd Legion is framed by deep lines, a mark equivalent to erasure. This defacement was ordered by Emperor Gordian III in 238 as punishment for the legion's support of his rival Maximinus and for aiding the revolt of Capellianus, governor of Numidia. Gordian disbanded the legion entirely, scattering its men to other military posts along the Rhine. There is perhaps no site in North Africa that has drawn as much deserved attention as the ruins of this old Roman city. Its story is literally carved in marble and stone. Inscriptions preserve the names of magistrates and officials, record dedications to emperors who had brought peace and prosperity, and commemorate loyal citizens who wished to be buried on the hillsides they had loved in life. These remnants, though often damaged, still tell the story of a once quiet community, long gone and almost forgotten until modern times. In 1765, the traveler James Bruce was the first to make careful drawings of some of the monuments and to copy the inscriptions still visible above ground. Later explorers added their own observations, which appeared in journals and reviews about Algeria and Tunisia. But it was only in 1875, when Professor Mascaret published his official report, that the true character of the remains and the importance of Thamugas could be properly appreciated as part of the long history of Roman Africa. Soon after, Sir Robert Lambert Playfair, the British Consul General at Algiers, produced another major work in 1877. He retraced Bruce's steps, re-edited his travels in Barbary, and added new details gathered during his years of residence in the country. Mascaret's report led to the ruins being placed under the control of the Service of Historic Monuments, and in 1880, systematic excavations began. These investigations, which continued almost without interruption, allowed scholars to publish detailed accounts of their findings. From a historical standpoint, our understanding of Thamugas has not advanced much beyond the official report, nor is it likely that new excavations will greatly change the picture, since the city seems never to have played a central role in political life. Yet historians and archaeologists remain grateful for the dedication of those who explored this remarkable site, often called the Pompeii of North Africa. Our knowledge of Thmugus in its early centuries rests mainly on inscriptions. The city became a Christian center at an early stage when Cyprian was bishop of Carthage in the mid-3rd century, but records of its life remain scarce until the end of the 4th century. At that time, the North African Church was divided by disputes, and Thmugus became a place of religious unrest under its bishop Optatus, who resisted the emperor. The Vandal invasion marked the beginning of its decline. When the Byzantine general Solomon arrived in 535, he found the city in ruins. Procopius records that the local mountain people themselves destroyed the place to prevent the Byzantines from occupying it. Solomon made no attempt to rebuild, but instead used the stones to construct a massive rectangular fortress nearby, which still dominates the landscape today. Christianity nevertheless survived here into the 7th century, under the governor Gregorius, who built a large church in the city. An inscription above the entrance proudly proclaimed that this house of God was offered in his time. The date can be fixed around the year 641, during the short reign of Constantine III. Remains of 6 other churches have been found, including what was likely the cathedral. These structures were pieced together from the stones of ruined Roman buildings, built hastily to meet the needs of a new faith rather than to beautify the city. After Gregorius was defeated by the Arabs in 647, Thmugus was abandoned. Centuries of earthquakes and neglect reduced it to the ruined state we see today. Still, the memory of its bishops has survived. Novatus in the 3rd century, Sextus and Optatus in the 4th, Faustinus in the 5th, and Secundus, who was driven out by the Vandals in the 6th. Their names, like the stones of the city itself, remind us of a community that once flourished, only to fade into silence beneath the North African sun. Like many towns of the region, Thmugus seems to have suffered less from deliberate destruction than from centuries of neglect and abandonment, though there are signs that parts of it were once attacked by fire. The city stretched across a series of broad terraces on the lower northern slopes of the Orus Mountains, with the main Roman road from Theveste to Lambesis passing directly through it. The Forum and the great public buildings were built on the higher ground, while the main residential quarters spread out on the lower levels. The natural layout of the hills favored the flow and distribution of water, which ran along the main streets leading north. Sections of the stone channels that once confined these watercourses can still be traced, and some conduits still serve their original purpose. Yet no aqueduct remains have been discovered, nor any bridges across the ravines. The northern face of the Forum was lined by a continuous colonnade, interrupted at its center by a monumental gateway. Behind this gateway, a flight of 10 steps led up to the paved square, which measured about 162 by 148 feet, and was entirely surrounded by a broad Corinthian colonnade, raised on a platform 2 steps above the main floor. To the east stood the basilica, while to the south was the theater. On the western side rose the curia, or city hall, about 50 by 32 feet in size, with its substructure and part of its walls still standing. In front of the curia, reached by 9 steps of which 6 survive, was a raised platform 40 feet long and 12 feet wide, standing 6.5 feet above the Forum. This was the tribunal, a place central to Roman public life, where magistrates dispensed justice from the curule seat. The paving of the Forum is crowded with stone pedestals and inscriptions, many still legible. Fragments of statues discovered here, together with the inscriptions, leave little doubt that the entire forum was once filled with bronze and marble statues dedicated to emperors or to the memory of honored citizens. The most commanding monument of the city was the Temple of Jupiter Capitolinus, the capital, which dominated the southwestern side of the town. It stood inside a large walled enclosure, and the temple floor was raised high above the ground, reached by a grand flight of 40 steps leading to the northeast portico. The temple was of the hexastyle pro-style design, with fluted Corinthian columns about 45 feet high, modeled in their proportions on the celebrated Temple of Jupiter Tonans in Rome. When the traveler James Bruce visited Timgad in 1765, 5 of these columns and part of the entablature were still upright, though they have since fallen. Their capitals were finely carved, and the cornices and friezes richly decorated. An inscription once found at the site, dating to the reign of Valentinian and Valens between 364 and 375, proudly declared, "Through the magnificence of our lords Valentinian and Valens, ever august and eternal, the portico of the Capitol, long consumed by age and fallen to its foundations, was rebuilt and adorned with new work, and dedicated by Publilius Cionius Caecina Albinus, a man of highest rank and consul, under the care of Aelius Julianus, curator of the city, and Flavius Aquilinus, together with Antonius Petronianus and Antonius Januarianus, priests forever." The grand language of the inscription strongly suggests that it marked the rebuilding of the Capitol's front, once adorned with its splendid columns. Other public buildings also stood close to the forum. The basilica on the east measured 92 feet long by 48 feet wide, with a single great hall roofed by a flat ceiling, divided into 8 bays. At its north end, 3 niches remain, with pedestals still in place, though the statues are gone. In front of the curia, 2 inscribed pedestals remain undisturbed. One is dedicated to Trajan, describing him as tribune for the 23rd time, emperor in his 18th year, consul for the 6th time, and father of the fatherland. The other records the gratitude of the city's senators, praising the unity of their deliberations and honoring Gaius Publius, son of Caius of the Papiria tribe, who rose to the office of chief magistrate. But perhaps the most precious of all the inscriptions was one uncovered in the Curia many years ago by Professor Mascaret. It preserves the names and titles of 68 dumvurs, quaestors, priests, and other officials of Thamougus. A continuation of the list was later found on another slab, though its writing is now faint. These names, like the broken stones around them, remain as testimony to the civic life of a Roman town that once thrived on the African frontier. The layout and design of the theater on the south side of the Forum can still be clearly traced today. It was built into the slope of the hill, separated from the Forum by a wide paved street. As in all Roman theaters, the seating formed a complete semicircle, and at Thamougus it stretched to an impressive diameter of 208 feet. When compared with theaters of similar size at Pompeii and Herculaneum, the grand structure at Orange in France, or the even larger and better preserved theater at Arles, this measurement gives us some sense of the population that once filled Thamougus at the height of its prosperity. The stage wall was richly decorated with columns, statues, and slabs of marble, and behind the proscenium stood a spacious colonnade nearly 130 feet long. 2 inscriptions discovered there date to the years 158 and 167, dedicating the building to Emperor Antoninus and to his successors, Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus. Further south, where 3 of the town's main roads meet, The remains of the great baths have recently been uncovered. Covering more than half an acre, these ruins still show signs of their former splendor. The substructures of the walls, the mosaic floors of the main chambers, the bases of numerous columns, and openings in the upper walls allow experts to reconstruct on paper the grandeur of this complex. The baths were originally built in the reign of Trajan and were expanded in 198 under Septimius Severus, according to a magnificent inscription. This expansion was carried out at state expense under the supervision of the magistrates, with Quintus Amicius Faustus serving as governor of the province. Among the other important civic buildings was the Macellum, the town's central market. An inscription tells us that a wealthy citizen named Plotius Faustus Sertius, a member of the knightly class and commander of the local militia, retired to his birthplace after his service. In recognition of his standing, his fellow citizens granted him the honorary title of lifelong priest. To commemorate this distinction, Plotius Faustus and his wife, Cornelia Valentina, financed the construction of the splendid market and gifted it to their city. To archaeologists, the ruins of Thammugus offer a wealth of insight, and the many inscriptions provide endless fascination. Yet, to the ordinary visitor, the tumbled walls, broken columns, and scattered stones may seem like little more than fragments of the past. It takes the trained eye of an expert to rebuild these pieces into their original form, or to restore from a few letters the grandeur of an entire inscription. Among all the surviving monuments, the most remarkable is the Arch of Trajan, still standing in honor of the great emperor and founder of the colony. Though weathered by 18 centuries of sun, wind, and rain, with its shafts broken, its attic fallen, and its niches empty of the statues that once adorned them, the arch still commands admiration. When the explorer Bruce visited Thammugus in 1765, the arch was half buried under heaps of stone and soil. By 1884, it had decayed even further, and might have collapsed completely had it not been saved by the careful work of the Société des Monuments Historiques. Thanks to their efforts, the structure was stabilized, the debris cleared, and the old Roman road with its paved surface reopened, revealing a vivid glimpse of the ancient city. The design of the arch is highly original. Above the side arches are square recesses framed by small Corinthian columns resting on decorative supports, all surmounted by a projecting entablature. The main cornice and the pediments above the arches are broken and stepped in the same style, creating a strikingly rich effect. Both faces of the monument follow the same scheme, though the capitals differ in detail, with eagles and other carved emblems still visible. The upper story was once intended to bear the dedicatory inscription, fragments of which were found years ago near the Forum. The full inscription would have proclaimed, "Emperor Caesar Trajan, son of the divine Nerva, Augustus, conqueror of Germany, high priest, holding tribunician power for the 4th time, consul for the 3rd time, father of his country, founded the colony of Martian Trajan Thammugadi through the 3rd Augustan Legion, dedicated by Lucius Munetius Gallus, imperial governor of the province." This powerful dedication reminds us that Thammugus was not simply a provincial settlement, but a Roman colony established in honor of the emperor himself, forever marked by the legacy of Trajan's vision. The 3rd consulship of Trajan fixes the foundation of the city to the year AD 100. The main structure of the monument is built of sandstone, but the principal columns and the decorative features are carved from fine white limestone that closely resembles marble. The smaller columns flanking the niches were made of colored marble. The only weakness in the composition is the rather low attic. Yet, overall, the proportions are pleasing, and the decorative elements are of very high quality. Statues and dedicatory pedestals once surrounded the monument, forming a grand ensemble of which the citizens of Thamugadi could be justly proud. Modern studies of the site allow us to trace the layout of private houses of varying scale, shops, paved streets, and passages, giving a clear picture of the town's extent. In one corner of the forum, the public latrines still survive in good condition, with parts of their fittings well preserved. The Roman emperors paid close attention to such facilities, not only for public health, but also as a source of revenue. It was Vespasian who, when the treasury was nearly empty, introduced a tax on urine. His son Titus is said to have criticized the measure, but Vespasian held a coin from the first payment to his son's nose and asked if it smelled. When Titus replied that it did not, Vespasian remarked, "And yet it comes from urine." The scattered remains across the site show that a wide variety of marbles were used in decoration. The common building stone was sandstone from nearby hills, easy to cut and suitable for walling. A blue limestone was widely used for paving main streets and for inscribed slabs and panels. White limestone, with the look and texture of marble, was reserved for columns and ornament in public buildings. This material was quarried about 20 miles from the city. The inscriptions discovered at Timgad add greatly to our understanding. From the time of Trajan until the reign of Gordian III in the mid-3rd century, it was common practice to record on marble or stone the names and titles of prominent citizens. Many dedicatory pedestals and slabs have been unearthed in the forum. One example honors a man who had held several of the highest offices. The text records, "To Publius Julius Junianus Martialinus, consul, imperial legate of the province of Numidia, proconsul of Macedonia, treasurer of the military chest, overseer of the Via Claudia, tribune of the plebs, questor of Asia, patron of the colony and the municipality. The community of Thamugadi, by decree of the town council, dedicates this monument." It was also common throughout the empire for magistrates and officials, on their election to office, to make fixed payments to the city treasury, often adding generous gifts beyond the required amount. Sometimes these took the form of new buildings, statues for the forum, or entertainment for the public. For example, a citizen named Lucius Germius Silvanus, when appointed augur, paid 21,200 sesterces to the municipality. In addition, he donated a statue of Mercury and paid for several performances in the theater. Another inscription, still standing on the west side of the forum, records that two sisters, Annia Cara and Annia, daughters of freedmen, dedicated a shrine to Fortuna Augusta at a cost of 4,400 sesterces. Their fathers contributed further funds, including a bequest of 22,000 sesterces for the statue of the goddess placed within it. The sisters also hosted a banquet in the town hall to celebrate its inauguration. Near the Arch of Trajan, an inscription tells of Lucius Licinius Optatianus, who, when appointed lifelong priest, promised statues worth 20,000 sesterces, but in fact spent 35,000. He added gifts for all the town councilors, held a banquet, and financed theater performances. Another magistrate, Publius Julius Liberalis, chief magistrate of Thysdrus, became priest of Thamugadi for life during the reign of Caracalla. To honor his office, he constructed one of the great reservoirs known as the Lacus for the use of the citizens. Among the more unusual inscriptions is one listing the principal clerks of the provincial governor's office. At the top stood the princeps, the general secretary and head of staff. Below him was the cornicularius, a chief clerk with significant authority, who supervised the court, lawyers, and litigants, wrote and signed judgments, and ensured their enforcement. Another official, the commentariensis, oversaw prisoners and maintained their register. These inscriptions, alongside the great monuments, bring the life of Timgad vividly back into focus, showing not only its grandeur but also the everyday workings of Roman administration. It was the duty of this official to send each month to the judge a list of all those who had been arrested, recording their rank, age, and the details of the charges against them. The scholastici were lawyers who supported litigants in court. Their greed was notorious, for they took advantage of petitioners, demanding payment not only in money, but sometimes in goods as well. The acceptors were present during hearings, taking down notes of the proceedings and keeping the registers. The chartulari were responsible for preserving the records, managing the library, and safeguarding judicial decrees in written form. The libelensis appears to have been a clerk in charge of the chest that contained summonses, appeals, and official papers. He also received petitions that were to be forwarded to the emperor. From his position in the inscription, it seems he was not an officer of high rank, his duties being entirely clerical, though he likely received small payments from those who came to him for information. All these officials were provided with allowances of food and wheat, distributed according to their standing. These inscriptions, just a few chosen from the many still legible, shed light on the flourishing state of this distant African city in the 2nd and 3rd centuries. They also reflect the strong civic spirit that animated its people. Tamugadi was thoroughly Roman in character, founded by Roman colonists under the auspices of one of Rome's greatest emperors. Its plan, its public buildings, its houses, and even its civic regulations followed the same principles that governed life in the capital itself. Thousands of names uncovered in the ruins bear witness to this heritage, and every one of them is Roman. Standing amid this wilderness of stone and marble at the end of the 19th century, one cannot help but ask why such a city, with all its wealth and grandeur, was established in a remote and treeless land where nature seemed harsh and unwelcoming, and where agriculture must have been difficult. Yet the answer becomes clear as you climb the hill above the Forum and sit on the broken walls of the old theater. The deep ravines to the east and west, now carrying torrents of mountain water, were once carefully controlled aqueducts. Stone walls directed their flow into the public baths, carried them beneath the main streets, and released them into the plain, where irrigation created fertile fields. What seems today a barren waste was in Roman times a land of abundance. From that height, you look down and see the small forum with its elegant colonnade, lined with pedestals of stone, marble, and alabaster. Statues and busts once filled the space, commemorating men and women who had been honored in life, their stories preserved in inscriptions carved to endure. To one side stood the basilica, once filled with the voices of Roman crowds. To the other rose the grand peristyle of the Temple of Jupiter Capitolinus. A little further down was the graceful triumphal arch, flanked by groups of pedestals and statues, with the great road to Lambasis winding upward through it into the hills. The bare mountain slopes you see today were once covered in forests of oak and ash. The nearby hillsides were planted with gardens that brought delight to the city's elite. Beyond stretched olive groves along the ridges, and in the plain below spread a wide sea of fertile fields heavy with grain and fruit. 17 centuries ago, Thamugadi must have been a truly pleasant place to live. No other city of Roman North Africa so strongly bears the mark of Trajan. Yet the work of excavation never ceases. And with the steady patience of archaeology, his name may one day be revealed in other corners of this vast land, as it has here in Thamugadi. This account of Romano-African history does not aim to examine the personal careers of the emperors, except where they are directly connected to Africa itself. Until the reign of Hadrian, the Caesars had governed their African dominions with varying degrees of success, but often without much personal knowledge of the land or the peoples under Roman rule. Some rulers neglected this wealthy province entirely, while others gave it their attention, encouraging colonization and strengthening local administration through fair laws and wise policies. The active government of Julius Caesar and Augustus laid the foundation for a system that Vespasian would later establish, and which many of his successors continued with good results. Under Trajan, Africa entered a period of real prosperity at the beginning of the 2nd century, and Hadrian followed his predecessor's path with equal care. Historians often regret how little has survived about this important chapter of Roman history. Writers of the time are strikingly silent, and it is reasonable to believe that many works produced in Rome or in the flourishing schools of literature in Carthage and other African cities have been lost or destroyed. Suetonius, one of the greatest writers of the early 2nd century, was a close friend and secretary to Hadrian, accompanying him on many journeys. His accounts would have offered priceless insight into this period, but apart from his famous biographies of the 12 Caesars and a few fragments, his works are gone. Later, the historian Cassius Dio spent 10 years collecting material for his great history of Rome, written in Greek and published in 80 books. He was highly respected, but only parts of the final 20 books remain today, the rest mutilated or lost. As governor of Africa in the 3rd century, he had direct experience of the province and its people, making the loss of much of his work even more regrettable. In later centuries, other writers tried to preserve the memory of this age. Aelius Spartianus and Julius Capitolinus, writing during the time of Diocletian, included brief accounts of Hadrian in the series known as the Augustan Histories. Spartianus's life of Hadrian is little more than a dozen pages, but it does capture elements of the emperor's character. Aurelius Victor, in the time of Constantius, and Zosimus, a distinguished officer under Theodosius, added further commentary. The list of historians closes much later with the monk John Xiphilinus in the 11th century, who condensed Dio's writings and devoted several pages to Hadrian. Archaeology, however, helps fill the gaps left by these incomplete records. Inscriptions, monuments, and especially coins give us a picture of Hadrian's reign. No fewer than 53 coins were minted to commemorate his travels through the provinces. 7 of these are linked to Africa, with inscriptions that name the regions he visited and his efforts to restore or strengthen them. Modern scholars have offered their own portraits of Hadrian. He is described as intelligent, refined, and energetic, more of an administrator than a statesman, more of a man of taste than a philosopher. In appearance, he was strikingly handsome, with the bearing of a noble gentleman. Writers such as Gregorovius and Champagny have analyzed his character in detail, showing the many sides of this unusual ruler. Dio, writing in the early 3rd century, said that Hadrian visited more cities than any other ruler, and to all he was generous, giving them harbors, aqueducts, grain, gold, buildings, and honors. It is not entirely certain whether Hadrian made 1 or 2 separate journeys into the interior of Africa, but it is clear that he was there around the year 125, with an earlier visit to the coastal towns a few years before. He traveled from city to city, managing complex matters of civil and military government, paying attention to the customs and needs of local peoples, and adding new colonies and municipalities where they were needed. His appreciation for art and architecture led him to embellish towns with impressive buildings, continuing the vision of Trajan, who had believed that the promotion of culture was both a glory to the empire and a benefit to the state. Roman Africa had lived in peace for many years under the firm rule of Trajan, so the settlers were unprepared for an uprising that broke out soon after Hadrian came to power. The southern borders of the province were well protected with strong military posts and organized troops, but the western frontier was different. It stretched across a long, thinly populated region with few defenses and scattered Italian colonists. This area became the center of an insurrection led by the Moors of western Mauritania. The disturbance was not entirely unexpected by the emperor and the Senate, since they were aware of the ambitions of some of Trajan's most trusted generals. One of them was Lucius Quietus, a Moorish leader who had taken on a Roman name and commanded a band of mercenaries. His Moorish cavalry had already been depicted on Trajan's column, showing their distinctive appearance during the Dacian campaign. They rode small horses without bridles and wore short tunics fastened at the shoulders with a brooch. Their hair was carefully curled around the head, and each carried a small shield along with lances or similar weapons. Quietus had enjoyed great success as a commander. His victories in the Dacian and Parthian wars, as well as his role in putting down a Jewish revolt in Palestine, won him many honors and the admiration of the Roman legions. But he was overambitious and dreamed of power for himself. As a military leader, he may have considered himself worthy of succession after Trajan, but as a statesman, he lacked the qualities to rule. When Trajan lay dying, Quietus was far from Rome, and Hadrian was named emperor. From that moment, Quietus waited for the right chance to break away from Roman authority. Hadrian, however, removed him from command in Syria and sent him to govern Mauritania. There, he stirred up a Moorish uprising with partial success. Later accused of plotting to assassinate the emperor, Quietus was condemned by the Senate and executed. The rebellion itself lasted for some time, but was finally crushed through the military skill of Marcius Turbo, combined with the morale boost brought by Hadrian's personal presence. This was the emperor's first visit to Africa, and when victory was achieved, the Senate credited the success to his leadership. Festivals were held, and coins were struck in his honor with titles such as Restorer of Mauritania and Protector of Roman Africa. Hadrian left no single great city in Africa that could claim him as its founder, but his influence is still visible across the province through practical and decorative works he ordered for the benefit of its people. Inscriptions tell us that he visited the camp of the 3rd Augustan Legion, the backbone of the African army, and reorganized its military structure. 2 pedestals discovered at Lambessa preserve records of this visit. One inscription honors Hadrian for strengthening the legion and its veterans, while another preserves a long speech of 63 lines in which the emperor praised their discipline, their use of weapons, and the impressive fortifications of their camp. Hadrian was also known for improving infrastructure. A milestone found near Carthage records that he ordered the soldiers of the 3rd Legion to pave the road between Carthage and Thevesta, and to build a new highway connecting Rusicada, modern Philippeville, with Cirta, now Constantine. The inscription makes it clear that the cost of these works came directly from the imperial treasury, but the most monumental work forever tied to Hadrian's name in Africa was the great aqueduct that carried water from Mount Zaguan and Mount Jugur to Carthage and Tunis. Few Roman structures better demonstrate imperial will and Roman engineering than this majestic line of arches. The Arab geographer El-Bekri later described how the aqueduct seemed to reach to the clouds, with its tiers of arches carrying the waters to Carthage. The project began under Hadrian, and the section from Zaguan, about 35 miles long, was completed during his reign. The extension to Mount Jugur, however, was not finished until the time of Septimius Severus. At Carthage, a coin was struck showing the goddess Astarte, guardian of the city, seated on a lion beside a spring of water flowing from rock, a clear reference to the aqueduct. The most striking part of the structure was the crossing of the Oued Melian, which survived in good condition until the 19th century. Sadly, when a new bridge was needed for traffic between Tunis and Zaguan, the ancient piers were destroyed for building material, even though the modern bridge, built nearby, had nothing of the grandeur of the Roman work it replaced. The construction of the great aqueduct was born out of necessity. A desperate cry for help had reached Rome from Carthage. For 5 long years, no rain had fallen in that part of Africa. The cisterns stood empty, the land was parched, the crops were failing, and the grain ships meant for Rome lay idle in the harbors. While there was still enough grain stored in African granaries to sustain the colonists and local population, the crisis ran deeper. Rome, and many towns in Italy, had long depended on Africa for their main supply of food. With Trajan's wars having drawn away much of the able-bodied workforce from farming, the shortage of harvests became a matter of serious concern for the Senate. It is no surprise, then, that Hadrian, seeking stability in the provinces, placed great importance on good harvests in Africa. Fortune seemed to smile on him. Ancient accounts say that on the very day the emperor set foot in Africa, the clouds gathered, the rains poured down, and the hearts of the people were filled with joy. It is little wonder that the peasants revered him almost as a divine figure, and his visit to the land was remembered with gladness. The system of rainwater storage, perfected by the Carthaginians who had inherited it from the Phoenicians, was preserved and expanded by the Romans when they rebuilt Carthage. The enormous reservoirs later known as the Cisterns of the Demons were restored to serve the great aqueduct. Alongside them, another range of 18 cisterns was built, each nearly 100 feet long and capable of holding more than 4 million gallons of water. Constructed from rubble stone and mortar of remarkable hardness, their interiors were lined with a thin layer of cement made with marble dust. Many of these structures still survive in fair condition and are used by locals today. Earlier Carthaginian cisterns, though now in ruins, were once even larger. Travelers of later centuries wrote that there had been 20 of them, supplied by an aqueduct from the mountains of Zaguan. The channels were 3 feet wide, with domed filters placed at intervals to purify the water. Even in their ruined state, the vast scale of these reservoirs can still be traced. For centuries, the Romans followed the same methods, building long, parallel cisterns with thick rubble walls and vaulted roofs. Some were protected with shaded galleries, allowing people to draw water without suffering from the heat of the sun. Others were polygonal in shape, reinforced with external supports, and in some cases included a second, covered basin above the main reservoir to make access easier. Examples of these can still be seen on the roads leading to Susa, Kairouan, and the ancient city of Thysdrus. Perhaps the most impressive of all stands outside the walls of Kairouan. Here, 2 vast polygonal basins survive, one of them over 400 feet in diameter and 20 feet deep. At its center once stood the base of a pavilion, likely adorned with sculptures and decoration. The smaller basin nearby is ringed with niches, while the two are linked by channels and filters once covered by arcades. Built with alternating layers of rubble stone, their walls are strengthened by semicircular supports placed symmetrically around the structure. The inner faces were coated with cement, making them watertight. Later, Arab writers attributed this astonishing work to the Aghlabid dynasty of the 9th century, but it is more likely a creation of the late Roman Empire, later restored by Islamic builders. Other cisterns across Tunisia, built by later rulers, display the same skill and solidity. Their plaster mixtures of sand, ash, lime, and oil hardened like stone and were entirely waterproof. Pipes were joined with tow and lime, beaten together with oil, forming joints that became as firm as rock. These construction methods were part of a long tradition, stretching back to the Phoenician settlers who first brought their knowledge of water engineering to North Africa. Cisterns and wells played a vital role in the daily life of the ancient East. In lands where the climate was dry, where rain was irregular, rivers often ran dry for most of the year, and lakes carried a high degree of salt. Water was more precious than gold. For this reason, the storage of water became an advanced science at a very early period. The paving of streets may even have begun with the simple purpose of collecting rainfall as cleanly as possible. Almost every house was built with a cistern beneath it, while towns contained large public reservoirs into which water from the streets was directed. These reservoirs were maintained by the local authorities. Under Roman rule, such reservoirs were carefully kept free from impurities, and strict laws were in place to guarantee cleanliness. Later, however, when the region fell under the rule of Moors and Arabs, these sanitary traditions were neglected. Although the habit of building cisterns beneath houses continued, the great public reservoirs that had been the pride of Carthage and Rome were abandoned. Instead, the countryside became dotted with open ponds, filled with mud and filth, with no attempt made to keep them clean. The Roman cisterns of North Africa remain one of the most striking monuments of this system. Nearly all of them follow the same plan. A series of vaulted chambers, built side by side, their number depending on the size of the town. At El Kef, the ancient Sika, 13 such chambers still stand in excellent condition, each about 90 feet long, 23 feet wide, and 20 feet high. In many places, the original cement lining remains smooth and intact. A vivid story about Roman engineering comes from an inscription found in 1866 near Lambessa, which records the difficulties faced by the people of Salde, modern Bougie, in securing a water supply around the year 152. They needed to bring water from a spring 14 miles away, but the path of the aqueduct required a tunnel through a mountain. A skilled engineer named Nonius Datus, attached to the 3rd Augustan Legion, was called upon by the governor, Varius Clemens, to design the project. He made careful plans and marked out the work, but during his absence the contractor began boring from both sides of the mountain and failed to align the tunnels. When Datus finally returned, after being attacked by brigands on the way and badly wounded, he found the people of Saldai despairing. Each section of the tunnel had gone past the halfway point, yet the passages did not meet. As often happens in such failures, the blame fell on the engineer. But Datus defended his work, explaining how he had measured and set out the lines with precision, and even begun the excavation with teams of trained veterans to ensure accuracy. The real fault lay with the contractors, who had deviated from the line. Datis corrected their mistakes by connecting the two misaligned arms with a transverse channel, and at last the waters of the spring of Ansur reached Saldae. The event was celebrated with great rejoicing in the presence of the governor and the engineer himself. This story is especially striking today, in an age when the earth is still pierced with tunnels for the service of mankind. The aqueduct of Carthage itself has been estimated at 54 miles in length. The water channel was 3 feet wide and 6 feet high, vaulted above, with openings placed at intervals for inspection and ventilation. The springs could provide 81 gallons of water per second, more than 8 million gallons in a single day. The style of construction varied along its length. Near Zaguan, the aqueduct was built of finely cut stone, with massive piers and carefully formed arches. Elsewhere, particularly across the plain of the Medjerda near Tunis, a very different method was used. Here the builders worked with the clay-rich soil of the district, mixing it with lime to create a form of early concrete. This technique, known later as rammed earth construction, was praised by ancient writers for its strength and durability. Hannibal had used it in Spain, and the Carthaginians may have adopted it from earlier North African traditions. In this portion, the aqueduct piers stood more than 60 feet high. Wooden strips and pegs were embedded within the structure to help level the courses, while thick layers of mortar strengthened the whole mass. Arches were set on stone foundations, and above them the channel carried the life-giving waters to Carthage. The strength of Roman construction can be seen in the aqueduct of Carthage, whose remains still stand despite centuries of earthquakes. In some places, the Arabs removed more than half the stones from the bases of the giant piers, yet the superstructure above remained firm. Elsewhere, whole piers collapsed, leaving the water channel balanced in mid-air with no visible support. A curious parallel is found in a note once written about building traditions on the banks of the Rhine. It explained that many houses were built simply of earth, reinforced with wooden planks placed at intervals inside the walls. Care was taken not to leave the plank ends exposed to the air. When such houses were later dismantled, the timber within was discovered to be perfectly preserved, sometimes even retaining its original color. Traders from Lyons, it was said, built their country houses in just this way. The aqueduct of Carthage itself would likely have been destroyed long ago by the Arabs, condemned as the work of unbelievers, had it not been saved by legend. A tale was told that gave the aqueduct a place within Islamic tradition. According to the story, during the Carthaginian rule, a neighboring king who followed the prophet desired to marry the daughter of a senator of Carthage. Consent was granted only on the condition that he bring the waters of Zaguan and Jugar to the city. The task was long and difficult, and when it was nearly complete, the girl died. Her younger sister then offered herself in marriage. The work was finished, and the wedding celebrated. The main source of this water lay at Mount Zaguan, near the modern town of the same name, built over an ancient Roman settlement. Archaeologists once speculated that it might have been called Zugatanus, though others gave it the name Villa Magna. The ruins include a triumphal arch, which early travelers described as decorated with sculpture, though no inscription survives. The region itself was known in antiquity as Zugitania, the name for the province of Africa at the time of the Roman conquest. Ancient writers believed the mountain was home to the Zygantes, a people mentioned by Herodotus. The waters of Zajuan were famous not only for their purity, but also for special qualities useful in dyeing. Even today, they are used in the manufacture of the red woolen caps worn across the Islamic world. The chachia, known as the tarbush in Egypt, and the Fez in Turkey. Yet the real glory of Zagouan lies in the monument that Hadrian built to mark the source of the aqueduct. At the base of the mountain, he raised a temple framed by a semicircular colonnade that resembled a Roman theater in miniature, or, on a smaller scale, the colonnaded portico of St. Peter's in Rome. The colonnade measured 15 feet across, with Corinthian columns supporting a vaulted roof. Behind, the wall of finely cut stone leaned against the slope of the mountain. Between every pair of columns was a niche for statues, making a total of 24, 12 on each side of the central shrine. In front stretched a paved area almost 100 feet wide, beneath which the spring itself flowed. The water collected in a basin shaped like a double horseshoe, with steps at each end leading down to it. From here began the channels that irrigated the fields and supplied the aqueduct to Carthage. Today, the temple lies in ruins. Its columns are toppled, its niches empty, and its carved capitals have long since been carried away. As in many parts of North Africa, they can now be found misused in nearby mosques, wedged beneath flimsy roofs and smothered in whitewash. Even so, the ruins at Zagouan remain a striking reminder of Roman ambition, perfectly set against the backdrop of the mountain. Other cities also benefited from Hadrian's attention. At Leptis Magna, an inscription found in 1732 records the building of an aqueduct from the river Cynefus, funded at the expense of a Roman official named Quintus Servilius Candidus. The stone bears the words, Emperor Caesar Hadrian Augustus, grandson of the divine Nerva and son of the divine Trajan Parthicus, Pontifex Maximus, holding tribunician power and consul for the third time. At his command, Quintus Servilius Candidus, at his own expense, sought out the water, raised it, and led it into the colony. This dates to around the year 119 or 121. It is curious that so few inscriptions in Africa bear Hadrian's name. With the exception of Septimius Severus, himself an African, no emperor gave such careful personal attention to the provinces or worked so tirelessly to draw the local population into the life of the empire. Yet the monuments that survive are few. The later years of his reign were a golden moment for art and architecture. Since the age of Tiberius, the arts had been in decline, but Trajan revived the building of public works across Rome and the provinces as symbols of imperial majesty. Trajan himself saw architecture as an instrument of power rather than beauty. He is remembered as the emperor who rebuilt half the Roman world. But it was Hadrian, his successor, who must be called the greatest builder of them all. Hadrian's career was many-sided, and this has long fascinated those who studied him. His success as a peaceful ruler came not only from a natural desire to govern by persuasion rather than by force, but also from his deep knowledge of the customs and needs of the many peoples under his rule. This was especially true in his African provinces, where prosperity continued from the reign of Trajan. Hadrian earned credit for easing taxation, supporting education, keeping 30 legions across the empire, and leaving his successor a treasury in good condition. His passion for art must also be taken seriously. He not only had a refined sense for beauty, but also mastered the technical aspects of different arts. His greatest pleasure was in building. In Rome, in his villas, and even in Athens, he left behind monuments that reflected his personal taste. Everywhere he traveled, he marked the land with architecture. For this reason, whenever excavators uncover an inscription bearing Hadrian's name, it is often linked to the ruins of a grand structure once raised in his honor. Stories have survived about his disputes with Apollodorus, the leading architect of the time, and designer of Trajan's great buildings. These tales must be treated with caution. It is certain that Hadrian was proud of his own intellect and artistic vision, and that Apollodorus was equally proud of his professional skill and long imperial favor. But the claim that Hadrian ordered Apollodorus executed after he criticized the emperor's design for a temple is doubtful. The account, given by Cassius Dio, lacks authority. According to the story, Apollodorus told the emperor that his plan for the Temple of Venus was too small for the Via Sacra, and that the statues were too large for the building. He mocked that if the goddesses ever stood up from their seats, they would hit their heads on the roof. Yet other historians, such as Spartian, make no mention of this episode, and most respected writers dismiss it as court gossip, perhaps even an invention of Suetonius, who himself was dismissed from Hadrian's service for showing disrespect to Empress Sabina. Sabina, Hadrian's wife, left little trace in history. Their marriage was arranged for reasons of state and does not appear to have been built on affection. What little we know of her suggests kindness and dignity. From the day she entered the imperial household until her death, 2 years before Hadrian, she lived quietly. She took little part in his constant travels and endured his harsh behavior with calm acceptance. It is uncertain whether she ever joined him on his journeys through Africa, but evidence suggests it may have been so. At Salde, in modern Bougie, an inscription was discovered on a marble pedestal dedicated to her. It read that the town council, by decree and with public funds, honored Empress Sabina Augusta. This small testimony shows that her presence was remembered in the provinces, even though she herself lived largely in the shadow of the emperor. Antoninus enjoyed good fortune throughout an unbroken reign of 23 years. His full name was Titus Aurelius Fulvus Boionius Arius Antoninus, but on becoming emperor, it was changed to Titus Aelius Hadrianus Antoninus Augustus. His rule began at a time when Rome was at peace with the rest of the world, and the provinces continued to benefit from nearly 40 years of careful and generous government under Trajan and Hadrian. There were minor disturbances on the Moorish frontier at the beginning of his reign, but they did not disturb the general prosperity or slow the spread of Roman settlement. Later in history, the Moors would cause repeated troubles, even managing once to evade Roman forces and camp before the walls of Carthage. Pausanias wrote that the Moors were the largest of the Libyan peoples, nomads like the Scythians, hard to overcome, moving on horseback with their families instead of wagons. Antoninus drove them from Roman Africa and forced them back to the Atlas Mountains. The record of his reign, however, is unusually quiet. Cassius Dio's account has not survived, while the biographer Capitolinus wrote only a few pages about him. Xiphilinus, summarizing Dio, praised Antoninus as a gentle, peace-loving ruler. The historian Sextus Aurelius Victor, writing in the 4th century, concluded that Antoninus, without waging any war, ruled the world for 23 years through his own authority, inspiring awe in kings, nations, and peoples alike. They loved him, considered him more a father and protector than a master, and turned to him for judgment in their disputes as though he were a being sent down from heaven. Unlike Hadrian, who spent his life in constant travel, Antoninus rarely left the outskirts of Rome. He divided his time between duties in the Senate and the quiet pleasures of his country estate at Lorium, only 10 miles away on the Appian Way. Such a life, free from wars and political upheaval, gave biographers little material, yet it also invites reflection on how a long and uneventful reign could foster stability and progress throughout the empire. In Africa, The signs of his influence are limited, but dedicatory inscriptions still survive. Remarkably, towns far removed from the capital, whose people had never seen the emperor himself, left lasting evidence of their respect for him. At Oya, the modern city of Tripoli, the ruins of a magnificent marble arch still bear an inscription that records its construction during Antoninus's reign and its later dedication under Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus. Its elaborate sculpture and grand design reveal the deep admiration felt for the emperor, even in distant provinces. In the rugged Orus Mountains, an inscription carved into solid rock still records the completion of a public road during his reign. It states that the work was carried out by detachments of the 6th Legion Ferrata under the command of an imperial governor named Prestina Messallinus. This legion was not usually stationed in Africa, and its presence shows that Antoninus may have called upon it while the 3rd Legion Augusta was occupied defending the western frontiers against Moorish raids. Centuries later, when French General Saint Arnaud led troops through the same mountain pass, he believed his soldiers were the first to cross that wilderness. But carved into the stone above the track lay the undeniable proof of a Roman legion that had camped there more than 1,700 years earlier. A timeless reminder of Rome's enduring reach. Among the dedications to Antoninus, there is one worth special mention. An inscription on the Great Gateway leading to the main temples at Sufetula in the far south, today known as Spatla. This remote town played an important role in the making of Roman Africa, and centuries later became the scene of a great struggle between Christians and Muslims for dominance in the region. Its earliest history is obscure. Some travelers once believed its name came from the Sufets, the magistrates of towns dependent on Carthage. The modern name, Spatla, is an Arabic transformation of the original. From the itinerary of Antoninus, we learn that it was 25 miles from Sufes, later called Sbiba by the Arabs, a city of renown even before Roman times. In the 11th century, the writer El-Bekri described Sbiba as an ancient stone-built town with a college, several baths, surrounding gardens, and a saffron of the finest quality. Today, however, Sbiba is a wilderness, its soil overgrown with rough herbage. The city that once flourished is now abandoned, with no habitation within 20 miles, a striking contrast to its days of glory, when it ranked high among the early Roman settlements under the protection of Hercules. Inscriptions even describe it as the most splendid and most fortunate colony. Later, in the letters of St. Augustine, we hear of its Christian period, when 60 of its people were martyred for destroying a pagan statue, faded into silence, leaving only the imagination to rebuild its gardens, orchards, and timber-clad hills. Sufetula, by contrast, still stands as one of the most fascinating places in ancient Byzantium. It is a city of ruins in a beautiful landscape, once celebrated for its pure water, gentle climate, and wealthy inhabitants. The town was surrounded by fertile orchards, and even today the richness of the soil can be seen. During the reigns of Antoninus and Marcus Aurelius, Sufetula was thriving, and inscriptions prove that prosperity continued long after the fall of the Roman Empire. Its early history is unknown, but its final days, recorded with dramatic detail by Arab historians, are vivid and tragic. In the year 647, the Caliph Uthman ordered the conquest of Africa. He raised a large army in Egypt and sent it westward under the command of his brother, Abdullah ibn Sa'd. At that time, Africa was governed by Gregorius, who ruled in the name of the Byzantine Empire. But gaining popularity among the local peoples, he broke away from Constantinople and declared himself independent. His dominion stretched from Tripoli to Tangier, and Sufetula became his capital. The Arab army, numbering some 40,000 and strengthened by victories along their march, soon encamped near the city. The two forces clashed in a fierce 2-day battle. In the midst of the fighting, the daughter of Gregorius, renowned for her beauty, fought at her father's side and promised her hand and a fortune of 100,000 dinars to any man who could slay Abdullah ibn Sa'd. The Arab leader responded by offering the same reward to whoever would strike down Gregorius. In the end, the Byzantines were utterly defeated. Gregorius was slain, and his daughter was given to the warrior who had killed him. Sufetula itself was besieged, captured, and destroyed. The plunder was immense. Chronicles tell us that every horseman in Uthman's army received 3,000 dinars, while every foot soldier received 1,000. With this calamity, the history of Sufetula effectively ended. One of the strongest fortresses of Christianity in Africa was gone, and with it, the final hope of Christian power in the region. Centuries of internal division, the rise of heresies, and the suffering endured during the Vandal invasions had weakened the Church, preparing the way for its fall to the Arabs. The historian Gibbon observed that the northern coast of Africa is unique in being the only land where the gospel, after flourishing for centuries, was completely extinguished. The arts once taught by Carthage and Rome disappeared into darkness. The works of Cyprian and Augustine ceased to be studied, and more than 500 churches were destroyed by Donatists, Vandals, and Moors. The number and zeal of the clergy dwindled, leaving a weakened flock to collapse under the power of the Arabian prophet. The completeness of this destruction is confirmed even earlier by Victor of Vita, who chronicled the Vandal invasion 2 centuries before the fall of Sufetula. He wrote that nearly 5,000 bishops, priests, deacons, and other clergy were seized and handed over to the Moors, who drove them into the desert. In this testimony, we see not only the fall of a single city, but the final extinction of a faith that had once dominated all of Roman Africa. To architects and historians, the ruins of Sufetula are among the most valuable monuments in Tunisia. Their scale, variety, and the relatively good condition of many structures place them alongside the great remains of Lambasis and Thammugas. They provide excellent examples of Roman architecture before its final decline. At the heart of the site lies a rectangular walled enclosure measuring about 238 by 198 feet. Entry was gained through a monumental gateway at the center of one side and through smaller passages on the others. This sacred precinct, often referred to as the Hieron, is now filled with collapsed masonry, making it difficult to reconstruct its original form with certainty. Some sections were clearly rebuilt at a later time, most likely during the Byzantine occupation under the general Gregorius. The entrance gateway was dedicated to Emperor Antoninus Pius, as an inscription across the frieze once recorded, though much of the lettering has been lost. Facing the gateway stood 3 temples arranged side by side. Their back walls formed part of the enclosure itself, while behind them ran a city street. The central temple, built in the composite style, contained a sanctuary about 44 feet long. The 2 flanking temples, designed in the Corinthian style, were smaller. Each temple had a tetra-style prostyle portico, with the central one rising higher than the rest. Together, the porticos presented a line of 18 freestanding columns. Those of the central temple reached nearly 29 feet, while those of the side temples stood a little over 25 feet. All were set upon tall stylobates built from massive stone blocks. The walls of the central sanctuary were decorated with half columns, projecting strongly outward, while the side temples were ornamented with pilasters. Today, the porticos have all collapsed, leaving broken shafts, capitals, and fragments of cornices scattered in vast heaps. These remains, composed of monolithic shafts and richly carved stonework, suggest that at least the central temple was adorned with figure sculpture, though little survives to confirm this. The entire enclosure was paved with great flagstones, some more than 7 feet long. The entrance gateway itself was a grand structure of 3 arches, one large central arch flanked by 2 smaller ones, framed by engaged Corinthian columns. Behind it stretched a portico that connected with a colonnade running around the inside of the enclosure until it met the walls of the side temples. Shops were later built along one of the sides, but the overall design makes it clear that the temples and their enclosure belonged to the same period, likely during the reign of Antoninus. The practice of enclosing temples within defensive walls probably developed when sanctuaries were used as treasuries and as places of refuge, echoing the fortified citadels of earlier times. Similar arrangements could be found elsewhere in the ancient world. The Temple of Asclepius in Carthage stood within the citadel. The Parthenon rose within the Acropolis at Athens, and the great Temple of Jupiter once stood within the Roman capital. A comparable example exists at Baalbek, where the sacred enclosure resembles, on a larger scale, the one at Sufetula. Among the other ruins is a triumphal arch located toward the southern side of the city. Though not remarkable in its design, an inscription across the frieze reveals that it was dedicated to the emperors Maximian and Constantine and was built around the year 305 or 306 to commemorate Constantine. The survival of Sufetula's monuments owes much to its isolation. Situated far from major settlements and with limited means of transport, its ruins escaped the fate of other cities where stone was plundered for later building. The site occupies a commanding position on elevated ground at the foot of a range of hills and beside a river of the same name. This river, fed by warm springs bubbling over the rocks, rushes in swirling eddies toward the plain before vanishing into the sands. In nearly all inscriptions from this reign, we find, for the first time, the title Pater Patriae, Father of the Fatherland, introduced alongside the more revered name of Pius. This phrase carried deep meaning. It was not only a mark of loyalty to the empire, but also a recognition of higher moral duty. It evoked reverence for the gods, devotion to the state, and a sense of responsibility toward every citizen. Though the direct signs of Antoninus Pius's work in Africa are not always clear, his memory as the pious father of his country lived on for many generations. It is said that no fewer than 8 later emperors, many unworthy of the name, claimed the title Antoninus. Alexander Severus, who would have done it honor, modestly refused when urged by the Senate, declaring himself unworthy of it. The true influence of Antoninus is seen not so much in monuments, but in the flourishing life of Africa's cities during his age. By then, Roman Africa had become a center of civilization, rivaling Rome, Alexandria, and Antioch in learning and culture. A century and a half had passed since King Juba II first brought Hellenic traditions into his capital at Caesarea, leaving a legacy still visible in ruins today. Carthage, rebuilt at the command of Augustus, had grown into the metropolis of Roman Africa. Its schools, modeled after Athens and Corinth, drew ambitious students from across Mauritania and Numidia. Other cities, such as Hadrumetum, Sirta, and Theveste, also housed famous schools, well known throughout the empire in the age of the Antonines. Their reputation is confirmed by later witnesses like Augustine, Lactantius, and Salvian. The subjects taught ranged from philosophy, rhetoric, law, and medicine to mathematics, natural philosophy, history, painting, and architecture. Augustine himself gives us a glimpse of this world. He began his early education at Thagaste, then moved to Medora, where schools enjoyed high prestige, before finally studying at Carthage under the collegiate system and its most advanced teaching. Yet even this was often not enough. The Latin of Africa, shaped by local traditions, differed from the Latin spoken by Rome's elites. Anyone aspiring to high office or professional life had to master the languages used in the capital. Apuleius tells us that when he left Carthage to study law in Rome, he felt out of place, for all his knowledge of Greek and his mastery of African Latin was not enough. He had to learn the refined speech of Roman society. African students in Rome were many, especially in later centuries. An edict from Emperor Valentinian even warns them not to spend too much time at theaters or in late-night feasts, threatening that disobedience would see them sent back home. Yet the eagerness for knowledge never waned. Inscriptions found across North Africa record the pride of families and communities in their young scholars. One such stone from Carthage simply marks a student who had come from abroad to study there. Another, from Cirta, honors a gifted youth, only 22 years old, who was skilled in both Greek and Latin and famed as an orator. His epitaph proudly calls him a master of both tongues, perfectly educated, endowed with eloquence. A more elaborate inscription from Anuna tells of a noble student of high rank, beloved by his people, eloquent in speech, diligent in study, and able to compose dialogues, idylls, and letters with ease, even improvising when required. Though much of the text is lost, the pride of his family is clear. They wanted posterity to know that he was more than a student. He was a man of culture and talent whose life ended too soon. Another inscription speaks of Calledius Rufus, who lived only 15 years. It records that he possessed a sharp mind, pleasing his teachers, skilled in speaking and writing, and already trained in Greek learning. His family left the testimony that, though he died so young, he had shown the promise of a bright and brilliant mind. Through these stones, we hear the voices of a society deeply invested in education, proud of its youth and eager to celebrate knowledge. They reveal how, under the Antonines, Africa was not only loyal to Rome, but stood as one of the intellectual heartlands of the empire. We come across a memorial written by the man himself, though the exact date of its inscription is not preserved. 8 additional lines once followed, but they are now illegible. What remains tells us that this young man was highly valued by his teachers, that from childhood he devoted himself to learning, that he could speak, write, and paint with skill, and that by the age of 14 he was already able to write Greek shorthand, a highly useful ability at the time. It was not unusual in this part of the world for a man to compose his own epitaph, and self-praise was not seen as improper among the educated. Another example comes from Cirta, where a goldsmith carved a far more elaborate account of his own achievements. Carthage continued to hold its place as the great intellectual center of Africa until the destructive invasion of the Vandals. Its celebrated university, completed during the reign of Alexander Severus in the early 3rd century, trained men of distinction in literature, science, and the arts, and sent them forth into the wider civilized world. Oratory, in particular, was highly regarded in Carthage and other African cities. Juvenal, writing in the time of Trajan, even advised ambitious Italian teachers of rhetoric to sail across the sea if they wished to make their fortune. Yet it was not only rhetoric that was cultivated. all branches of higher learning were encouraged, and those who mastered them were honored by their fellow citizens. A striking example is found in the career of Apuleius, whose literary and philosophical contributions brought distinction to the University of Carthage. When it was decided to erect a statue in his honor, he replied with words that show the esteem in which Carthage was held. "The greatness of Carthage is such that even a philosopher may seek honor from it, for here every citizen is learned. Boys are taught all they know, adults display their knowledge, and the old teach it. Carthage, venerable mistress of our province, Carthage, the divine muse of Africa, Carthage, the guardian spirit of all who wear the toga." Apuleius himself was a fascinating figure. In his Metamorphoses, he makes himself the hero of the tale, and, with a touch of vanity, describes himself as a handsome youth. When questioned, he replied, "Is it not permitted for a philosopher to be graceful in appearance? Was not Zeno, as Plato tells us, admired for his beauty? Was not Pythagoras the most handsome man of his age?" He was born toward the end of Trajan's reign in the Numidian town of Medora, close to the frontier with the land of the Gaetulians. He called himself half Numidian, half Gaetulian, and proudly declared himself an African. Today, Medora is marked only by scattered ruins and uneven ground, but inscriptions reveal that it was once a flourishing Roman town with a large population. Temples dedicated to Saturn and other gods stood there, and many votive tablets honor priests and priestesses. Even in the late 4th century, under Emperor Theodosius, Medora was still known as a stronghold of paganism. St. Augustine himself remarked that pagan worship remained strong there in his time. Apuleius was fortunate in his upbringing. His father was wealthy and served as a chief magistrate in the town, which allowed the young man to pursue advanced studies at Carthage and later in Athens. After completing his education, he went on to Rome to study law and Latin, and then returned briefly to Carthage. But his restless spirit soon led him further, and while sailing toward Alexandria, he fell ill and landed at Oea, the modern city of Tripoli. There he stayed with a former fellow student and his widowed mother, Pudentilla, whose role in his life would prove decisive. Oea was one of the 3 cities that made up the Federation of Tripoli, along with Leptis Magna and Sabrata. This region prospered for centuries, but its fortunes changed suddenly in the 4th century when raiders from the south invaded its lands. Later, corrupt Roman officials and the Vandal invasion brought further ruin. Fortifications were destroyed, and citizens were left defenseless. Procopius tells us that Justinian rebuilt the walls of Leptis and Sabrata and repopulated the area by encouraging the locals to adopt Christianity. Yet with the Muslim conquest, the long history of the Tripolitan Federation came to an end. More than 12 centuries later, modern Tripoli has risen on the ruins of ancient Oea, becoming a major commercial port on the Mediterranean and the capital of its region. After living for several months in the city of Oea, Apuleius gained the favor of a wealthy widow named Pudentilla, who had been captivated by the charm and intelligence of the young philosopher. Their marriage was celebrated outside the city, perhaps to avoid paying the heavy ceremonial fee expected when wealthy citizens wed. This expense was well known to Pudentilla, for when her eldest son came of age, she had already presented 50,000 sesterces to the town as a public gift. Despite the difference in age between bride and groom, her family approved of the union. Yet the joy soon turned to bitterness when the heirs realized that Apuleius now had influence over his wife's fortune, and that she had transferred much of her property to him. Apuleius was admired by many in his adopted city, yet he also had bitter enemies. His quick wit, His brilliance as a speaker and his reputation as a scholar and orator had won him many admirers, especially among the followers of Plato. But his fascination with occult studies and hidden mysteries led others to suspicion. His opponents accused him of practicing sorcery to win the love of Pudentia, and a formal indictment was drawn up with 7 charges. First, it was claimed that Apuleius bought rare fish, cut them up in his workshop, and brewed a potion to bewitch a woman, with a slave named Themison called as a witness. Second, when living in the house of Pudentila's son, Pontianus, he was said to hide a secret talisman wrapped in a cloth inside the library. The librarian, a freedman, was ready to testify. Third, he was accused of ordering a craftsman named Saturninus to make a small wooden skeleton for magical experiments. Fourth, he was said to have offered sacrifices at night in the rooms of his friend Appius Quintianus. Afterward, bird feathers were found in the smoke-blackened chamber, and the owner, Junius Crassus, would give evidence. Fifth, he was accused of casting a spell upon a young slave named Thallus near a small altar lit by a lantern. Witnesses claimed the youth collapsed as soon as incantations were spoken, and later was revived. 14 slaves, including Sicinius Pudens, were named as eyewitnesses, and others supposedly had suffered the same. Sixth, Apuleius was accused of causing a sick woman to faint simply by glancing at her when she entered his room. Finally, he was charged with forcing Pudentilla into marriage by magic, then compelling her to give him much of her wealth, which he used to buy an estate. A letter, allegedly written by Pudentilla, declared, "Apuleius is a magician, and I have been bewitched by him." These were serious accusations, enough to ruin any man. But Apuleius was no ordinary defendant. In his famous defense, known as the Apologia, he skillfully evaded the traps of his accusers, mocked their absurdities, and turned suspicion back upon them. He won the sympathy of the judges and emerged from the trial not only acquitted, but celebrated. The case was heard in the nearby city of Sabratha before the Roman proconsul Claudius Maximus at the close of the reign of Antoninus Pius, and judging by the length of the defense that survives, the trial must have lasted many days. The practice of magic had long been forbidden by Roman law, ever since the days of Tiberius. Those who dealt in occult arts were seen as dangerous to the state, yet harsh penalties never eliminated the trade. Sorcerers, healers, and charm makers could still be found in the towns of North Africa, amusing crowds with tricks, incantations, and potions. They entertained the common people, but also preyed upon the fears of the wealthy. Pliny the Elder even recorded strange marvels. He wrote that certain Africans could cast spells on children, trees, or herds of cattle, and wherever their curse fell, death or decay followed. He also told of a woman who, on her wedding day, was transformed into a man named Lucius Cossitius of Thysdrus, a person who, according to Pliny, was alive in his own time. Accusations of magic never vanished. Septimius Severus, himself a native of North Africa, was tried as a magician before he rose to imperial power. Later, as emperor, he condemned a proconsul for the same crime. Under Valentinian, another governor of Carthage was tortured for consulting sorcerers. In the time of Constantine, the philosopher Sopater, once a friend of the emperor, was executed on the claim that he had bewitched the winds and delayed the grain ships bound for Byzantium. There is no doubt that Apuleius was not only a passionate believer in occult sciences, but also practiced magic during his student years, not for wealth or personal gain, but for the pursuit of knowledge. In his Apologia, he openly admitted this. He was also well aware of the practices of the Christian Church, which he often mocked. and it is likely that he viewed their miracles in the same way as he saw the operations of his own philosophy, expressions of human agency rather than divine truth. Later, when paganism and Christianity were competing for dominance, the wonders attributed to Apuleius were compared with the miracles of the New Testament, and the two faiths stood opposed, each claiming the realm of the supernatural. Apuleius was fortunate to live during the reign of the Emperor Antoninus Pius, a ruler known for his kindness, who allowed freedom of thought and tolerated diverse religious beliefs across the empire. He was also fortunate in his close friendship with the proconsul who presided at the trials. In his Apologia, Apuleius describes how he entered the court with a light heart, turning the trial into a lively debate rather than a solemn affair. He spoke on natural philosophy, history, medicine, and science, cleverly sidestepping the accusations of sorcery. He entertained the audience, even making the judges laugh. The charges brought against him, serious at first glance, quickly lost weight. The fish he had purchased were simply used for anatomical studies. The talisman in his library was a religious emblem, shown only to initiates of his faith. The skeleton mentioned in the charges was nothing sinister, but a finely crafted statuette of Mercury made by Cornelius Saturninus, which Apuleius proudly displayed in court. Allegations of secret sacrifices at night relied on the word of a drunken man bribed to bear false testimony. The case of Thales and his wife, who supposedly lost speech in Apuleius's presence, was easily explained. They were epileptics, not victims of magic. The most striking accusation was that he had bewitched his wife, Pudentia. To this Apuleius replied with wit, "Call it witchcraft if you like, but what are the facts?" The gods had blessed him with good looks and talents. He admitted that he took care of his appearance, using a mirror, combing his hair, and even cleaning his teeth, habits unusual enough to be mocked. Was it so strange, then, that a woman of plain features, no longer young, might be charmed by him and wish to marry such a man? If that was magic, it was nothing more than the natural power of gifts the gods had given him. As for her fortune, he never touched it, and in the event of his death without heirs, it would return to her family. The country estate spoken of in the accusations was a modest property purchased in her name. Yet despite his defense, Apuleius knew that in the town of Oia, suspicion of sorcery would linger. A man openly linked with magic, however brilliant, could never fully win the public's trust. At the end of the trial, he left Oia and made Carthage his permanent home. There, he received honors beyond those granted to any other philosopher of Africa. Still, it is not the Apologia alone that secured his fame. His name as both scholar and storyteller is forever tied to his celebrated romance, the Metamorphoses, also known as the Golden Ass. This work, believed to have been written in Carthage, was first mentioned by the historian Capitolinus, who mocked a rival for wasting time with Apuleius's tales instead of more serious matters. The story itself, of Greek origin, is a collection of fables in the Milesian tradition, humorous, extravagant, and often daring, qualities that made them popular with Roman audiences. The hero, Lucius, reflects Apuleius himself, a seeker of magic and hidden knowledge. One day he saw a sorceress transform herself into a bird using a mysterious ointment. Eager to try it, Lucius took the wrong mixture and was turned into an ass, though his human mind remained intact. The goddess responsible for this spell told him that eating roses would restore his human form. Thus began his long adventures, full of trials and humiliations, which read like a satirical portrait of society in 2nd century Africa. At last, his suffering ended when the goddess Isis appeared to him in Corinth and promised deliverance, The next day, during a grand procession, a priest carried a garland of roses. Lucius seized the chance, ate the flowers, and was restored to his true form. Among the pages of this remarkable work are a number of episodes filled with the same kind of humor that shines in the writings of Cervantes, and, though to a lesser degree, in the spirited tales of Gil Blas. The fifth episode, known as Cupid and Psyche, stands above the rest. It has long been regarded as a philosophical allegory and has attracted more attention from scholars than any other story by this author. Some have suggested that it was originally an old folk tale, perhaps once a symbolic allegory from a temple, which Apuleius reshaped into literary form. Versions of the story still survive among Swedes, Norwegians, Danes, Scots, Germans, French, Wallachians, Indians, and Italians. Others have explained it as a vision of the destiny of the human soul. According to this interpretation, the soul, which has a divine origin, is imprisoned in the body and exposed to error. Through trials and purifications, it may rise to a higher order of things and true desire. Two kinds of love confront it: the earthly, which deceives and drags the soul down, and the heavenly, which lifts its sight to the divine and ultimately claims it as a bride. Apuleius, as both philosopher and storyteller in the Antonine Age, held an honored place, and his influence on African literature, both pagan and Christian, was widely acknowledged. Tertullian of Carthage, one of the most prominent Christian authors of the 2nd century, reflected the style of Apuleius in his own works. Later, Augustine himself, though he fought against Apuleius's doctrines as those of a magician, admitted that Apuleius was the most popular African writer. Lactantius observed that pagan controversialists often placed him alongside Apollonius of Tyana as a wonder worker, crediting him with miracles equal to or greater than those of Christ. Carthage was not the only African city to produce literary figures. From Sicca Veneria, today's El Kef, came Eutychius Proculus, the grammarian who tutored the young Marcus Aurelius and became known for his book On the Regions. Leptis Magna gave birth to Septimius Severus, grandfather of the emperor of the same name. His eloquence was so remarkable that the poet Statius marveled that such a gifted speaker could emerge from a distant town near the Sirte. From Hippo came Servilius Silanus, and from Cirta came Festus Postumius, both writers of some reputation. Carthage also produced the renowned grammarian Sulpicius Apollinaris, whose school drew students from across the empire. Among his most famous pupils were Aulus Gellius, Celsinus, and Pertinax. Celsinus likely made his name as a teacher and grammarian, while Gellius rose to prominence as a philosopher and rhetorician, leaving a deep mark on the intellectual life of the Antonine Age. An inscription found at Churchill suggests he was African by birth. His loyalty to his master Apollinaris and his friendship with Herodes Atticus, another tutor of Marcus Aurelius, made him a well-known figure in the universities of the empire. His Attic Nights, a collection of daily notes on literature, philosophy, and history, became widely popular and a source for later authors. Both Lactantius and Augustine acknowledged their debt to him, with Augustine calling him a man of elegant speech and refined learning. Of Apollinaris's pupils, Publius Helvius Pertinax achieved the greatest distinction. Beginning life as the son of a charcoal seller, he rose step by step through the army and civil service. After serving as proconsul of Africa, he was chosen emperor upon the death of Commodus. Though he reigned for only 87 days, his rule was marked by honesty and wisdom. His efforts to correct the corruption of the Praetorian Guard, cost him his life, as the soldiers revolted and murdered him. It was perhaps fortunate that his old teacher Apollinaris did not live to see this violent end. Another African of note was Publius Annaeus Florus. Though his exact birthplace is uncertain, his frequent references to Africa suggest that he was a native of the provinces. His fame rested on his epitome of Roman history, which has been described less as a history than as a panegyric to Rome. While studying in Rome under Domitian, Florus competed for a prize in literature and was judged worthy of the first place, but the emperor denied him the honor, unwilling to let a provincial surpass citizens of Rome. Bitterly disappointed, Florus abandoned the city and wandered restlessly for years, eventually settling in Tarraco, in Spain. There he established a reputation as a rhetorician and won the favor of the Emperor Hadrian. When we look at the representatives of African literature in the 2nd century, two names stand out above the rest: Apuleius of Medora and Marcus Cornelius Fronto of Cirta, the capital of Numidia. According to Dio Cassius, Fronto gained renown as an orator during the reign of Hadrian, and, by the end of that reign, was regarded as the leading advocate and pleader of his time. Between Hadrian and the young orator, there was no close friendship, but rather mutual respect. Hadrian admiring his talent, and Fronto honoring the emperor with almost religious reverence. Fronto himself later confessed that he never felt at ease in Hadrian's presence, treating him more as a divine figure to be appeased than as a man to be loved. It was only with the rise of Antoninus Pius, who appointed the young princes Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus as his successors, that Fronto's warm and gentle nature came to light. Antoninus valued him not only for his learning, but also for his character and charm, and chose him as tutor to the princes. This moment defined Fronto's career, though the years that followed were shadowed by fragile health and the burdens of a large household. Sadly, none of his major works have survived intact. What remains are fragments of history, essays on various subjects, and, most importantly, his extensive correspondence with Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus. Much of this correspondence was lost until the 19th century, when the Vatican librarian Angelo Mai discovered palimpsests in the Ambrosian Library at Milan and painstakingly recovered the letters. These were first published in 1815, with later expanded editions, and by 1867, a critical collection was issued at Leipzig. Although these letters are not masterpieces of style, they remain of great interest. They reveal a touching affection between teacher and pupil, and offer rare glimpses of family life within the imperial household and the boyhood of the future philosopher-emperor. The letters often overflow with exaggerated expressions of love and admiration, filled with superlatives that strike us as excessive today. But in the 2nd century, such language was common. Inscriptions and dedications of the age abound with titles like Most Splendid, Most Beloved, or Most Faithful, applied to cities, family members, or honored citizens. Against this background, it is easier to understand Marcus Aurelius writing to his teacher. Farewell, most eloquent, most learned, most dear, most sweet, most preferred master, most desired friend. In another letter he says, Farewell, my dearest master. My mother greets you. I am so tired I can scarcely keep myself alive. The letters show Marcus as a youth balancing duty, study, and affection. After a hunt with the emperor, he writes that he returned home exhausted, read speeches of Cato, caught a cold from walking in sandals, and planned to anoint his head with oil before sleep. To Fronto he adds, Farewell, my dearest and sweetest master, whom I love better than Rome itself. On another day, after attending a sacrifice with the emperor, Marcus tells of eating only a piece of bread, while others feasted on beans and fish, of working in the vineyard for amusement, of light study, and of sitting with his mother chatting about Fronto. "We argued," he wrote, "about who loved you more. Then the dinner bell rang, and now, before I lie down and snore, I must send this account of my day to my dear master, whom I could not love more than I already do." Fronto's affection extended equally to Lucius Verus. In one letter, when the young prince returned victorious from war against the Parthians, the aging and ill tutor wrote, "Although illness has long wearied me of life, I do not think I have lived in vain, nor will I continue unwillingly, since I have seen you return with such glory won by your courage." Later, when Marcus Aurelius himself became emperor, he received from his old teacher warm congratulations, to which he replied, "Because I know how. Sincere your affection is for me, my dearest Fronto. I am certain that this day, on which the gods have placed me upon the throne, is truly celebrated by you above all others." Fortune favored Fronto in every respect except his health and family concerns. Antoninus Pius elevated him to the consulship, and later offered him the proconsulship of Asia, one of the most prestigious governorships in the empire. Yet Fronto declined, disappointed that he was not appointed to govern Africa, his homeland, and citing poor health as his reason. Nevertheless, among Africans, he remained highly respected for his reputation, his talents, and his social standing. He was made patron of Cirta, his native city, as well as of the town of Calama, modern Guelma, situated on the road between Hippo and Cirta. Carthage, too, called upon him to compose a speech of thanks to the emperor for favors granted to their city. Though no inscriptions at Cirta bear his name, we still possess a letter he wrote to the magistrates of the city, expressing gratitude for their support. And on a wall in Calama, built into the stonework of a house, the official record can still be read naming Marcus Cornelius Fronto as patron of the town when it was still a municipium. Later, when Calama rose to the status of a colony, it proudly called itself the most splendid colony of the Calamenses. In the later period of the Roman Empire, the area around Calama saw the growth of towns and villages that became densely populated. Although these places never held political power, they showed how successful Roman colonization was in the interior of the country by the end of the 2nd century. The remains at Calama and the nearby town of Tiblis, now Annuna, are not remarkable for their artistry, nor do they represent the highest form of Roman culture. Instead, they speak of prosperity and a settled life. Both towns covered large areas, and many dedicatory and votive inscriptions have been found, showing how active the communities once were. The setting itself must have been attractive, with a healthy climate, fertile soil, wooded hills, and beautiful scenery. The presence of the thermal springs of Tiblis, famous for their healing powers against rheumatism and skin diseases, also encouraged settlement. These waters, rich in minerals, bubble up from the rocks in a wooded valley. They tumble into cascades and leave behind hardened deposits that look like white marble. Their temperature remains constant at around 203 degrees Fahrenheit, a point above the normal boiling temperature of water when measured against sea level. Over centuries, the mineral deposits built up cones nearly 40 feet high, and in places where the water forced its way through cracks, it created striking little islands of green vegetation encircled by a ring of white stone. Some of the Roman baths carved into the rock are still in use today, while others lie buried under deposits that have accumulated for at least 1,500 years. Later, the Arabs called these waters Hammam Meskutin, the accursed baths, and explained the phenomenon with a legend. According to their tale, a powerful Arab man wished to marry his own sister against the law of Islam and against the pleas of his tribe's elders, whom he killed. At the wedding, nature itself revolted. Fire burst from the earth, water rushed from its bed, thunder shook the sky, and when calm returned, the couple and their guests were all turned to stone. The strange white cones of the springs were said to be their petrified remains. Many other towns shared in the long peace of Roman rule, but their history has vanished. They grew under Roman order, reached a degree of wealth in agriculture and trade, and after the empire collapsed, they slowly fell into decline until they disappeared. One such place was Verecunda, now Marcuna, about 2 miles from Lambessa. It may once have been a suburb of the city. An inscription discovered in the Old Forum describes a water supply project carried out during the reign of Antoninus. It records that thanks to the generosity of the emperor, water was brought to the people of Verecunda, and that the dedication was made by the governor of the province at the expense of the local council. Such inscriptions are the main source that allows us to trace the prosperity of these towns, the health of their climate, and the satisfaction of their citizens. At Calama and Tbilisi, both middle-class towns, the phrase "in the happiest of times" appears again and again in inscriptions dating from the reigns of Valentinian, Valens, Theodosius the Great, and Theodosius the Younger, stretching between the years 363 and 450. At Calama, 2 inscriptions refer to the building and decoration of the theater, whose remains can still be seen near the modern town of Guelma. One of these inscriptions commemorates a wealthy woman, Ania Aelia Restituta, who paid out of her own funds to embellish the theater. In gratitude, the city council voted to erect 5 statues in her honor. Another inscription tells us that in the time of Valentinian and Valens, the town's failing water supply was restored to abundance. A further record from the reign of Honorius and Theodosius the Younger describes how the city, which had fallen into filth and neglect, was restored and made beautiful again thanks to the efforts and private funds of a man named Valentinus, who managed the local revenues. Such glimpses reveal the everyday life of provincial Roman towns: waterworks, theaters, public donations, and civic pride. They show a society at peace, enjoying stability and modest prosperity, rather than greatness or ambition. The emperors of this period were often praised as rulers of happy times. Among them was Antoninus Pius, whose reign was marked by peace. His political creed was simple: to defend the empire without needless conquest, and to preserve life whenever possible. He is remembered as saying, "I would rather save the life of 1 citizen than kill 1,000 enemies." When death came to him, he gave his last watchword to the guard outside his chamber. With his final breath, he whispered the word calmness. In that way, he departed the world, just as he had lived, serene, even-tempered, and beloved by his people. The harmony within the imperial household was sometimes tested by the behavior of Empress Ania Gallia Faustina, remembered as Faustina the Elder, to distinguish her from her daughter, the wife of Marcus Aurelius. Ancient writers accused her of indiscretions, repeating stories of a loose tongue and frivolous conduct. Yet the truth is difficult to know, for Roman historians thrived on gossip and scandal, and their judgment was often shaped by court intrigue. Antoninus Pius himself gave a different testimony. "I would rather live with her on the barren island of Gyarus," he declared, "than without her in the palace of the Caesars." To him, her worth was beyond question, After her death, he honored her memory in the traditional way, raising her to divine rank and placing her name alongside his own on the temple, whose ruins still stand along the sacred way in Rome. For the citizens of North Africa, however, these palace intrigues held little interest. They knew the empress only from her image on coins. What mattered to them was not the daily life of Rome's elite, but the rhythm of their own communities. In fact, the long reign of Antoninus Pius, uneventful compared to the campaigns of Trajan or the restless travels of Hadrian, left its imprint most clearly in private rather than public monuments. Across the provinces, stone and marble slabs record simple testimonies of family love, loyalty, and respect. These epitaphs, terse yet powerful, often express emotions in a way unmatched by modern languages. One such example comes from the necropolis at Cirta, where Geminiia Ingenua was buried after reaching the remarkable age of 81. Her family remembered her as a devoted mother and a kind friend, always ready to help anyone in need. The inscription ends with words of moving simplicity. She made no one sad. At Caesarea, the virtues of a good wife were praised in another epitaph that read, "With her, life was joyful, her conduct devout, her frugality honorable, her loyalty and discipline exemplary." At Tebessa, a husband and wife left behind a touching dialogue etched in stone, prepared during their lifetime and completed when death came. Hardalius spoke, "Chaste, good, faithful, such rare gifts from a wife. Fortunate am I." To which his wife, Fortunata, responded, "Worthy of my name, I lived happily with you, dear husband, and with the children and grandchildren while you still lived." In Numidia, at the town once called Sigus, a husband expressed his grief in brief but heartfelt words. "A wife with one soul, one counsel, always shared with me." At Medora, another woman was remembered as a most rare spouse, full of devotion, innocence, dignity, fruitful and beloved. And far to the south, at Capsa, where Roman towns stood like islands amid desert sands, the epitaph of Domitia Caesia preserves the image of a woman of many virtues, most modest, of rare frugality, and a most gentle wife. She lived 68 years. Her son, Julius Sentianus, took care to ensure the stone would keep her memory alive. Such inscriptions remind us that beyond the politics of emperors and the rumors of court life, it was the love within families, the virtues of ordinary men and women, and the bonds of daily life that endured. Carved in stone across North Africa, these voices from the past still speak of kindness, loyalty, and affection, echoing through the centuries long after the empire itself was gone. The constant repetition of glowing epithets on Roman tombstones can seem excessive to us today, almost monotonous to modern ears. Yet we must remember that these ancient citizens had no other way to give voice to their grief when a loved one passed away. Their only public outlet was the stone inscription, and the careful choice of words was meant not only to honor the dead, but also to remind the spirits of the departed, the die mens, of the good deeds done in life. Many of these memorials stretch on for 20 lines or more, written in the hope that memory itself might grant immortality. One simple yet striking example recalls a woman named Amymone. Her epitaph tells us that she was skilled at the spinning wheel, and, even more remarkably, that she was known for staying at home and caring for her household. The inscription reads, "Here lies Amymone, the best and most beautiful, a devoted spinner of wool, pious, modest, frugal, chaste, and one who kept her home." In these few words, we see the values her family cherished most: industry, loyalty, and the quiet dignity of domestic life. Nor were women alone in being praised. The private virtues of fathers and sons were also recorded in this language of superlatives. One citizen of Lampsacus was remembered simply as a man overflowing with every virtue. Another from Amsidara was called a man useful to the community and to all people, sought after by the nation and honored by the greatest of the people. On the road between Thevesta and Cirta, a father was remembered in an inscription that read, "For his exceptional goodness and wisdom, not only his parents but even his neighbors mourned him. For this reason, his dearest sons gave to their most rare father the sum of 5,000 sesterces while their parents still lived." At Hipporegius, 19 lines commemorate Lucius Postumius Felix Tellerinus, who was not only a priest and a civic leader, but also held the lifelong honor of serving as a high priest of the imperial cult. The inscription speaks of his innocence, his brilliance, and his incomparable love for his country. Such words reveal the deep pride felt by provincial cities in men who served both their community and the empire. Perhaps the most touching of all is a compact inscription found at Tiaret in modern Algeria, on the site of an old Roman station. It addresses the traveler who passes by the tomb. To the spirits of the departed. Whoever you are, traveler, when you pass by this tomb and speak these words, Rufinus, farewell. May the earth rest lightly upon you, and when your own time comes, may the earth also rest lightly upon you. He lived 72 years. The tone is gentle, direct, and profoundly human. It recalls a more cynical couplet written many centuries later, wishing that the earth lie heavy on a man who had burdened it in life. But here the wish is the opposite: lightness for the departed, and in turn, lightness for the living when their own hour arrives. It is a moment of kindness carved in stone, a reminder that even in the vastness of the Roman Empire, grief and hope spoke in the same language we still understand today. No emperor ever came to power under more favorable circumstances than Marcus Aurelius. He had been adopted by Antoninus Pius at the age of 17, when he was still known as Marcus Aelius Verus, and later received the name Aurelius Antoninus in honor of the emperor. From then until the age of 40, he enjoyed a calm and prosperous life, untouched by political strife, war, or family troubles. Loved by his adoptive father, surrounded by loyal friends, blessed with a wife he trusted and children he adored, Marcus Aurelius seemed to have everything that could make life one long season of contentment. His close relationship with Antoninus is well attested in letters and inscriptions found across the empire. Even the affectionate title, Most Truthful, given to him as a child, reflects his deep sincerity and his lifelong desire to seek truth for its own sake. From his earliest years, Marcus displayed a strong interest in philosophy, shaped both by his natural temperament and by the tutors chosen for him by Antoninus. He was taught rhetoric by Rusticus and Apollonius the Stoic, Latin by Eutychius Proculus and Cornelius Frontinus, and inspired toward philosophy by Cornelius Fronto and the wealthy Athenian Herodes Atticus. These men were not only his teachers, but his close companions, and through them his gentle character and thoughtful nature were refined. His surviving correspondence with his lifelong friend Cornelius Fronto, himself of African origin, shows the warmth of his personality. When Antoninus Pius died in the year 161, Marcus Aurelius was free to take sole control of the empire. Yet he was not the kind of man to seize absolute power for himself. Out of a sense of justice, he refused to deny others their rightful claims. Years earlier, following the wish of Hadrian, he had adopted Lucius Ceionius Commodus, a child whose father had once been chosen by Hadrian as heir. To strengthen the bond further, Marcus Aurelius gave him the name Verus and later married him into the imperial family. Thus, for over 8 years, the empire was ruled by 2 men together: Marcus Aurelius, wise, disciplined, and philosophical, and Verus, weak, self-indulgent, and careless, who died at the age of 35, worn out by excess and vice. The memory of Lucius Verus would likely have faded into obscurity, if not for the inscriptions that record his title as joint emperor. One of the most striking is the Great Triumphal Arch at Tripoli in North Africa, dedicated around the year 163 after a campaign in Armenia. The inscription, still visible today, honors both emperors. To the Emperor Caesar Aurelius Antoninus Augustus, father of the nation, and to the Emperor Caesar Lucius Aurelius Verus, victorious in Armenia, Augustus, dedicated by Servius Sulpicius Kephrituus, proconsul, together with Vetidius Marcellus, his legate, and completed by Calpurnius Celsus, curator of public works. A traveler who saw the arch more than 2 centuries ago described it with wonder. It was a quadrifront arch with 4 gates, crowned by a triumphal car drawn by sphinxes, decorated with sculpted heads and Latin inscriptions. The marble blocks, some over 4 feet thick, were fitted together without mortar, held in place by iron clamps, and the vaulting still bore rich sculpture in high relief. Despite these honors, it is doubtful that Verus himself played any real part in the victories. He preferred the pleasures of Antioch and the luxuries of the groves of Daphne to the discipline of war. The real credit belonged to generals like Avidius Cassius, Statius Priscus, and Pontius Laelianus. Yet Verus was awarded a triumph in Rome, and Marcus Aurelius, with his usual honesty, declined to share the honor, insisting he had not earned it. The Tripoli inscription is significant because it shows Marcus Aurelius recognized as Augustus and father of the nation, while Verus was styled Augustus and victorious in Armenia. The phrase, "built of solid marble," hints at the magnificence of the monument, which had been begun under Antoninus Pius as a lasting memorial of his peaceful reign. Later, Marcus Aurelius himself took the titles of conqueror of Armenia and of Germany, but only after the death of Verus. Several inscriptions survive that honor Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus, recording their full imperial titles. One from the town of Verecunda describes Marcus Aurelius as Emperor Caesar, Marcus Aurelius Antoninus Augustus, Supreme Pontiff, holding tribunician power for the 18th time, consul for the 3rd time, father of the country, and hailed as imperator twice. It also names Lucius Verus as Emperor Caesar, Lucius Aurelius Verus Augustus, honored as victor in Armenia, imperator twice, with tribunician power for the 3rd time and consul for the 2nd time. The dedication states that the community of Verecunda, by decree of the local council and with public funds, set up this monument. Another inscription, partly worn but still legible, appears on the attic of a triumphal arch at the same site. It honors Marcus Aurelius Antoninus Augustus, titled Armeniacus, Parthicus, Germanicus Maximus, Supreme Pontiff, and holder of tribunician power for the 26th time. He is further styled imperator for the 6th time, consul for the 3rd, and proconsul. The text also traces his lineage, describing him as brother of the deified Lucius Verus Parthicus Maximus, son of the deified Antoninus Pius, grandson of the deified Hadrian, great-grandson of the deified Trajan Parthicus, and descendant of the deified Nerva. The inscription records that Marcus Aemilius Macer Saturninus, legate of the emperor and patron of the colony, dedicated the monument at public expense with the approval of the council. At Lambasis in North Africa, a temple was dedicated to Aesculapius and to health. Its inscription names Marcus Aurelius, Antoninus Augustus, Supreme Pontiff, alongside Lucius Verus Augustus. The temple seems to have been begun under Hadrian and was constructed by the 3rd Augustan Legion stationed in the town. The style of the inscription suggests that it was added early in the joint reign of the two emperors. Although much of the temple has since collapsed, in the mid-19th century, its portico with 4 Doric columns was still standing. Today, only the lower walls of the sanctuary remain, but inscriptions in the side chapels are still visible, one dedicated to Jupiter Valens and the other to Silvanus. In front of the complex stretched a large semicircular court paved with stone, with a curved colonnade linking the chapels to the central shrine. The avenue leading to it was later lined with shrines to various deities, many decorated with marble facings and mosaic floors. One mosaic bore the inscription, "Enter good, leave better," though this slab has since been lost. Excavations revealed statues of Aesculapius and his daughter Hygeia, along with indications that the sanctuary also functioned as a healing center. Worshippers seeking cures were expected to sleep within the temple so that divine remedies could be revealed to them in dreams. At Lambasis, special accommodations with baths and heated rooms were arranged for visitors, perhaps forming part of a larger thermal establishment. With the eventual decline of paganism, such facilities may have been frequented more for leisure than devotion. Another inscription from El Gara in Mauritania. Sitifensis dedicates a shrine to Fortune, Health, and Aesculapius, reflecting how Fortune by then often outranked the old god of healing in public favor. Lucius Verus also appears in inscriptions as sole emperor. At Uzapa in Byzantium, the townspeople dedicated a monument praising him for victories in Armenia between 163 and 165. The inscription calls him Emperor Caesar Lucius Aurelius Verus, Augustus Armeniacus, son of the deified Antoninus, grandson of Hadrian, great-grandson of Trajan, and descendant of Nerva, with tribunician power, consulship, and hailed as imperator twice. Curiously, the text bestows upon him the title Father of the Fatherland, a distinction that seems almost ironic given his reputation for idleness and lack of virtue. The success in Armenia had in fact been achieved by his general Avidius Cassius, though Verus claimed the glory for himself. The story of these inscriptions shows how much of the reign of Marcus Aurelius and his co-emperor Lucius Verus is preserved not through detailed historical writings, but through stone records and coinage. Ancient authors like Capitolinus and Cassius Dio left only scattered and sometimes confused accounts. In contrast, the inscriptions stand as reliable witnesses, celebrating achievements, recording honors, and reflecting how communities across the empire viewed their emperors. The early years of Marcus Aurelius's reign were overshadowed by constant wars, in which he did not initially take part. After the death of his co-emperor Lucius Verus, however, the philosopher was forced by duty rather than choice to become a soldier, leading campaigns with determination and skill. Unlike some of his predecessors, he avoided crossing the Mediterranean, partly because of his fragile health and his tendency to fall ill after the slightest exposure. Although Africa remained unknown to him personally, his respect for this vital part of the empire is evident in the countless dedicatory inscriptions found across its provinces. At the time of his accession, unrest among the Moors of the far west, troublesome even in the last years of Antoninus Pius, had not been entirely subdued. With their characteristic impetuosity, these tribes went beyond raiding Roman frontiers and even attempted to cross the Mediterranean to threaten Roman rule in southern Spain. Yet this daring expedition ended in failure. The rapid westward spread of colonization in Africa during the previous reigns required stronger defenses and better organization. Marcus Aurelius focused his efforts on these needs. New outposts were established, and the military base at Lambesis, originally just a fortified camp built under Hadrian, was transformed into a permanent and well-ordered town. The story of Lambesis reflects the story of the Roman army in Africa. In the following century, under Septimius Severus, it grew into one of the most prosperous cities in the region. Even today, its monumental remains and the wealth of inscriptions reveal the strength of its civil and military population and its lasting loyalty to Rome. When Marcus Aurelius came to power, the Roman army consisted of 30 legions spread throughout the empire. In earlier times, during the reign of Augustus, the legion stationed in Africa had been under the authority of the provincial governor. But under Caligula, suspicion of the governor Marcus Silanus led to a change. The legion was placed under the command of an imperial officer sent directly from Rome. This division of authority created rivalry, but over time Africa was reinforced by many other legions whenever danger arose. Inscriptions mention the presence of legions from across the empire, bearing names such as Claudia, Cyrenaica, Ferrata, Hispana, Italica, Macedonica, and many more. These names usually reflected either the place where they had been raised or a victory won in a campaign. The title Gemina, for example, was given when two separate levies were combined into a single legion. One legion in particular became famous for an extraordinary event. During a campaign against the Quadi, Marcus Aurelius's army suffered from extreme heat and lack of water. It was said that one legion, largely made up of Christians from Melitene, prayed for relief. Suddenly, a storm broke out. Thunder rolled, lightning flashed, and rain fell, reviving the exhausted soldiers and helping secure victory. In gratitude, Marcus Aurelius is said to have issued an edict showing favor to Christians, and the legion became known as the Thundering Legion. From the time of Augustus, the creation of permanent legions required new taxation. Augustus imposed a 1/20th levy on inheritances and legacies to fund the army, a burden that remained until it was eased by Trajan and eventually abolished under Antoninus Pius. The legion permanently stationed in Numidia became known as the Third Augusta, and after its settlement at Lambesis under Hadrian, it never again left Africa. This legion stood as the symbol of Roman military power in Africa, and remarkably, it continued to exist in its old base as late as the reign of Diocletian in the late 3rd century, even after many other legions of the empire had disappeared. The loyalty of the Numidian legion was broken only for a short time during the conflict for the throne between Gordian and his ruthless rival, Maximinus. When Gordian finally gained power, he punished the legion for siding with Maximinus by disbanding it. 15 years later, the legion was brought back to life by Emperor Valerian and re-established at Lambesis. No other military camp in the Roman world has left behind so many traces of its existence, or so many vivid reminders of army life and administration, as the camp of this African legion. More than 2,500 inscriptions have already been discovered and studied, and ongoing excavations continue to reveal new ones. These inscriptions come in many forms: memorials to soldiers of all ranks who had faithfully served their duty, dedications to emperors praised for their just and generous rule, and records of gifts and benefactions made by wealthy residents. Taken together, They bear witness to a long period of peace and prosperity, to the respect shown by soldiers to their commanders, and to the loyalty owed to imperial authority. In the early years, the commander-in-chief of the army in Numidia, or rather Africa, was a proconsul of senatorial rank chosen for distinguished service to the state. But when Caligula annexed Mauritania as a province in the year 37, the military administration of Africa had to change to reflect the vast new territory. Supreme military authority then passed to the emperor's chosen legate, known as the imperial legate with praetorian power, who still remained in some matters subject to the proconsul. By the late 2nd century, after the legion had been firmly settled at Lambesis, the authority of this legate was limited only to the military province of Numidia. His official title became Imperial Legate of the Province of Africa, Diocese of Numidia. By the middle of the 3rd century, the title shifted once again, now recorded simply as Proconsul of the Province of Numidia, as confirmed by inscriptions found at Thamugadi and Lambesis. The Roman camp, or castrum, played a vital role in the conquest of Africa. Its smaller version, the castellum, was used as fortified outposts. The great camp at Lambesis was built in strict adherence to the traditional rules of Roman military planning. Polybius, the Greek historian who personally witnessed the fall of Carthage, describes the Roman camp as a perfect square, about 2,200 feet on each side, designed to house 2 legions. By the 3rd century, however, military engineer Hyginus recorded a different plan. An oblong form, 2,320 feet by 1,620 feet. The castrum at Lambesis was slightly smaller, about 1,670 by 1,330 feet, but followed the same principles. Its walls were thick and rounded at the corners, strengthened by towers, though built without a ditch. In earlier times, parts of the wall stood to a considerable height, though these have long since collapsed. Each camp followed a precise layout. A gateway stood at the center of each wall, connected by wide roads that crossed the camp from gate to gate. The main gate was called the Praetorian Gate. Opposite it was the Decuman Gate, and the side entrances were the right and left gates. At the crossroads of these avenues lay a broad open space, the headquarters of the legion, known as the Praetorium. In permanent bases like Lambesis, this building was substantial, with fine architectural details. Facing the main entrance was another great open area, the Principia, which served as the parade ground where the commanding officer addressed his troops. It also held temporary quarters for the general and his staff. At the heart of this space stood an altar, a symbol of the legion's loyalty and devotion to Rome. Every part of the camp was arranged with military precision, so that one Roman castrum was almost identical to another, no matter where in the empire it was built. The African fortress at Lambesis remains one of the best preserved examples of this disciplined Roman order, a lasting monument to the power and presence of the legions in North Africa. The castellum was a fortified outpost, built to defend mountain passes or to protect the communication lines with towns and villages in the interior. These castella were usually rectangular enclosures with gates similar to those of a military camp. The largest example found in North Africa is at El Kesbat, measuring about 780 feet by 460 feet. Another stands at Tamasida, 300 feet by 184 feet, while that at Ksar Rilan is smaller, only 100 feet by 81 feet. These strongholds served many purposes. They housed small groups of soldiers, stored supplies, and in times of unrest provided refuge for colonists and their families. Almost all of the castella discovered in the region contain evidence of wells dug within the walls, a clear sign of the foresight of Roman commanders in securing water for their garrisons. Between these forts stood smaller watchtowers, used for signaling. When danger was near, a fire was lit on the summit, its flame visible by night and its smoke by day. In some places, wooden beams were raised or lowered according to a set pattern, forming an early kind of aerial signal system that was likely as effective in its time as wireless telegraphy is in ours. Another form of defense common in Roman Africa was the fortified farm. Remains of these buildings still exist, as do larger ones connected with the great estates known as saltus. One inscription, found at a farm near Sétif, shows that the settlers themselves built a defensive wall and dedicated it to the goddess Diana in the year 234, during the reign of Alexander Severus. It records that the colonists constructed the walls of their castellum for their own protection. Other inscriptions mention similar works, such as one from the short rule of Pertinax in 192, where colonists of a large estate dedicated an altar for the safety of the emperor, a later inscription from the time of Aurelian in 213. Shows that settlers from several estates consecrated an altar in his honor and gave a name to their new fort. The inscriptions at the great camp of Lambesis and in the town that grew beside it reveal the Roman system of military administration from the 2nd to the 4th century. They also give us a glimpse into the everyday lives of soldiers and their families. At first, legionaries were not encouraged to marry while serving in the provinces. Many lived in unofficial unions that were quietly tolerated by the Senate, but soldiers were not allowed to keep their wives inside the camp. Even high officials faced restrictions, as they could not be accompanied by their wives when posted abroad. Suetonius tells us that Augustus only reluctantly allowed governors to visit their families during the winter months. Tacitus records a debate in the Senate during the reign of Tiberius, when the question of lifting these restrictions was raised. One senator, Caecina Severus, argued that wives encouraged luxury in times of peace and caused delays during war through fear and complaints. He warned that women had too much influence, ruling families, courts, and eventually even armies. His view, however, was rejected, and the restrictions were lifted. Soon, officers and officials were living peacefully with their families in towns and villages close to their posts. At Lambesis, this change led to the growth of the settlement beyond the camp walls, creating a large and prosperous civilian community. Many veterans of the 3rd Augustan Legion, as well as auxiliaries, chose to remain there after their service, settling in nearby towns such as Mascula, Verecunda, or Thamugas. Inscriptions scattered across the region, whether preserved in the museum at Lambesa, in local collections, or in the galleries of the Louvre, provide a detailed record of this daily life. Roman soldiers were not idle in times of peace. They built the great highways of North Africa, constructed fortifications, bridges, and aqueducts, and raised temples, arches, fountains, baths, theaters, and colonnades. Many of these works were imperial commands, while others were built by local citizens as lasting tributes to their homeland. The city of Thamugas itself was almost entirely constructed by the 3rd Legion, whose engineers and craftsmen were highly skilled and often employed elsewhere. The Roman soldier of the empire, especially in the 2nd and 3rd centuries, lived a life that was well provided for and reasonably secure. As long as he remained unmarried, he might live within the camp or in the nearby towns, carrying out not only military duties, but also civil projects that left an enduring mark on the African landscape. A Roman soldier could save money during his service, and, upon retirement, live with a degree of ease and comfort. The pay of soldiers varied at different times, but it was generally more than enough to cover ordinary needs. On retirement, allowances were also granted, usually around a sum equal to 100 sesterces. Some soldiers received higher pay according to their rank. Those called duplicari were granted double pay along with special privileges, while others, known as sesquiplicari, were paid at a rate of 1.5. Inscriptions found in Africa provide records of duplicari, including one discovered at Tipasa. This inscription is a dedication by a mother to her beloved son, who was a duplicarius in an elite corps and was killed at Mount Zalel at the age of 37. At the accession of an emperor, or on important occasions when loyalty was needed, soldiers received special cash gifts known as donatives. Suetonius mentions that Emperor Domitian tried to limit the amount, but whatever was granted, half of it was deposited in a form of military savings bank. These deposits were managed by standard-bearers called signiferi, assisted by clerks drawn from the ranks. An inscription from the cemetery at Lambaesis records the memory of a standard-bearer of the 3rd Augustan Legion. Another dedication, found in the Praetorium, honors 2 signiferi, father and son, from the reign of Septimius Severus. A further inscription on an altar shows 2 standard-bearers who managed the public market, raising a memorial together with their assistants. Above the rank of standard-bearer stood the aquilifer, the bearer of the legion's eagle. Each legion had only one aquilifer. A memorial found at Lambaesis records the short life of an aquilifer's apprentice who died at the age of 25, his memory preserved by his uncle. In addition to their duties, many soldiers owned slaves or freedmen, a practice that was not forbidden in Roman society. Inscriptions near the camp reveal that prosperous soldiers often had such attendants in their service. Every branch of military life is represented in the inscriptions of Lambaesis. They reveal more than 2 centuries of loyalty to Rome. Some soldiers remained in strict military service, while others were engaged in building projects, agriculture, or trade around the camp. Inscriptions often end with the formula Legion 3 Augusta, confirming their authenticity as memorials of those who lived and died in the settlement. Many of these stones are preserved in the museum at Lambaesis, while others are built into later structures. Among the many ranks mentioned are the speculatores, who acted as aides de camp or adjutants. One inscription preserves the name of a speculator who dedicated a gift to the guardian spirit of his unit. Another records a dedication raised by speculatores and beneficiarii, a class of soldiers excused from heavy duties by their commanders in honor of the wife of a Roman governor. Another group were the immunes, men released from ordinary military duties. Inscriptions show them as settled near the camp, raising affectionate memorials to wives and mothers. There were also the corniculari, assistant officers marked by wearing a small decorative horn on their helmets as a sign of distinction. One slab records the memory of such a man, remembered by his stepson, a centurion of the legion. Another group, the frumentaroi, were originally attached to the distribution of grain, but also worked as couriers and sometimes as spies. Inscriptions to their families have been found across the empire, including one at Lambaesis, raised by a frumentarius of the 5th Macedonian Legion to his beloved wife. Finally, there were the tesserari, a numerous body of soldiers since each century of 100 men had one of them. They were responsible for distributing the daily watchword, written on small wooden tablets called tesserai. Each evening, they collected the watchword from the tribune's headquarters and silently passed it along through the companies of the legion, before returning it to the commander. This quiet but essential duty ensured the security and discipline of the Roman camp each night. The tesserae were carefully examined and counted, and if any were missing, an inquiry was made immediately. Even the slightest breach of regulations brought punishment. Livy often mentioned the silent password of a Roman camp, and inscriptions still remind us of those who guarded it. One such memorial, found near the ruins of Lambaesis, honors a soldier named Caius Terentius Secundus, who served as a tesserarius in the 3rd Legion Augusta. The stone tells us it was dedicated by a fellow officer, the keeper of arms, whose duties are clearly defined by that title. Another inscription commemorates Caius Cornelius Pietus, who also served as keeper of arms and lived to the age of 45. Even musicians were remembered. A touching memorial survives for Caius Julius Emeritus, a trumpeter of the 3rd Legion, who died at the age of 35. His mother and his wife, Rufina, erected the stone, and their words remain as fresh as though carved only yesterday. Alongside the soldiers, the legion was supported by a civil staff, whose names and functions appear in many inscriptions now preserved in the museum at Lambaesis. Among them were the mensors, or surveyors, who measured land, grain, and other produce. When described as mensors of buildings, they were essentially clerks of works. A memorial to Modius Felix makes this clear, recording him as a surveyor of the 3rd Legion Augusta, who lived to the age of 60. There were also the dispensatores, often slaves, who managed accounts and payments like stewards. Ancient writers mention how they sometimes enriched themselves by abusing their office. One story tells how Emperor Otho once received 1,000,000 sesterces from a former slave he had recommended for such a post. At Lambaesis, an inscription records the loyalty of Hyginus, who had been born into servitude and faithfully served his master as a dispensator of the legion. Another striking memorial, perfectly preserved on an altar near Batna, honors a dispensator who astonishingly lived to the age of 110. His fellow officer, an archarius or paymaster, dedicated the stone to his old friend. Freedmen also left their mark. One Roman lady lamented the death of her freedman Uticianus, while 2 others, Euhodus and Fortunatus, recorded their gratitude to their master Publicius Victorinus, describing him as an excellent patron. These touching tributes reveal the close ties that could exist between freedmen and their former masters. The architect of the legion was another key figure. He designed military and civil buildings, bridges, and aqueducts, much like a modern military engineer. A memorial for Cornelius Festus, who died at just 30 years old, proudly identifies him as an architect of the 3rd Legion Augusta. Medical officers also appear frequently. One moving inscription honors Papirius Aelianus, called a most worthy husband. He served as an ordinarius medicus, a doctor attached to the legion, and lived an impressive 85 years. Other inscriptions to legion doctors have been found in the necropolis and in the headquarters at Lambaesis, showing how valued they were. But perhaps the most touching inscriptions are those that speak of love and family. One stone, found on the road to Diana Veteranorum, was set up by Julia Ziora and her son Rufinus Vitalis in memory of her husband, a centurion of the 3rd Legion. The simple words, "To my incomparable husband and our sweetest father," capture the deep affection of a Roman family living in North Africa. The closing line wishes the deceased peace in the earth, echoing a timeless human desire. It is mentioned that in both cases the names were represented only by initials, and that the memorial was raised during the brief joint rule of Caracalla and Geta, the sons of Septimius Severus, in the years 211 to 212. One inscription records the dedication made by Aelia Prospera, a dearly loved woman, to her husband, Gaius Pomponius Magnus, who served as legate of the emperors, a man of great rank and authority. Another moving inscription, found built into the wall of a ruined Byzantine structure near Lambesis, tells us of the devotion of a soldier named Servilius Fortunatus. He carried the remains of his wife Flavia Juliosa across seas and lands from the province of Dacia, and laid her to rest in the land he had adopted as home. She had lived only 27 years, yet his enduring love for her is preserved in stone. The practice of recording the completion of public works on stone or marble was deeply rooted in Roman tradition. Bridges, aqueducts, reservoirs, roads, and other works of utility were all honored in this way. These tasks were often carried out by the legions, whose role in constructing and maintaining the infrastructure of the empire was central to Roman civilization. Such projects stirred civic pride and enthusiasm, which is difficult to imagine in our own age. In every province of the empire, countless inscriptions testified to this attention to roads and public works, with North Africa being especially rich in examples. Many of these inscriptions have been lost, but those carved in durable limestone remain as clear today as when they were first set in place. The military road linking Theveste and Carthage, for instance, is well attested, with most surviving inscriptions dating to 123. Its later extension toward Thamugadi and Lambesis was likely commemorated in the same way. Even repairs were not forgotten. A tall stone pillar, discovered near the track between Takape and Capsa, records the construction and maintenance of a road by the 3rd Legion in this distant corner of Roman Africa. Another inscription tells how they restored the road from Carthage to the Numidian frontier, which had fallen into ruin through long neglect. There is also evidence of mountain roads across the Aures, built by the 6th Legion Ferrata, and similar work was likely done by other legions stationed temporarily in the region. One inscription notes the presence of the legion raised in Palmyra, a city that later became famous in the reign of Aurelian. This legion encamped at El Cantara, once called the Sandal of Hercules, and there dedicated an altar to Mercury for the safety of Emperor Caracalla. Another panel records a dedication to Malagbel, a deity from Palmyra, showing how Roman tolerance extended to the worship of foreign gods. At Lambesis itself, near the temple of Aesculapius, a temple was built to Isis and Serapis by a Roman governor, with the help of his wife and daughter. Soldiers of the 3rd Legion contributed funds for its decoration, raising columns for its portico in the year 158, near the end of the reign of Antoninus Pius. Auxiliary forces in Africa were often drawn from other provinces, since recruiting locals was once seen as a risk in such a volatile region. But by the 3rd century, with peace more secure, native troops were also enrolled. Records mention 3 such units: the cohort of Moors, the Aula of Numidians, and the cohort of Musulami. One inscription found near Theveste records the disbanding of an ancient privilege connected to the Musulami. Other inscriptions show the presence of foreign units such as the 3rd Legion Gemina and the 2nd Parthian Legion, each leaving behind stones to honor their officers and soldiers. One tablet commemorates Quintus Caecilius, a distinguished Roman who served as proconsul in Boeotia and as legate of the 3rd Legion Gemina, and who is believed to have been a native of Milevum. Another stone, discovered at Lambesis, records the life of Aurelius Victorinus, a centurion of the 2nd Parthian Legion who served 8 years and died at the age of 30. Still another memorial was raised by Maetius Quartus, a senior centurion of the 3rd Legion, in honor of his freedman Zosimus, whose memory he cherished. The remains of Lambesis, both of its military camp and of the town that grew beside it, are not remarkable for grandeur or architectural beauty. They belong to a late period of the empire, when Roman art and design were in decline. Much has since been destroyed, and many of the stones removed, yet the inscriptions that survive continue to speak of the men who served, the roads they built, the gods they worshipped, and the loved ones they remembered in distant lands. The joint rule of Marcus Aurelius and his unworthy son, Commodus, left behind many inscriptions across North Africa that carry their names. Neither of them ever set foot in these wealthy and flourishing provinces, yet dedications in their honor were widespread. What is striking, however, is that later generations tried to erase Commodus's name from marble and stone, a reflection of how deeply despised he became, both as a man and as a ruler. Commodus stands out as the perfect example of a spoiled child with corrupt tastes. To be hailed as Augustus at the age of 5, paraded through Rome as a victorious general before he turned 16, and admitted into the government of a vast empire at 19 was enough to ruin even a steadier youth. But Marcus Aurelius, with his Stoic philosophy and austere way of life, shared nothing in common with a son who saw existence only as a stage for reckless pleasure and excess. The inscriptions that survive rarely show Commodus in a favorable light. In many of them, his name is chiseled out, a visible mark of contempt after his 12 years of tyranny ended. His arrogance was legendary. When addressing the Senate, he styled himself in the grandest terms: the Emperor Caesar, Lucius Aelius Aurelius Commodus, Augustus, pious, happy, conqueror of the Sarmatians, the Germans, and the Britons, the great master of the world, invincible, the Roman Hercules, high priest, 18 times tribune, 8 times emperor, 7 times consul, father of the nation, to the consuls, praetors, tribunes of the people, and to the happy Senate of Commodus, sends his greetings. Such vanity was matched only by his corruption. One inscription found among the ruins of El Uthaya tells us that Marcus Aurelius and Commodus jointly rebuilt an old amphitheater. The work was carried out by the 6th cohort of the Comagene, an auxiliary unit stationed in the region. Yet in several inscriptions from North Africa, Commodus's name is scratched out in anger, much as an entire legion had once been erased from the record during its disgrace. An especially moving discovery was made east of Bulla Regia, at Souk el Kmas. There, archaeologists uncovered a long inscription that recorded a petition from local colonists to the emperor. The people of a great estate called Saltus Buratanus complained of the abuses of a Roman tax collector, Aelius Maximus. By law, each man was required to give 6 days of labor each year, 2 for regular work, 2 for weeding and cleaning, and 2 for harvest. The official demanded far more. The colonists appealed directly to Commodus, writing in their inscription, "We are only poor peasants. We earn our living by the sweat of our brows. Have pity on us, and do not let the tax gatherers oppress the sons of the soil." According to the record, their request was granted, and the officials restrained from further exploitation. Whether Commodus himself ever saw their plea is doubtful. More likely, the provincial governor acted in the emperor's name, since Commodus cared little for the suffering of his subjects, either in Rome or abroad. The inscription also sheds light on the meaning of the word saltus, which described a large estate that combined pasture land with woodland. Over time, these estates developed into communities, sometimes even small towns. their history reached far beyond Roman times. One such estate, known as the Enfida Saltus in Tunisia, became the focus of a bitter 19th-century dispute that ultimately gave France the pretext for declaring its protectorate over the region. Stretching across more than 300,000 acres and supporting thousands of people, it passed into the hands of a French company and still serves as a reminder of how Roman institutions echoed across the centuries. The origin of these vast estates goes back to the earliest days of Roman colonization, when successful settlers often found themselves in conflict with harsh governors or ambitious emperors. Confiscation followed, and land after land passed into the private hands of the emperor or members of the imperial family. Nero became infamous for his arbitrary seizures of farms, herds, and estates, carried out either to satisfy his passing whims or to enrich greedy courtiers. By the reign of Trajan, the growth of these imperial holdings had become so immense that, according to Pliny, 1/2 of Roman Africa was controlled by just 6 landowners, with the emperor himself inheriting the greatest share. In a letter to Marcus Aurelius, Fronto mentioned the immense African estate held by Matidia, Trajan's niece. This domain, called the Saltus Matidia, became imperial property after her death. Marcus Aurelius, out of delicacy, first refused to claim it, but later accepted it under the influence of his wife Faustina, whose authority over the emperor was well known. Nearly 40 years ago, an inscription connected to this estate was uncovered in the Magerda plains of Mauritania Citifensis, near modern Bu Araridge. It described a boundary dispute during the reign of Alexander Severus. The steward of the estate, Axius Aelianus, ordered a land survey by Caelius Martialis to settle the issue and clearly define the property lines. The inscription also recorded that the local inhabitants of Castorensis dedicated the matter to the emperor, confirming the imperial authority over the estate. Another important inscription linked to an imperial estate was found at Henchir el Hammam, near Tunisia's western frontier. On the frieze of a ruined triumphal arch appeared the name Saltus Massipianus. Archaeological remains and the continuing use of hot and cold springs by local people suggest that this site once served as a Roman thermal spa. The inscription itself, deciphered by Belisarius, was a dedication to Emperor Caracalla from the inhabitants of the estate, celebrating the restoration of public buildings that had fallen into decay. The influence of women at the imperial court, so strong under the Antonines, was equally visible in the reign of Marcus Aurelius. His wife, Annia Faustina the Younger, left a distinct mark on the African provinces. Unlike her mother, whose name never appeared on African inscriptions despite her image circulating widely on coins, Faustina the Younger was honored in numerous dedicatory stones and statues. Known as the Mother of the Army, she accompanied Marcus Aurelius on his campaigns and played an active role in court politics. Although ancient writers recorded little about her character, her presence was felt across the empire. One inscription from Colonia Bisica Lucana, dedicated to her by local officials, gives a glimpse of her high status. Cassius Dio claimed that Marcus Aurelius turned a blind eye to the scandals and conspiracies surrounding his wife. Yet after her death, the Senate decreed that 2 silver statues should be raised in the Temple of Venus in Rome, one of the emperor and one of Faustina. Whenever Marcus Aurelius attended the theater, her golden statue was placed in her former seat, and the noble women of the court were required to pay it the same respect they had once shown her in life. Marcus himself ordered further tributes. A column erected in Halala, at the foot of Mount Taurus where she had died, and new endowments for a charitable foundation created in her mother's honor, known as the Faustinian girls. As for Marcus Aurelius's own mother, her name is absent from any stone or marble inscription yet discovered in North Africa. Still, her memory survives on a piece of broken pottery found at Hadrumetum, inscribed with the name Domitia Lucilla. Of the family of Emperor Marcus Aurelius and his wife Faustina, only a few traces remain, yet 2 memorials of their daughter Vibia Aurelia were discovered at Calama and are now preserved in the Museum of Modern Guelma. One inscription honors her as the daughter of the divine Marcus, the sister of Sabina, and the patroness of the local municipality, remembered with gratitude by its councillors. With the close of this reign, one of the great chapters in Roman history came to an end, marking a turning point in the story of North Africa. The old order was fading, and almost without notice, the first seeds of decline were being sown. The proud Latin families, whose lineage stretched back into the glorious days of the Republic and who had provided emperors for more than 2 centuries, had disappeared. The Julian line was extinguished with the death of Nero. The Flavians, who had extended the empire so widely, lost their authority. And the Antonines reached their end when the unhappy Commodus was struck down by an assassin's hand. The accession of Marcus Aurelius had once been greeted with hope, as his early career seemed to promise peace and stability. His 11 years of independent rule encouraged the belief that a government guided by philosophy might be preferable to the vigorous, often ruthless energy of past emperors. It seemed as though the world was to be ruled by the principles once taught in the groves of Athens. The old saying of Plato, that true happiness would arrive when philosophers governed, appeared to be fulfilled as Marcus presented himself as a disciple of Zeno. To his credit, he remained faithful to the ideals of his youth, upheld the doctrines he had embraced, and passed away unaware of the storms that later emperors would have to face. There is little need to dwell on his corrupt successor Commodus, whose memory was condemned by later generations, his name erased from public monuments. Yet his wife, Brutia Crispina, daughter of Brutus Praesens, was spared this indignity. An inscription from Thamugas, uncovered nearly 50 years ago between the ruins of a Byzantine fort and a Roman theater, records a dedication in her honor, naming her the wife of Commodus and Augusta of the empire. The fall of Commodus was followed by the short-lived reigns of Julianus and Pertinax. Julianus left no mark on Africa's history, and his name does not appear in a single inscription despite his 7 months of rule. Pertinax, however, stands apart. Though his reign lasted scarcely 3 months, he embodied the nobility of a true Roman. Born in Hadrumetum, an African by origin, though likely of Latin descent, he was admired for his patriotism and his upright life. His countrymen remembered him with pride, and as Cassius Dio recounts, a golden statue was raised to him in the Circus Maximus as a lasting symbol of public esteem. In North Africa, his name survives in inscriptions such as one carved on a milestone along the road from Lambasis, near the river El Cantara, dated to the year 192. Another dedication, made the same year by colonists on one of the great African estates, records their offering of an altar for the safety of the Emperor Pertinax, expressing their loyalty and devotion to the ruler they held in such high regard. For centuries, the Roman world had been ruled by emperors of European descent. Some rose to power through military strength, others through statesmanship or high office, while more than a few were lifted to the throne by the demands of restless soldiers or the will of the Roman crowd. There was a time when the phrase Senate and people of Rome carried its full authority, representing both the dignity of the Senate and the determination of the Roman people. But that age had passed. Under the absolute power of the emperors, the Senate lost its influence, once described by foreign envoys as a gathering of kings. Though the Senate was still consulted as a formality when the throne was empty, it no longer had true power. Real authority now belonged to the army, stationed across the empire. It was this dominance of the military that changed the character of imperial rule and drove the turmoil threatening the empire by the end of the 3rd century. When the Emperor Pertinax was killed, 4 men claimed the throne: Didius Julianus, Pescennius Niger, Clodius Albinus, and Septimius Severus. Julianus, whose mother was from Africa, had been raised under the care of Domitia Lucilla, the mother of Marcus Aurelius. The Senate nominated him, and he secured the Praetorian Guard's loyalty with promises of money. But once in power, he failed to pay what he had promised. His short reign lasted only 7 months before he was killed by his own soldiers. Niger left no legacy in Africa and soon disappeared from history. The real contest came between Albinus and Severus, both born in Africa. Albinus, born in Hadrumetum, modern-day Sousse in Tunisia, earned his name from the pale color of his skin. He rose quickly in the army during the reign of Commodus, gaining high rank and eventually the governorship of Britain. When Pertinax died, the Senate pressed him to accept the title of Caesar, and he agreed, seemingly with the support of Severus. For a time, the 2 men pretended to be allies. Severus even wrote Albinus a letter in 197, addressing him as "my beloved brother," the brother of the empire, and sending greetings from his family, along with gifts for Albinus's young son. But behind the words of friendship, Severus secretly ordered his messengers to lure Albinus into a trap and have him murdered. Albinus discovered the plot, tortured the messengers, and raised a powerful army. The 2 rivals finally met in Gaul. In the following year, Albinus was defeated, and his severed head was carried in triumph through the streets of Rome. For the first time in Roman history, an emperor from Africa rose to supreme power. Septimius Severus, born in the coastal city of Leptis Magna, brought new prominence to North Africa as the home of a ruler of Rome. His reign lasted 18 years, during which colonization spread westward to the Atlantic, villages grew into towns, frontiers were secured, and native uprisings were crushed. Under his rule, Roman Africa reached its height. Africans and Italians alike shared the emperor's favor, and his presence was recorded in inscriptions across the region. Severus was not like the gentle Antoninus Pius or the dignified Marcus Aurelius. Restless and ambitious, he thrived on military campaigns. From the Euphrates to the northern frontiers of Britain, his presence was felt in nearly every province of the empire. Gifted in literature and philosophy as a young man, and proven as a commander in adulthood, he quickly gained the admiration of his countrymen. Yet ancient writers agree that he was harsh and authoritarian. Justinus describes him as naturally cruel, while others such as Spartianus and Capitolinus struggled to find any act of mercy in his career. He had the disgraced Emperor Commodus worshipped as a god, and he paraded the heads of his defeated rivals Niger and Albinus through Rome as trophies. Even so, Severus was respected for his strength of will and determination, qualities that allowed him to control the empire for nearly 2 decades. He understood better than most that the loyalty of the army was the foundation of imperial power. To secure it, he rewarded his soldiers with generous pay. On his deathbed, he is said to have advised his sons with chilling honesty: "Live in harmony, enrich the soldiers, and care nothing for the rest." His first act after defeating Albinus revealed this policy clearly. Summoning the Praetorian Guard outside Rome, he surrounded them with troops he trusted, stripped them of their weapons, dismissed them from service, and banished them from living within 100 miles of the city. From that moment, Severus ruled not only the Senate and the people, but above all, the army. The remarkable number of dedicatory inscriptions in honor of Septimius Severus are striking in many ways. In nearly all of them, the emperor's name is joined with those of his two sons, Caracalla and Geta, both referred to as Augusti, and often with Julia Domna, his second wife, who proudly bore the title Mother of the Camps. The political influence of women during this period is well attested, and no name appears more frequently in inscriptions than that of this celebrated empress. Of Severus's own mother, nothing is known, though it is reasonable to assume she, like her husband, was an African from Leptis. Her memory survives only in a stone inscription at Constantine, which honors her as the mother of an emperor and bearing the title Augusta. Concerning Marciana, the first wife of Severus whom he married at Leptis in his youth, but later abandoned, almost nothing is recorded. She seems to have taken no role in public life, choosing instead to live quietly in retirement. Yet her name is still preserved on a tablet in the public gardens at Constantine. The wording suggests it was erected during her lifetime, when Julia Domna had already become empress. The simple phrasing carries a touch of sympathy for a deserted princess, honored by the citizens of Cirta. The influence of women in Roman politics had grown under earlier figures such as the two Faustinas, but it reached its peak with Julia Domna. Born in Emesa in Syria, daughter of a priest of the sun, she rose from provincial obscurity to become one of the most prominent figures of her age. Her sharp intelligence was matched by personal charm, and her influence in imperial affairs stood second only to Severus himself. Yet her private life was notorious, reflecting the looser moral tone of court society at the time. Ancient writers even claimed that after Severus's death, Julia Domna married his son Caracalla, though opinions differ. Some contemporary authorities were silent, while others endorsed the story. Later historians, such as Spartianus and Aurelius Victor, repeated it, presenting her as a woman whose power and presence were inseparable from the very fabric of rule. The name Domna itself is unusual. Some said it was simply a Syrian name, while others believed it derived from the phrase, Our Lady. Dedications to her are found across the empire, and some are striking in the titles they bestow. Mother of the army, the Senate, and the country. In one inscription from Thagaste, her name even appears before that of the emperor, as though Severus himself was secondary in the public eye. Such dedications highlight her extraordinary prominence, especially after the year 198, when Severus defeated his rival Albinus and secured undisputed control of the empire. Other inscriptions emphasize the prestige of Severus's family as a whole. One example comes from the temple of Aesculapius at Lambesis, where 36 trumpeters of the 3rd Augustan Legion honored the emperor, his sons, Julia Domna, and even Caracalla's ill-fated wife, Plautilla. Julia Domna's name appears so often in such dedications that its omission is the rare exception. Severus himself, though highly learned, never lost the accent of his African homeland, a detail remembered by ancient writers. He remained proud of his origins, a pride reflected in his architectural projects. His palace in Rome included the Grand Septizonium, a towering 7-story facade placed beside the road from Africa, designed to impress his countrymen as they entered the capital. Across the African provinces, the monuments of his reign were numerous, though few displayed great originality. The most impressive was the triumphal arch at Xanfor, standing as a symbol of his legacy. When the traveler Bruce visited this place in 1765, the monument still stood in fair condition. Since then, the Corinthian columns that once adorned the archway have been overthrown, and the structure has fallen into a ruinous state. The arch had only a single passageway, measuring just over 17 feet in width, while the total height of the edifice, crowned by an attic bearing an inscription, reached around 41 feet. According to the scholar Guérin, the dedicatory inscription honored the divine Severus, the pious Augustus, conqueror of Arabia and Adiabon, and Maxim, and also Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, the fortunate Augustus, conqueror of Parthia, Britain, and Germany, high priest, father of the fatherland, consul for the 4th time, and proconsul. It praised them as the greatest and most noble princes, and also honored Julia Domna, the pious and fortunate Augusta, mother of the emperor, of the camps, of the senate, and of the fatherland, wife of the divine Severus. The inscription declared that the colony of Julia Assuris dedicated itself to their divine spirits with devotion. The records of Assuris, known as Colonia Julia Assuris, are limited. Pliny the Elder mentioned it under the name Oppidum Azuritanum, and it also appears in the itinerary of Antoninus and in Ptolemy's geography. For generations, it was a stronghold of Christianity and served as the seat of a bishopric, remembered by Saint Cyprian, who once addressed a letter to the bishop and people of Assuris. The town itself was favored by a fertile countryside, pure flowing waters, and beautiful scenery, all enclosed by defensive walls whose foundations can still be seen. It was crossed by 2 lofty bridges that spanned the river. Among the qualities associated with Emperor Septimius Severus was his careful attention to ensuring an abundant supply of grain and oil. He valued Africa's produce so highly that when his rival Pescennius Niger threatened to invade the region through Egypt and Libya, Severus sent legions across the Mediterranean to guard the storehouses and prevent them from falling into enemy hands. By the time of his death, he had amassed stores of grain sufficient for 7 years and oil in abundance. Severus was a tireless ruler, and when he sensed that his life was nearing its end, he gave his soldiers a final watchword: "Let us keep working." At his side, in his last years, were his 2 sons, Caracalla and Geta, the elder raised to Augustus by the army, and the younger promoted at the urging of their mother, Julia Domna. An inscription from the town of Gigthus in Tripoli refers to the 3 Augusti, Severus, Caracalla, and Geta, in connection with the conquest of Britain. It reads, "To the British victory of the Emperors Lucius Septimius Severus, pious and steadfast, Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, and Publius Septimius." Geta, the Augusti, the people of Gigthus dedicate this in public honor. The inscription gives no precise date, though it may be placed around the year 213, a year after Severus died at Eboracum, modern-day York. References to Geta alone are rare, since his memory was condemned after his brother murdered him in 212, scarcely 12 months after their father's death. Yet in the Museum of Aumale, the ancient city of Ausia, a slab survives from the year 205 that celebrates him as Lucius Septimius Geta, Pontifex Maximus, noble Caesar, and Prince of Youth. It reveals the popularity he enjoyed during his father's lifetime, and the jealousy that drove his brother to hate him. Caracalla was so determined to secure power that he first declared his brother a public enemy, and then arranged a false plan of dividing the empire between them. Geta was supposed to rule from Alexandria or Antioch, governing Africa and Asia, while Caracalla would remain in Rome with the rest of the provinces. But the scheme was only a deception to calm their mother's fears. Caracalla's name, as he was commonly called, appears frequently in African inscriptions during his 6 years of active reign. His official titles were long and grand, filled with terms like greatest, invincible, most holy, most fortunate, and most generous of princes. In Rusicada, now Scicta, the citizens bowed to him as the unconquerable Augustus. In Constantine, another lengthy dedication described him with endless praises. Even milestones from Roman roads bore inscriptions hailing him as the noblest and happiest of rulers. One of the earliest inscriptions with his name comes from the Forum of Tamugas in 197, where he was described as the destined emperor, long before he took the full honors of Augustus. Other inscriptions from Lamsesis and Hencher el Bidr in 215 link his name with that of Julia Domna, his mother, though sometimes he was celebrated alone. One particularly rich inscription from Siaga in modern Tunisia listed his entire imperial lineage, tracing it back to Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, Antoninus Pius, and Marcus Aurelius, presenting him as the heir of Rome's greatest rulers. And yet, behind all these words of glory stood a ruler remembered for cruelty and ambition. Caracalla plotted the death of his father, murdered his brother, married his stepmother, banished his wife, and ultimately killed both her and his father-in-law. His reign was infamous for bloodshed and betrayal. Interestingly, the name Caracalla never appeared on his coins or inscriptions. It was a nickname, recorded by the historian Aurelius Victor, meaning the long, flowing cloak worn by the people of Gaul, where the young emperor had been born in Lyons. His true family name was Bassianus, after his grandfather, but when he assumed imperial power, he styled himself Marcus Aurelius Antoninus Severus Augustus, the name that all official inscriptions preserved. The extraordinary influence of Julia Domna in imperial affairs was later shared, towards the end of Caracalla's reign, by her younger sister Julia Maesa. The lives of these two daughters of Phoenicia, whose father Bassianus had been only a humble priest at Emesa without any noble rank, are truly remarkable. Contemporary writers mention that their presence at the heart of Roman politics contributed to a decline in public morality and encouraged corruption that weakened the empire. Herodian describes Julia Maesa as strong-minded, determined, and utterly unscrupulous, always seizing chances to gain wealth or power without regard for others. Such was the weight of her authority that even Septimius Severus granted her the title of Augusta, the highest dignity for an empress. When she died peacefully in old age, one of the wealthiest women of her era, the Senate honored her memory with divine status. Inscriptions from North Africa preserve her name. At the camp of Lambesis, she was called Augusta, grandmother of our Lord, and mother of the army and of the Senate. This dedication likely belongs to the reign of her grandson, Elagabalus, between the years 218 and 222. Her daughter Julia Soaemias, also remembered as Soemis by some ancient writers, became another empress renowned for her intrigue and restless activity during the last days of Caracalla and under her son Elagabalus. Her presence in Africa is recorded by a single inscription at Lambesis, where she is styled Augusta, mother of our emperor. Even more notable was the career of Julia Mamaea, Soaemia's younger sister and the mother of the emperor Alexander Severus. Ancient accounts portray her as ambitious for power, unbending in her will, and insatiably eager for wealth. For nearly 25 years, these four women, Domna, Mesa, Soemias, and Mamaia, held immense authority. As mothers, aunts, or grandmothers of emperors, they may rightly be said to have ruled the Roman world. In the Senate House, in the military camp, and during public ceremonies, they stood alongside the emperors to share honors and privileges. Within the palace, their influence was absolute, and the will of a woman often became the will of the emperor himself. Julia Domna even sat in the Senate at Rome, an unprecedented act, while her niece Soemias went further by founding and presiding over a female council on the Quirinal Hill to regulate the social and moral conduct of Rome's aristocratic women. When Caracalla, the legitimate son of Septimius Severus, became emperor alongside his brother Geta, many believed an African dynasty under the name Bassianus would continue to rule, giving further fame to the family of a once obscure Syrian priest of the sun. The great dynasties of the past had already faded. The Julians and Flavians were gone. The Ulpian family that had shone under Trajan was forgotten, and the Antonines had ended in tragedy when Commodus fell to an assassin. For generations, Rome had relied on Italy and Spain to supply its emperors, with the Senate guiding succession. But with the fall of the Antonines, a new order emerged. The voice of the people mattered little. The army alone decided who would wear the purple. Any ambitious general with money to buy the soldiers' loyalty could seize the throne. The Praetorians had already shown their power by murdering Pertinax and Julianus, and their dominance reached its height when they cut down the respected Alexander Severus. The fall of Caracalla opened the way for opportunists. Across the empire, wherever legions were camped, a daring commander could claim imperial power with enough gold to win the soldiers. One such man was Marcus Opellius Severus Macrinus, born in Julia Caesarea, once the capital of King Juba II. A Moor by birth and marked by the pierced ear of his people, he had risen from obscurity to become prefect of the Praetorian Guard. His reign lasted barely 2 months and 3 days. In that brief time, inscriptions in North Africa reveal that he shared power with his son, Diadumenianus, granting him the title of Caesar. But like earlier rulers who purchased power from a corrupt army, father and son soon paid the price. When Macrinus attempted to cut soldiers' pay and curb their luxury, both were killed. A triumphal arch at the city of Diana records the citizens' dedication to Macrinus and Diadumenianus. The inscription hails Macrinus as most provident and most holy ruler, and honors Diadumenianus as noble Caesar, Prince of Youth. These lofty titles reflected early hopes for their reign, marked by tax relief and tolerance, but they did not match the cruelty and bloodshed that soon followed. Another inscription, found on a milestone near Turris, records their names again, commemorating the construction of a new road. Yet beyond these traces, Macrinus left little mark. His reign had no lasting influence on the development of North Africa. Their successor was Aurelius Antoninus Varius, better known as Elagabalus. His disgraceful 4-year rule added nothing but shame to Roman history. What mattered most was not his own character, but the power of his mother, Soemias, and his grandmother, Julia Mesa. Through intrigue and wealth, they destroyed Macrinus, declared the 14-year-old Elagabalus the son of Caracalla, and set him upon the throne. Ancient writers treated him gently compared to the scandal of his life, but inscriptions tell another story. One stone from the fortress at Lambesa, pieced together by scholars, records a dedication by the 3rd Legion Augusta on their return from the east. It honors our Lord, Emperor Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, pious and fortunate Augustus, son of the divine great Antoninus, grandson of the divine Severus, alongside Julia Maesa, grandmother of our Augustus, mother of the army and of the Senate, and Julia Soaemias, mother of our Augustus. Tellingly, the name of Caracalla does not appear, a deliberate omission that revealed how little claim Elagabalus truly had to the throne. His power rested entirely on the ambitions of the two women who ruled in his name. The career of Alexander Severus stands out as a bright chapter in African history, recalling the most prosperous days of the empire under Augustus, Trajan, and Antoninus Pius. His father, Genesius Marcianus, thought to have come from Phoenicia, is almost forgotten, but the memory of his mother, Julia Mamaea, the sister of Julia Soaemias, and granddaughter of Julia Maesa, has endured through the centuries. When comparing the lives of Elagabalus and Alexander Severus, one cannot fail to notice the striking contrast in their characters. Both were of Syrian African descent, with little trace of Italian blood, and both spent their early youth as priests in the magnificent Temple of the Sun at Emesa, where their great-grandfather Bassianus had served for many years. Some have claimed that Soaemias and her son embodied the spirit of corruption, while Mamaea and her son represented the spirit of virtue. This judgment may be too simple, yet there is no doubt that Alexander Severus earned a reputation for justice and decency, qualities that stand in complete opposition to the disgraceful rule of his predecessor. His reign of 14 years was marked by fairness to all subjects of the empire, honesty in every public matter, and a sincere concern for the well-being of his people. It is said that not a single life was taken by his orders anywhere in his dominions. Together with his mother, he shared the responsibilities of power and showed a genuine wish to improve the lives of those in the provinces, as well as in Rome. Their names appear on countless dedicatory inscriptions, many of which survive to this day. In North Africa alone, more than 60 inscriptions have been found that testify to his rule. These monuments praise him with long strings of superlatives, calling him most holy, most brave, above all most merciful, and our Lord, all attached to the formal name Marcus Aurelius Severus Alexander, pious, fortunate, and august. Such titles can still be read on stone slabs in local museums across the region. Writers of the time noted that Alexander Severus combined modesty with dignity. According to one account, when the Senate wished to give him the title of Antonine in memory of his great predecessor, he politely refused, asking, "If I accept the name of Antonine, then why not also that of Trajan, or Titus, or Vespasian?" To this, the senators replied, "In our eyes, the name of Antonine is equal to that of Augustus." On another occasion, when they urged him to take the title Magnus, or the Great, he once again declined. Such modesty was rare in the Roman world. Many inscriptions from his reign are simple dedications on milestones or public works. One example reads, Emperor Marcus Aurelius Severus Alexander, pious, fortunate, august, grandson of the divine Severus, chief priest, holder of tribunician power, consul, restored this road in the 16th year of his reign. These plain words capture the practical side of his rule. But there are also more elaborate dedications. One particularly interesting inscription, found years ago at Lambessa, on the Via Septimiana near the amphitheater, records the setting up of an altar to Jupiter. It was dedicated as a thanksgiving for the safety of the emperor, his mother Julia Mamaea, and their family, by a chief magistrate named Lucius Marius Crescentianus. This tablet, still preserved in the Praetorium at Lambessa, offers a vivid reminder of the honor once paid to Alexander Severus and his mother. At Aintunga, once known as Thignica, an important town of the African province whose ruins still cover the landscape, a dedication was found honoring Emperor Alexander Severus and his mother Julia Mamaea. In this inscription, she is called Augusta and described as Mother of the Emperor, of the army, of the Senate, and of the nation. The stone records the rebuilding of the market in the year 229, a date that marked the peak of Alexander's reign when he reached his 21st year. The wording proclaims, "To the Emperor Caesar, the divine descendant of Antoninus, the pious and fortunate grandson of the divine Severus, Marcus, Aurelius Severus, Alexander, pious, fortunate, Augustus, chief priest, holding tribunician power for the 8th time, consul for the 3rd time, father of his country, and to Julia Mamaea Augusta, mother of the emperor, of the army, of the senate, and of the nation." The marketplace, which had collapsed from age, was rebuilt by the devoted municipality of Thignica with public funds and was solemnly dedicated. Although Alexander Severus was proclaimed Caesar at the age of 14 and died before his 28th birthday, he was married 3 times. One of his wives was Sulpicia Mamaea, daughter of a man of consular rank, though history records nothing more about her. She appears to have lived quietly, unlike her ambitious mother-in-law Julia Mamaea. Another wife, Sallustia Barbia Orbiana, left behind clearer traces. Her name survives in an inscription at Caesarea, today's Churchill in Algeria, preserved in the local museum. This record calls her the Most Sacred Augusta, wife of our emperor, and was dedicated by the imperial horse guard under the authority of the provincial governor. Interestingly, the emperor's own name is not mentioned. Herodian tells us that Julia Mamaea fiercely opposed Orbiana's use of the title Augusta. The empress mother wanted that distinction for herself alone. In spite of Alexander's reluctance to agree with his mother's jealousy, Orbiana was eventually exiled from Rome and forced to live the rest of her life in a North African city. The dedication at Caesarea therefore stands as a silent reminder of a princess whose fate was shaped not by her own will, but by the ambition of another. Yet perhaps the destiny that brought Orbiana to Africa was not entirely tragic. The city of Caesarea, the ancient capital of King Juba II, stood in one of the most beautiful settings in the region. The air was fresh, the surrounding hills were clothed with trees, and the blue Mediterranean broke gently upon the headland. In the 3rd century, it was home to wealthy Roman citizens, descendants of families settled there since the reign of Claudius. The countryside was filled with villas, their remains still visible in the rolling hills. It is not impossible that one day the grand house in which Orbiana lived may be uncovered, and with it new details of her story. Removed from the corruption and intrigues of Rome, she may have found in this African city a quieter life, more suited to her nature, even if born of exile. It has often been said of Alexander Severus that his kindness, though admirable, sometimes caused harm. His excessive respect for his mother's wishes left a stain on a career otherwise marked by integrity. Like many emperors before him who tried to restore order in the army and discipline in the garrisons, his life ended at the hands of a soldier's dagger. The command of the Praetorian Guard was absolute, and the power of the sword could not be resisted. Alexander, the reformer, was condemned, and almost at the same moment both he and his mother fell together. Herodian tells us that Alexander was driven into this fate by the greed of Julia Mamaea, who demanded wealth and forced him to reduce the soldiers' pay so she could enrich herself. Yet, despite such charges, the vitality of the Roman people endured. The growth of colonization in the African provinces was scarcely shaken by repeated attempts to undermine the state and place the empire under the rule of violence. Alexander's reign, which lasted nearly 14 years, became a time of prosperity in North Africa. Population increased in the towns, agriculture spread in the interior, and many frontier forts and defensive works were raised to protect the borders against tribal attacks. One stone discovered on the plains of Setif records the building of a fort called Dianensis during his reign. The inscription proclaims, "The Emperor Caesar Marcus Aurelius Severus Alexander, unconquered, pious, fortunate, Augustus, built the walls of the fort of Dianensis through the labor of the colonists, with a garrison of 195 men." In the far west, two other inscriptions record the presence of a unit known as the Alexandrian Severian Troop of Syrians, the last word referring to a tribe mentioned in the ancient geography of Ptolemy. Scholars suggest that the original title of this garrison was later shortened to Castra Severiana, and by the 5th century, a bishop resided there who bore the title of Castra Siberianensis. Alexander's government in Africa was remembered as just and steady. The sense of security he gave drew settlers from many corners of the empire. After the fall of Macrinus the Moor, there were no signs of political unrest, and the inscriptions from this time show respect for imperial authority and admiration for an emperor who was gentle in nature. Many believed that if he had been allowed to live out his years, Rome would have greatly benefited from his wise and benevolent rule. His goodwill and patience, unusual among rulers of Syrian heritage, may ironically have hastened his downfall. His biographer Lampridius tells us that on one occasion both Julia Mamaea and his wife Memia rebuked him with the words, "You have made your rule weaker, and the empire more contemptible." The judgment of history, however, is softer. As Gibbon later observed, this amiable prince was scarcely equal to the difficulties of his time, and though his intentions were pure, his strength of action never matched them. The half-century that followed the death of Alexander Severus was marked by constant turmoil and repeated outbreaks of internal strife. During this period, Africa's legions often stepped forward to preserve order and maintain the stability of government. From the year 235 to 284, no fewer than 16 emperors rose to the throne in rapid succession. 6 of them ruled for only a few months, while the 3 generations of the Gordian family held power for a combined 8 years. Aurelian and Probus, favored by the loyalty of the army, were granted unusually long reigns of 5 and 8 years. With the exception of the Gordians, who turned Africa into the battlefield of the empire, and, in the closing years of their rule, made significant efforts to improve the lives of its citizens, none of these emperors played a notable part in African affairs. Judging from the wealth of inscriptions that survive, their rule never inspired the same enthusiasm as the great days of Trajan and the Antonines, or even the gentler period of Alexander Severus. Yet it remains remarkable that for nearly 40 years, the Roman world was governed by a dynasty of Syro-Phoenician origin, and that the names of 5 emperors and 4 empresses, some of them born on African soil, left such a strong imprint on the history of the empire. This legacy is an essential chapter in the story of Rome's presence in North Africa. The death of Alexander Severus, who left no heir, ended the Syro-Phoenician dynasty and left the empire vulnerable to any ambitious adventurer who could command success on the battlefield. Only a few years earlier, Macrinus the Moor had briefly secured the throne through boldness, cruelty, and cunning. Now it was the turn of Maximinus, a man of Gothic descent and humble birth, to seize power. Once a shepherd, Maximinus had first learned the skills of attack and defense while protecting his flocks from raiders. As a soldier, he rose step by step until he became commander of a legion. Promising generous rewards and using corruption to win loyalty, he persuaded his troops to support his daring bid for the throne. When the moment came, he openly defied the Senate, declared himself emperor, and marched on Rome. Success often favors audacity, and Maximinus seemed to prove the rule. He advanced with determination, and with the aid of Capellianus, governor of Mauritania, he stirred native tribes of North Africa to rise against the Roman legions stationed there. For a time, it appeared he might reach the height of his ambition. Yet his reign was marked by cruelty, extortion, and contempt for the monuments of civilization. He showed himself every inch the barbarian he was accused of being. Known officially as Gaius Julius Verus Maximinus, he elevated his son to the rank of Caesar, giving him the same name. Inscriptions from North Africa record their titles: Emperor Caesar Gaius Julius Verus, Maximinus Pius Felix Augustus, and Gaius Julius Verus Maximus, Most Noble Caesar. One milestone still visible near Tunis records them as the restorers of the Great Highway stretching from Carthage to the borders of Numidia. Other milestones in the region bear the same dedication, proof that Maximinus was repairing roads to aid his coming military campaigns. But 3 years of his rule brought more harm than good. His motto was said to be, "Without cruelty, the empire cannot be held." In the end, he and his son fell to the same soldiers who had raised them up. Their statues were torn down, their names erased, and their memory despised. Aside from a few milestones, no monument in Africa speaks of any generosity or concern for the people under his rule. It was during this troubled time that Africa gave rise to a different figure, one remembered with far greater respect. Gordian, a noble Roman of high birth and reputation, had been appointed proconsul of Africa. Septimius Severus himself had praised the Senate's choice, calling Gordian a man noble, just, and temperate in all things. Though in his 80th year, Gordian answered the call of duty when the legions of Africa declared against Maximinus. His decision changed the course of the crisis, and his name became inseparably linked with the salvation of Rome at a moment of peril. It seems that Gordian was living in a country estate near the city of Thysdrus in the province of Africa, when Capellianus, acting as an ally of Maximinus, was stirring up native tribes to revolt. Contemporary accounts tell us that in this remote town, Gordian was proclaimed emperor by the African legions. Soon after, he traveled to Carthage in full state to receive the congratulations of its citizens, and from there he sent messengers to Rome, declaring that he had accepted the imperial power. The Senate rejoiced at the thought of being freed from the cruelties of Maximinus, but their joy was short-lived. Gordian's forces were soon defeated by the irregular army under Capellianus. His son, who had been made co-emperor alongside him, was killed in the fighting. The grief was too much for the aged Gordian to bear. Overcome with despair, he took his own life. The news spread quickly to Rome, throwing the Senate into turmoil. At its head was Flavius Valens, who would later be raised to the imperial throne with his brother Valentinian. Meanwhile, Maximinus was encamped at Aquileia with a large army, preparing for a triumphal march into Rome. Within weeks, the future of the empire seemed at risk, and the shadow of military despotism loomed large. To meet the crisis, the Senate appointed 2 men of consular rank and long experience to safeguard the state. Marcus Clodius Pupienus Maximus, a man seasoned in military affairs, was dispatched to face Maximinus at Aquileia. Decimus Caelius Calvinus Balbinus, a nobleman of proven skill in administration, was left in Rome to protect the people. To ensure the continuation of the Gordian line, the Senate also raised up the grandson of the elder Gordian, a boy of about 12 years, and proclaimed him as Caesar alongside them. A milestone found near Buhira, in Mauritania, records their names in a dedication. It honors Emperor Caesar Marcus Clodius Pupienus Maximus, pious, fortunate, and august, chief priest, holder of tribunician power, twice consul, proconsul, father of the state, and Emperor Caesar Decimus Caelius Calvinus Balbinus, pious, fortunate, and august chief priest, holder of tribunician power, twice consul, proconsul, father of the state, and Marcus Antonius Gordianus, most noble Caesar, dutiful, fortunate, grandson of the divine Gordians. The citizens of Sisyphus proudly inscribed their loyalty to the two emperors and the young Gordian. What is striking in this inscription is that both emperors are called chief priest, or Pontifex Maximus. Traditionally, this sacred office had been held by only one man at a time, but here it was shared, breaking with the ancient custom. In the early Republic, the chief pontiff was the head of the College of Priests and was forbidden to leave Italy. But when emperors assumed the title, that restriction was lifted. Julius Caesar had set the precedent when, after becoming chief pontiff, he led his armies into Gaul. By the end of the 4th century, however, the title faded from imperial use. Valentinian II was the last emperor to hold it, and afterward it passed into the hands of the bishops of Rome, who would carry it forward into the Christian age. The brief rule of the two senators, Pupienus and Balbinus, brought a moment of relief to the empire. They succeeded in destroying the tyrant Maximinus and ensured a peaceful succession for the young Gordian. For a short time, fortune favored the army sent from Rome to stop Maximinus in his march toward the capital. His own soldiers turned against him, and the usurper was killed. With his death, it seemed as though the turmoil of the empire had ended. Had Maximinus prevailed, Africa would have been plunged into chaos, suffering the cruelty and devastation that always followed irregular warfare. In earlier days of the Great Republic, and even under the Caesars up to the reign of Septimius Severus, the Senate would have asserted its authority whenever civil strife or foreign threats endangered the state. But those days were gone. The army was no longer the loyal servant of the Senate, but its master, and the will of the Praetorian Guard was impossible to resist. The citizens of Rome challenged their power, conflict broke out, and in the end, Pupienus and Balbinus were murdered by furious soldiers. Their names are almost forgotten today among the many emperors of the 3rd century, yet the loyalty they showed in a time of crisis deserves greater honor than history has granted them. It was in this unsettled climate that Gordian III, only 16 years old, was raised to the throne. He possessed all the charms of youth, a gentle nature, and the prestige of a noble family. These qualities quickly won him the affection of his subjects across the empire. For a time, the Praetorians remained quiet, waiting for their chance to test his strength and courage. Soon after his accession, an insurrection broke out in Africa, but Gordian proved himself equal to the challenge. With the loyalty of his supporters and his early training in military affairs, he crushed the rebellion swiftly, restoring peace and prosperity. In North Africa, numerous inscriptions bearing his name testify to his popularity during this short but promising reign. Across the empire, dedications celebrated his generosity and his encouragement of the arts of peace, both in Rome and in the provinces, In Africa, the titles given to him varied. At Verecunda, for instance, an inscription calls him the grandson of Gordian and son of the sister of the divine Gordian. At Lambesis, the soldiers of Julia Caesarea recorded their devotion to him. Along the road between Mostaganem and Mascara, a milestone dating to the year 239 honored him as Emperor Caesar Marcus Antonius Gordianus, dutiful and fortunate, unconquered Augustus, supreme pontiff, holder of tribunician power for the second time, consul, proconsul, father of the fatherland, devoted to the majesty of the gods, grandson of the divine Gordians. Even more striking are the dedications that join his name with that of his wife, Sabinia Tranquillina. One inscription found near Theveste reads, Emperor Caesar Marcus Antonius Gordianus, pious, fortunate, and Augustus, together with Sabinia. Tranquillina, his empress Augusta. Another, discovered at Bir Haddada in the province of Mauritania Sitifensis, offers a prayer to Jupiter and all the gods to safeguard the emperor, the empress, and their divine household. Other dedications were made to Sabinia alone, such as one from Sigus in Numidia, dated to the year 242. Little is known of Sabinia's life, except that she was the daughter of a Roman noble named Misitheus, also called Timesichles because of his Greek origins. Gordian entrusted this father-in-law with the highest responsibilities of the state, and as prefect of the Praetorians, Misitheus attempted to reform that powerful body and bring it under discipline. For a brief time, under Gordian and Sabinia, the empire once again seemed guided by youthful promise and loyal service. In an inscription dedicated to the empress, we read, To Sabinia Tranquillina, the Augusta, wife of our Lord, Emperor Caesar Marcus Antonius, Gordianus, dutiful, fortunate, unconquered Augustus, supreme pontiff, holder of tribunician power for the 5th time, hailed victorious 6 times, consul for the 2nd time, father of the fatherland, proconsul, on behalf of the Republic of the Sigetani. Yet in that corrupt age, honorable conduct was rarely valued, and every attempt at reform within the military was met with fierce resistance. Misitheus, father of the empress and prefect of the Praetorian Guard, tried to bring discipline and order to the army, but he was soon replaced by Philip the Arab, whose ambition led to Misitheus' downfall. Though history has nearly forgotten the name of Sabinia Tranquillina, the many dedications made to her in distant towns of North Africa suggest she was admired and respected among Roman citizens. Capitolinus, in his account of the Gordians, tells us that Gordian III worked to encourage art and beauty throughout the empire. As an example, he describes how the young emperor adorned the peristyle of his family villa on the Prenestine Way with 200 marble columns. 50 were of Carystian marble, 50 of Claudian, 50 of Synada, and 50 of the golden marble of Numidia, most likely quarried at Simithu. His name, however, will forever be linked not only with Rome, but with the small African town of Thysdrus. It was here that his grandfather Gordian I, drawn from a peaceful life, first raised the standard of resistance against the tyrant Maximinus. A monument was later erected in their honor, and its vast remains still amaze travelers who visit modern Tunisia. Thysdrus, known today as El Jem, is marked above all by its colossal amphitheater. Without this structure, the site of the Roman town might have been difficult to identify, for few inscriptions survive to tell its story. We know from the writings of Hirtius that after the Battle of Thapsus, Julius Caesar fined the people of Thesdrus. Yet he lessened the penalty because of the poverty of the inhabitants, ordering that they provide only a fixed quantity of grain. At the beginning of the Christian era, it was clearly not a city of great wealth or power. The exact date of the amphitheater's construction remains uncertain. It is unlikely such an enormous building, covering nearly 7 acres of land, rising 120 feet high, and able to hold more than 30,000 spectators, could have been planned and completed in the brief 6-week reign of Gordian I. It is more reasonable to believe that during the reign of Gordian III, when the empire seemed to enjoy peace and stability, the idea took shape. It was customary to celebrate the accession of a new emperor in the great towns with weeks of festivities funded by the imperial treasury. Perhaps the amphitheater was part of these celebrations, a gift to the people of Africa to host the games of the arena. Yet the truth remains hidden in mystery. Capitolinus, writing in the time of Diocletian and Constantine, makes no mention of the amphitheater at all. He does, however, speak of the proclamation of Gordian I at Thysdrus, and notes that Gordian III prepared magnificent festivities to mark the 1000th anniversary of Rome's foundation, later celebrated under his successor, Philip. That such a monumental edifice of such grandeur could be passed over in silence by an otherwise careful writer seems remarkable. The coins minted in the reign of the Gordians also shed little light. One, described by Shaw, bears an image of an amphitheater not yet matched to any known structure. Another well-known coin from this period shows a similar depiction of an amphitheater, clearly referring to the restoration or completion of the Flavian amphitheater in Rome during the reign of Gordian III. The inscription, "The Generosity of Gordian Augustus," confirms this. Both coins portray the amphitheater with 3 tiers of arcades, topped by an attic, with a colossal statue on one side and a portico on the other. It is likely that one coin was minted in Rome and the other in Carthage, but both point unmistakably to the building in Rome. And the statue depicted is none other than the famous Colossus of Nero. The silence of both Latin writers and later Arab authors, such as el-Bekri and Idrisi, in the 11th and 12th centuries, makes the question of Thysdrus difficult to solve. In 1630, Justus Lipsius published his book on the wonders of Roman greatness, listing all known amphitheaters but omitting any mention of Thysdrus. The Jesuit scholar Joseph Gius, who described amphitheaters like those at Arles in great detail, was also silent on this monument. Later, the Marquis Scipio Maffei, when comparing the amphitheaters at Verona, Rome, and Capua, boldly declared that these were the only true amphitheaters built by the Romans. According to him, the others, such as those at Arles, Nimes, Pompeii, and Pola, were merely theaters and never intended for gladiatorial combat. The first traveler to seriously draw attention to the amphitheater at Thysdrus was Shaw, who visited North Africa between 1730 and 1738. About 30 years later, Bruce likely became the first to make a drawing of it. The historian Gibbon offered no clear explanation of its origins, relying mainly on the accounts of Capitolinus for that era of Roman history. Even modern encyclopedias remain strangely silent, some of them ignoring the monument altogether. Yet, evidence suggests that many inscribed stones taken from the amphitheater were later built into the walls of Arab houses in the nearby village of El Jem. A careful excavation of the ancient town would likely reveal important clues about the construction of this immense building. For now, we must rely on tradition, and it is reasonable to believe that the amphitheater was designed and nearly finished under the Gordian dynasty. The upcoming celebration of Rome's 1000th year, which the Gordians were preparing to mark with grandeur, would have encouraged the construction of new amphitheaters and the completion of unfinished ones, not only in the capital, but across the provinces. Capitolinus himself records that Gordian III's preparations were on the grandest scale, and his generosity in promoting the arena games was said to rival that of any Roman emperor. Like the great aqueduct of Carthage, the amphitheater of Thysdrus stands as a lasting symbol of imperial ambition and of the determination that defined Roman character. To the emperor, it mattered little whether fine stone was close at hand or whether transporting it posed difficulties. Excellent stone was available in the quarries of Solectum, some 20 miles away, and it seems that this was the material used. How tens of thousands of blocks were hauled across that distance, or how many thousands of laborers were forced to work on the project, we cannot know. What we can say is that the scale of the enterprise inspires amazement, even today, and would seem impossible under modern conditions. Architecturally, the amphitheater at Thysdrus followed the familiar pattern seen throughout the empire, with open arcades on the outside, each tier built in one of the recognized classical styles. The first and third levels used the Corinthian order, while the second employed the composite style. Whether the attic was also Corinthian cannot be determined, as only fragments of the upper wall survive. The amphitheater had two main entrances, one now completely destroyed. The interior has suffered more damage than the exterior, partly because it was once used as a fortress, but more so due to centuries of plundering by locals who treated the structure as a convenient quarry. When El-Bekri described it in the 11th century, the seating was still intact from top to bottom. Even as late as Bruce's visit, some of the tiers must still have been standing. There is strong reason to believe that the building was never truly finished. The reign of the Gordians, which lasted barely 6 years, ended before the project could be completed. Their successors showed little interest in this remote town in North Africa, far from the Mediterranean coast. Many details of the structure itself suggest a hasty construction, intended for rapid use in some special event. Almost every stone bears a triangular lifting mark on its outer face, showing that speed of assembly mattered more than appearance. The archstones were not always cut precisely, and several decorative elements were left incomplete. Only 2 of the lower keystones were carved, one with a lion's head, and the other with the bust of a woman in the hairstyle of the time. The 3 arcaded tiers were completed, though the top cornice and attic appear never to have been finished. One striking feature of the amphitheater is the uniformity of its masonry. Nearly every course of stone measures close to 20 inches in height, while the blocks themselves average 38 inches in length. The entablatures of each tier were constructed in the same way, with the architrave, frieze, and cornice each formed from single blocks of stone. The bases of the engaged columns were cut from single blocks of stone, as were the sub-bases that supported them. The total surface area of this amphitheater is almost identical to that of the unfinished amphitheater at Verona, which ranks alongside Capua as one of the largest provincial monuments of its kind. When compared with the Colosseum in Rome, there are striking differences in the proportions of repeating features, especially in the balance between the solid walls and the open arches of the arcades. The major axis measures about 489 feet, while the minor axis reaches 403 feet. The height of the first tier is 26.5 feet, the second nearly 33 feet, and the third just under 30 feet. If the attic was intended to match the proportions of its Roman counterpart, then the total height of the external wall from the ground would have been over 124 feet. The structure itself shows remarkable craftsmanship. The stone used was a shelly limestone, white when freshly quarried, but turning a warm golden shade after centuries of exposure. When the sun sets low on the horizon, the effect is breathtaking. Yet the stone was not suited for the finest detail work. Its surfaces are smooth, and the vaulting, built with smaller blocks, is an impressive achievement. Still, not every stone was fitted with precision, perhaps due to the speed with which the work was carried out, leaving some joints wider than in the best examples of Roman construction. Even so, the proportions of the arches and the wall spaces are pleasing to the eye, and the moldings, though simple and repeated often, were carefully planned. The history of this amphitheater in later centuries was dramatic. Its massive form and solid construction allowed it to be used as a fortress. During the Arab invasion of North Africa, a woman leader named El Kahina is said to have taken refuge within its walls, enduring a long siege. In 1697, when the local tribes refused to pay their annual tribute to the Bey, they also fortified themselves inside. Artillery was brought against the structure, and a breach was made so large that it destroyed nearly a quarter of the perimeter. From that moment, it was never again used as a stronghold. Many of the stones dislodged during the attack were carried off in later centuries, widening the gap. Today, poor dwellings cluster around the base of the monument, and even occupy the lower arcades, forming a tragic contrast to the grandeur of Roman craftsmanship. Amphitheaters themselves represent an important chapter in Roman history. They were a uniquely Roman type of public building, never found in lands untouched by Roman conquest. They can be divided into three categories. The first includes the grand amphitheaters modeled on the Colosseum, such as those at Capua, Elgem, Verona, Arles, Nimes, and Pola. The second category includes those partly excavated into the ground and partly built in stone, like those at Paestum, Pompeii, Italica, Caerleon, Buchater, Odina, and many towns across North Africa. The third category consists of simpler amphitheaters, cut into the earth in an elliptical shape with turf seating, such as the one at Dorchester. These are known as military amphitheaters, and it is likely that no Roman garrison, no matter how remote, was without one of these rough constructions. As the antiquarian Montfaucon once observed, every Roman city had its amphitheater, and in North Africa, the outlines of such buildings can still be traced in nearly every ancient settlement. The amphitheater at Elgem is tied to the reign of Gordian III, the last ruler of a short-lived dynasty. He shares with Alexander Severus the sympathy of later generations as an emperor who attempted to govern honorably, yet was struck down by his own soldiers. At only 20 years of age, Gordian was murdered at the command of the Praetorian Guard, and Philip the Arab was placed on the throne. Gordian's memory, however, endured. Capitolinus records that the Senate decreed his descendants would forever be free from the burdens of taxation, a rare honor in Roman history. Sadly, no inscriptions have been found in North Africa that carry the names of Gordian Famorn or his son. At Gemila, the ancient city of Kikulum, a damaged slab has been uncovered, but the few surviving words are written in Greek and provide no useful information. In the long procession of emperors who appeared in quick succession during the decline of the Roman Empire, many were little more than puppets controlled by factions. Some were raised to the throne by chance rather than by the will of the people, while others became mere tools in the hands of a corrupt and undisciplined army. Because many of them ruled for only a few months, they had little time to influence the administration of the empire or to visit the great provinces that lay far beyond Rome. Africa remained a distant land for some of these rulers, yet their names, whether honored or disgraced, can still be found carved on stone and marble across the province, Many emperors were granted long lists of lofty titles, ones that even the greatest Caesars of Rome's golden age would have hesitated to accept. Others received the standard formulas that tradition demanded of a Caesar. This shift reveals the distance between the careful dignity of Augustus and the unworthy representatives of his line who followed. Among them was Philip the Arab, who murdered the young Emperor Gordian III and seized power, ruling for 5 years more like a military adventurer than a true guardian of Rome's greatness. Yet fortune smiled on him far beyond what he deserved. Soon after his rise, the empire celebrated the 1000th anniversary of Rome's foundation, and grand festivals were held in every city. Inscriptions from that time survive in many places, dedicated not only to Philip, but also to his wife, Ottocilia Severa, and even to their young son, Philip, who at just 8 years old was given the title of Caesar. One example comes from Mauritania Citafensis, in a remote place now called Carbet Zembia. The people had long suffered from the loss of their water supply, but under Philip, the aqueduct was repaired and the fountains restored. The dedication praised the emperor, his family, and the officials who oversaw the project, and even gave the boy Caesar the title of Invincible. Another inscription from Ciculum, modern Gemila, was devoted to Empress Ottocilia Severa herself. It emphasized her role as wife, mother, and Augusta, showing the prominence given to imperial women in public dedications at the time. Such honors suggest that she played an important part in public life and was more than a passive figure at Philip's side. Despite this, Philip left little real legacy. Born in the rough world of the Arabian desert, he never developed the gentler arts of Roman civic life. During his 5 years on the throne, he devoted himself more to military campaigns and the pleasures of the camp than to the duties of an emperor. Like his predecessors, he eventually fell victim to his own soldiers, murdered in turn as the favorite of the moment rose to take his place. Very little can be learned from contemporary historians about the state of civilization in North Africa during the reigns of the short-lived emperors of the later 3rd century. Among the writers of that age, Flavius Vopiscus is considered the most trustworthy, yet even he offers almost no information on the subject. Inscriptions from the period provide limited help, though the wording of many dedications to honored citizens and gods suggests a general sense of prosperity. These records hint at thriving municipalities that grew in population and influence, at citizens living in security, and at frontier towns well protected by numerous forts. The great central garrison at Lambesis was further reinforced from time to time by soldiers drawn from other regions of the empire. After the murder of Philip the Arab, the throne passed to Decius, a native of Pannonia. His rise was supported by the army and confirmed by the Senate. Though his reign lasted only about 2 years, it left deep scars on North Africa. Influenced by zealous pagans, Decius issued an edict that began the first empire-wide persecution of Christians. Across Africa, many believers lost their lives, and the flourishing communities that had been developing there were suddenly halted in their civilizing progress. Apart from this grim episode, little is known of his policies, though later historians tell us something of his character. Aurelius Victor described him as highly educated, virtuous, and brave, while Vopiscus counted him among the very few emperors who could be compared to the noble rulers of earlier centuries, noting that both his life and his death were worthy of Rome's greatest traditions. Inscriptions from North Africa preserve his name and titles. One milestone from the year 250 records that Emperor Caesar Messius, Quintus Trajan Decius, Invincible, Pious, and Blessed Augustus restored a road and its bridges that had collapsed through age and storms. Another milestone of the same year includes the names of his sons, Herennius and Hostilianus, who shared imperial dignity with him, though neither survived to rule in his place. These monuments, even when the emperor's name was misspelled, remain evidence of his authority reaching the distant provinces. Altogether, about 7 inscriptions from Africa bear his name, a small but telling sign of his brief reign. After Decius fell in battle in 251, a series of rulers followed in quick succession until the rise of Diocletian in 283. Their names, carved in stone across North Africa, survive mostly in the usual formulaic style of the time, with lofty titles but little substance. Gallus, who succeeded Decius, reigned for 2 years alongside his son Volusianus, before both met the same fate as so many others. Their names were found inscribed on a column near the Hodna Mountains, though the stone now serves as a support in a local mosque. Their successor, Aemilianus, reigned only for a few months before he too was murdered by his soldiers. His presence in Africa is recorded by a single milestone on the road between Lambesis and Diana. We are told that Gallus was first proclaimed emperor on the island of Meninx, known in modern times as Jerba. Ancient writers say both he and his son were raised to power there. Yet archaeology has uncovered no lasting monuments from their rule on the island. Today, little remains of the once famous city of Meninx, except scattered marbles and fragments of sculpture. But these testify to its importance in Roman times. Even in this period of instability, the island must have stood as a proud provincial capital overlooking the straits of the African coast. The short and troubled reign of Emperor Gallus, remembered for cruelty and indifference to the state, was followed by the longer and more active rule of Valerian and his son, Gallienus. Inscriptions about these 2 emperors are numerous across the empire, and nowhere are they more clearly worded than in North Africa. At Cirta, for example, an inscription carved on a column, now built into the wall of a house at Constantine, bears their names together. It honors both Valerian, Invincible, Pius, and Blessed Augustus, and Gallienus, described with the same lofty titles. Another remarkable inscription can still be seen in the public gardens at Sétif. This dedication was raised by the veteran soldiers of Sisyphus in honor of the imperial family. It includes the names of Valerian's son Gallienus and of his 2 grandsons, Valerian the Younger and Saturninus. The inscription, though tightly worded, leaves no doubt about the devotion of these African veterans to the dynasty that ruled them. Of even greater interest is an inscription discovered on a broken milestone near Kenchala, the ancient town of Mascula. This dedication was made by its citizens to the 3 emperors, Valerian, Gallienus, and the younger Valerian, and also included Cornelia Salonina, the wife of Gallienus. The inscription names her as a revered Augusta, showing the respect held for an empress who was known for her virtues, her concern for the welfare of the people, and her generous support of the arts. The discovery of this stone was especially valuable, for it proved the location of the long-lost Municipium Aurelia Vina, a settlement previously unknown to history. It seems clear that its people had good reason to honor Salonina with such a monument. Yet the reigns of Valerian and Gallienus also marked a dark period for the Christians of North Africa. The edict first issued by Decius, calling for the suppression of Christianity, was now enforced with full severity. The result was widespread suffering in the chief cities of the province. the growth of the Christian church across the empire had already become a matter of great concern to Rome. From the time of Nero, Christians had faced local outbursts of hostility, but until Trajan's rule, their religion had never been declared illegal. Trajan, troubled by reports from governors such as Pliny of Bithynia, had declared Christianity a forbidden faith, hoping to calm tensions between the old religion and the new. Pliny described his difficulties in dealing with Christians who refused to sacrifice to the Roman gods. He confessed that their numbers were growing so rapidly that the ancient temples were being deserted and traditional sacrifices neglected. If such changes were happening in a distant province, the consequences in Carthage, a great intellectual center and the second city of the Western Empire, must have been far greater. By the 2nd century, Carthage rivaled Rome itself as a seat of learning, home to schools of rhetoric and philosophy that attracted scholars from across the Mediterranean. It was in this vibrant and crowded city that the clash between old traditions and the rising Christian faith became most intense. Carthage had long been a stronghold of Christianity, and its influence was already clear in the time of Septimius Severus. It was then that Tertullian, born in the city and regarded as the first of the Latin fathers, emerged as the pioneer of the African Church. The earlier Antonine emperors had been gentle in their rule, showing tolerance to all forms of belief, and had allowed a greater freedom of thought than would ever be seen again in the empire. For more than 80 years, from the reign of Hadrian until the rise of Septimius Severus, Christian communities had lived with few restrictions and spread their message even to the most distant provinces. This freedom, however, was shaken when Tertullian of Carthage, a master of rhetoric, openly preached the new faith to receptive audiences, helping to provoke Severus into issuing an edict that sought to suppress Christian worship. Some 30 years later, Emperor Alexander Severus, pressed by his ministers, repeated the measure. But it was under Decius, between 249 and 251, that persecution in Africa reached its first great wave, as pagan zealots turned to the Senate in Rome and provincial governors to deny protection to any followers of the new creed. It was at this moment in history that Africa gave the Church its voice. Tertullian and Cyprian came from Carthage, Arnobius from Sicca Veneria, and Lactantius, together with Minucius Felix, were also Africans by birth. Augustine himself, the greatest of the fathers, was of African origin. Nowhere else did the Church find more passionate defenders or more gifted teachers of the faith. Cyprian, in particular, stood at the heart of Carthage during its peak. Within the city, he spoke in defense of Christianity, and on the hilltop citadel, where the Cathedral of St. Louis now stands, he gathered a great council of the Church. No fewer than 87 bishops from Africa, Numidia, and Mauritania answered his call. The smaller waves of persecution in the late 3rd century fade in comparison to the storm unleashed by Diocletian in the year 303. His decree was nothing less than a determined effort to erase Christianity forever from the empire. For 10 years, the battle between religions raged with extraordinary ferocity, and pagan fanaticism drove acts of cruelty in every corner of the Roman world. Yet this very violence, coming at a time when Christianity had already taken deep root in Africa as part of daily life, proved the cause of its failure. Like all revolutions driven by unchecked passion, it produced the opposite effect, sparking a reaction that swept away pagan temples and raised the banner of the cross in Italy and beyond. The generation that had witnessed the bloodshed under Decius lived to see, scarcely 3 decades later, the open preaching of Christ in basilicas and forums throughout the cities of the empire. In Africa, this shift was most visible in Carthage, the great metropolis, and in Cirta, the old capital of Numidia. Countless inscriptions from Cirta and its surroundings speak of the powerful influence of Christian leaders in the age of Constantine, and of the devotion with which citizens of every rank honored the first Christian emperor. With the fall of paganism, Cirta vanished, and in its place rose Constantine, a new city devoted entirely to the Christian faith. The great age of the African Church, however, drew to a close with the arrival of the Vandals under Genseric in 429. Its final days are forever linked to the memory of St. Augustine and his saintly mother, Monica. Few places in North Africa are more sacred to history than Hippo Regius, once called Uba by the Carthaginians and Hippone by the Romans, the city where Augustine spent his life in labor and devotion. What the Vandals left in ruins in the 5th century, the Arabs completed 2 centuries later, and with the stones of the Roman city, they built the modern town of Bone nearby. Yet nature has been kind to this hallowed place. The hills where Roman citizens once gathered are now clothed in green, with fragments of ancient walls still rising against the blue sky. Olive and aloe, acanthus and pomegranate flourish in wild abundance, filling the air with fragrance. Here, in what was once the bustling capital of eastern Numidia, the memory of Augustine endures, a man who joined the courage of a Roman with the devotion of a Christian, and who gave Africa its most enduring voice in the history of the Church. Among the major events that shaped the African provinces during the reigns of Valerian and Gallienus was the uprising of the Quinquagentians, often called the Feud of the Five Peoples. These tribes occupied the region between Salde and Sissi, and were renowned for their warlike spirit. The Massinicenses were believed to be descendants of the followers of the famous Numidian king, Massinissa, and could still be traced along the right bank of the Oued Sahel. The Jubilani were thought to descend from the scattered remnants of Juba Thwir's defeated army. The Ifourasas, now associated with the Flissa, were another part of this coalition. The Tindenses controlled passes in the Jurjura Mountains under a different name, while the Fraxinenses, likely named after their leader Pharakson, completed the group. Ancient authors provide little detail about the origins of this revolt, but records show that it proved difficult to suppress. Even 20 years later, the Emperor Maximian himself had to intervene in Africa to restore order. A valuable inscription found in the temple of Aesculapius at Lambessa sheds light on these struggles. It dates to around 260 AD and describes the actions of Gaius Macrinius Decianus, a distinguished commander and governor of Numidia and Noricum. According to the inscription, the Bavari, allied with 4 kings, invaded Numidia 3 times. First, they struck the region around Milov, then the frontier between Mauritania and Numidia, and finally they joined forces with the Quinquagentians of Mauritania Caesariensis and the Fraxinenses, who ravaged Numidia. Decianus captured their infamous leader, defeated their forces, and drove them into flight. The Dux Famosissimus mentioned in the inscription was most likely Pharakson himself, whose name seems to have lived on in the identity of his tribe. In the years that followed, the African provinces witnessed a rapid succession of emperors. Claudius, a Dalmatian soldier who rose to power after the death of Gallienus, ruled for only 2 years. He earned great affection from the Senate and the people alike, being praised as a brother, a father, a friend, and a true prince. His campaigns against the Goths won him the title Gothicus, and his name was honored in many cities. At Thubursicum Numidarum, now called Camissa, a monument was raised in his memory. The discovery of this inscription not only celebrated his achievements, but also confirmed the location of the ancient city, which until then had been uncertain. The remains of Thubursicum, including its theater with stone seating and surrounding chambers, still testify to the grandeur of this once thriving settlement. After Claudius, the empire entered a time of turmoil. Within 11 years, 8 emperors came and went. Some, like Florian, ruled for mere weeks, while others, such as Aurelian and Probus, held power longer and restored some measure of stability. Aurelian in particular earned the title Restorer of the World after defeating numerous enemies and leading triumphal processions that displayed captives from 15 nations. Although he showed little direct involvement in Africa, his victories gave renewed prestige to Roman authority across the provinces. Tacitus, who followed Aurelian, also left his mark, though his reign was short. He was praised for restoring the dignity of the Senate, which had long been overshadowed by imperial power. In a circular letter sent to cities including Carthage, Alexandria, Corinth, and Athens, the Senate declared that the right to appoint emperors had returned to them, symbolizing a revival of ancient Roman tradition. Tacitus even sold his estates in Mauritania to fund repairs for the capital in Rome, showing his commitment to the empire's well-being. He also sent 100 massive marble columns from Numidia to adorn the porticos of Ostia, demonstrating the continued importance of African resources to Rome's architectural ambitions. So little is known about the Caesars, who reigned before the accession of Diocletian, that their names could almost be passed over without comment. Inscriptions from Africa are scarce, and their wording provides little insight into the events of this turbulent period. Even Probus, who ruled between 276 and 282, and whose career was marked by constant victories, has left behind very few monuments to his activity. From the historian Vopiscus, we learn that Probus carried his campaigns deep into Marmarica, the remote region between Cyrene and Egypt, stretching far into the Libyan desert. After defeating tribes that harassed the Roman frontier of Tripoli, he advanced to Carthage, where he successfully quelled a local uprising among the native population. Soon after, he fought against an African chief named Aradion, who had rebelled against Roman rule. Impressed by the bravery of his opponent, Probus honored him after his death with a monumental tomb nearly 200 feet high. This mound-like structure, long remembered, was probably similar to the great tombs of Numidian kings, such as the Madrasan or the mausoleum of Jubayet. Despite such achievements, only 6 inscriptions bearing Probus's name have been found in Africa, none of them distinguished in style or titles. One notable example survives on a milestone at Ain Hedja, the ancient Agbia, which proclaims him Emperor Marcus Aurelius Probus, dutiful, fortunate, and supreme pontiff. In a few other inscriptions, his titles are extended to include reference to his entire divine household. The reign of Probus's successor, Carus, was brief and left little mark on the empire's development, whether in Italy or the provinces. Yet in North Africa, dedications to him are surprisingly numerous. These inscriptions often include the names of his 2 sons, Carinus and Numerian, who were created Caesars alongside him. A column at Ain Amara, near ancient Tibulus, carries such a dedication. Carinus, who succeeded his father, was remembered in Africa with a respect that seems out of place, for he was described by many as a man entirely lacking in the virtues expected of an emperor. Nevertheless, African citizens honored him in inscriptions that praised him with lofty titles. One pedestal at Guelma, the ancient Kalama, records words that might have been more fitting for a Trajan or an Alexander Severus than for so unworthy a ruler. It hails Carinus as noble Caesar, leader of the youth, consul, son of the invincible and dutiful Emperor Carus, and brother of Numerian, equally noble Caesar. The dedication was made by the colony of Calama, overseen by Macrinius Socianus, a distinguished official. The memory of Carinus's wife, the Empress Magnia Urbica, survives as well. Though almost forgotten in history, her name is preserved on an octagonal pedestal now built into the ruins of Tamugas. The inscription honors her as Augusta, mother of the camps and wife of the invincible Emperor Carinus. Carinus and his brother Numerian also appear together on a slab found in the necropolis at Marcuna, the ancient Verecunda. This dedication, dating to the year 284, was made by Marcus Aurelius Decimus, governor of Numidia, and records the building of a temple for the safety of the emperors. A similar inscription from the same year also names them as supreme pontiffs. In one instance, a milestone at Ksar Kalaba records the name of Numerian alone, recognizing him as noble Caesar and consul. History moves through defining epochs of rise and decline, and this period marked the end of an era. The great Latin families that had supplied the empire with Caesars for over 2 centuries had long ceased to claim the throne through any surviving lineage. With Carinus and Numerian, the empire stood at the edge of transformation, awaiting the accession of a ruler strong enough to bring stability after decades of turbulence. For more than a century after the death of the despised Emperor Commodus, the Roman throne became the prize of whoever possessed military skill and the daring of an adventurer. Rank and wealth no longer mattered to the Senate or the army. Time and again, men with little claim to nobility, but with the courage to seize the moment when the throne fell vacant, were accepted as rulers of the known world. It was a long fall from the days of Julius Caesar, Augustus, Trajan, and Antoninus to men like Philip, once obscure, or Probus, the son of a gardener. Yet it was another man of humble birth, Diocletian, successor to Carinus, who through sheer genius reshaped the empire and marked an epoch in Roman history. Diocletian rose from the lower ranks of the army and ruled for 21 years. His reign was marked by sweeping reforms and a transformation of the imperial administration. Earlier emperors, such as Marcus Aurelius with Lucius Verus as joint Caesar, or the Gordians, who briefly attempted divided rule, had failed in their experiments. But Diocletian understood the vastness of the empire, with its many peoples and frontier dangers, and realized it was too great for one man to govern. With determination and vision, he decided to split power. At first he shared rule with his trusted colleague Maximian, another soldier of humble origin who took command of Italy, Spain, Africa, and the western provinces, while Diocletian retained authority over the eastern half. Inscriptions record their joint dedication to Jupiter and Hercules, protectors of the 2 emperors, and soon Constantius Chlorus and Galerius were also raised as Caesars. Within 4 years, Diocletian expanded this system further. Maximian retained Italy, Spain, and Africa, while Galerius was given Pannonia and Moesia. Constantius received Gaul and Britain, and Diocletian himself governed the East, including Egypt. Dedications across North Africa show the names of these 4 rulers together, without the old priestly title of Pontifex Maximus, as in one inscription discovered near Kairouan that honored the emperors during the rebuilding of a temple to Pluto. Reorganization went beyond the emperors. The provinces themselves were divided into smaller units to strengthen control. In Africa, there were now 7 provinces. Mauritania Tingitana was attached to Spain. Zugitania and Byzacena were governed by proconsuls. Numidia was split into Cirtensis and Miliciana, and Mauritania was divided into Sidefensis and Caesariensis, both under governors known as praesides. A dedication from Sétif, dating to the year 288, shows the title clearly. The name of Diocletian had been erased later, as was often the case, but the inscription preserves the use of preses to denote the provincial governor. Traditionally, it was thought that Diocletian created this title as part of his reforms to separate civil from military authority. Yet evidence shows the word was already in use. Inscriptions from the time of Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus, preserved in the museum at Algiers, describe a senator holding the title alongside his post as imperial legate. Even earlier, in the reign of Vespasian, officials of equestrian rank are found styled both procurator and praeses of provinces like Sardinia and Mauritania Tingitana. In practice, the term seems to have been flexible, used for both senators and equestrians depending on circumstance, always indicating the one entrusted with supreme civil authority in a province. In Numidia, the division into 2 provinces did not last long. Inscriptions from Lambessa in the years 286 to 287 and from Constantine around 313 show the province once again united under a single governor. Yet for a generation, the monuments preserve the evidence of 2 Numidias, each with its own prizes, a reminder of the restless administrative experiments of Diocletian's age. For a short period, the province of Numidia was divided into 2 parts: Numidia Cirtensis, with Cirta as its capital, and Numidia Miliciana, with Lambaesis as its headquarters. The latter took its name from the military nature of its population and the fact that it was the main center of Roman military activity in North Africa. Inscriptions confirm this division, though they are often fragmentary. The provinces of Mauritania were also divided, and inscriptions survive that sometimes show separate governors for each half, while others mention one governor in charge of both. A striking example comes from Bougie, the ancient town of Saldai, where a provincial governor dedicated an inscription in honor of Emperor Constantius II. Another inscription, discovered by Feraud at Bougrara in Tripoli, includes the letters PT, which clearly stand for the province of Tripolitana. One dedication reads, "To the most fortunate and blessed heir of divine lineage, Flavius Julius Constantius, noble Caesar, most valiant son of the emperor. Flavius Terentius, governor of the provinces of Mauritania, Caesariensis, and Sidefensis, loyal to his majesty, and also governor of Tripolitana, ever devoted to his divine power and majesty." This inscription honored Valentinian the Free and his heirs, and was most likely set up to celebrate the close of a successful campaign against the Quadi. Another similar dedication from Leptis Magna spells out the title more fully. "To the son of divine lineage, the noble and victorious Prince Valentinian, triumphant, pious, fortunate, and always Augustus. Flavius Benedictus, governor of the province of Tripolitana, ever devoted to his majesty and his divine power." The joint rule of Diocletian and Maximian was remarkable not only for reforms in administration, but also for defending the empire's frontiers against tribal incursions. Diocletian possessed extraordinary skill as a statesman, while Maximian, though unlettered and coarse, was an able soldier. As governor of Africa, Maximian had full authority, and he put his military abilities to use against rebellions on the Mauritanian frontier. The revolt of the Quinquagentiani, which had first broken out under Gallienus around the year 260, still continued. A new leader, Aurelius Julianus, rose to command the rebels and even declared himself emperor. Maximian personally led the Roman legions into battle. After a series of fierce engagements, he won a decisive victory, ending the revolt. Statues and altars were erected in celebration, dedicated to both emperors. At Lambessa, for instance, one inscription honored Maximian alone, set up by Aurelius Diogenes, the provincial governor of Numidia, who proclaimed himself forever devoted to his emperor. This victory brought stability, but the vast territory now pacified required new forms of control. Diocletian reorganized the administration, making provinces smaller and more numerous, and then grouped them into dioceses, each containing several provinces. To maintain closer imperial oversight, he created a new class of officials known as vicari, or vice-agents, who acted directly under the emperor and were placed above provincial governors of all ranks. By the end of his reign, the empire was divided into 12 dioceses, the largest being Oriens with 16 provinces, and the smallest Britannia with 4. Altogether, there were more than 100 provinces across the empire. In North Africa, this new structure was clearly visible. Cyrene, split into Upper and Lower Libya, belonged to the Diocese of Oriens. The Diocese of Africa contained 6 provinces: Tripolitana, Byzacena, Zugurtania, Numidia, and the 2 Mauritanias. To the west, Mauritania Tingitana remained attached to Spain. These reforms brought more efficient governance and stronger imperial presence. After Maximian's victory over Julian, peace returned across North Africa, and Roman settlers, farmers, and city dwellers alike honored Diocletian as the ruler who secured stability and prosperity for their land. The many inscriptions that survive from this time confirm the strength of Roman administration. Yet the day soon came when this control began to slip away, and once again the throne of the Caesars fell into the hands of the army and ambitious generals. One of the greatest changes that weakened the empire was the decision to divide power between 4 emperors, each ruling from a different center. The Senate in Rome lost all real influence, becoming little more than a name, while the city itself was no longer the true capital of the Roman world. The Praetorian Guard, which for centuries had raised up and cast down emperors, was also restructured. Its long history of luxury, corruption, and neglected discipline came to an end. The position of prefect, once a post of immense power reserved for senators, was reduced to a minor office with very limited authority. By the time Constantine the Great came to power, the Praetorian Guard had become little more than a police force, serving as an imperial bodyguard in the various centers of government. We know from inscriptions that the office of the prefect still existed, such as one found near Carthage, dating to the reign of Valentinian in the year 366. This dedication honored the emperor as the most merciful prince and restorer of the whole world, while naming Antonius Dracontius as the official acting in place of the Praetorian prefect. Looking back, modern historians have recognized how far-reaching Diocletian's reforms truly were. He created a new social and political system unlike anything seen before in the Western world, and elements of it still echo in Europe today. His 21-year reign impressed later statesmen, but he failed to create a lasting system of government that could satisfy the many peoples of the empire. As one historian put it, Rome had taken on an impossible task, ruling a vast empire without any system of representation, depending only on a central authority and the army. We should not blame the Romans for failing to invent institutions that only developed after many centuries. Rather, we should marvel at what they managed to achieve. When Diocletian retired in 305, forcing his colleague Maximian to step down with him, civil war returned. For 7 years, battles raged without a clear outcome, until Constantine the Great finally restored peace and unity across the empire. In Diocletian's division of power between the two senior emperors, Africa was placed under Flavius Valerius Constantius, better known as Constantius Chlorus. Inscriptions from towns such as Tibulus in Numidia and others across North Africa testify to his authority. Constantius reigned only briefly as senior emperor before his death in 306, but his rule was remembered for its benevolence and humanity. As the husband of Helena and the father of Constantine the Great, he occupies an honored place among the later emperors. Though political necessity forced him to set aside Helena for another marriage arranged by Diocletian, their bond remained strong, and her Christian faith deeply influenced him. In fact, inscriptions record her name in places like Sicca Veneria, reminding us of her efforts to ease the suffering of Christians and advance their cause within the empire. During the reign of Constantius, Christians in Gaul and Britain faced no persecution, despite Diocletian's empire-wide edict against the faith. Some sources suggest that the violent persecution ordered by Diocletian was encouraged by the mother of Galerius, who clung fanatically to exotic and brutal Eastern cults. We do not know if she lived long enough to see her son's death or the triumph of Christianity under Constantine, but history records that the religion she hated soon replaced the very temples she once defended. There has long been uncertainty over whether Diocletian himself truly supported the persecution of Christians. He was not deeply committed to the gods of the old faith, nor was he known throughout his long reign for cruelty or the shedding of blood. Some accounts even suggest that his wife Prisca respected Christianity, attending secret gatherings and encouraging her daughter Valeria, who was married to Galerius, to uphold the new faith. From this perspective, Diocletian's harsh edicts against Christians may not have been driven by personal hostility, but rather by political necessity. His sweeping reforms of the empire had already stirred discontent, especially in Italy. Rome had lost its position as the center of power, and the Senate, stripped of real authority, had become little more than a municipal council. For Diocletian, cities such as Nicomedia in Bithynia and Milan, the residence of his colleague Maximian, were better suited to the dual system of government he envisioned. Diocletian's love for luxury and his adoption of Eastern customs gave rise to a new style of extravagance that weighed heavily on the provinces. Heavy taxation, needed to support a growing bureaucracy, and a court filled with officials, drained local resources. Agriculture could no longer keep pace with relentless demands, and industries once encouraged by earlier emperors began to decline. The old traditions of Roman civic life, once so vibrant even in distant towns of North Africa, slowly withered away. At the same time, Christianity was growing stronger. African writers such as Lactantius and Eusebius, the latter serving as bishop of Caesarea, described these changes in vivid terms. Though their accounts sometimes reflect a Christian perspective, they captured the sense that Rome's gods, once the guardians of empire, were being abandoned and their temples left to a new faith. When Constantius came to power, his reign was not marked by major reforms in Africa, but his life ended with significance for Britain. He died at York during a campaign against the Picts. His reputation as a humane ruler gave him a lasting place in memory, though his achievements were soon overshadowed by the brilliance of his son, Constantine the Great. In the 6 years between Constantius's death and Constantine's rise as sole emperor, several Caesars briefly claimed power. Their stories were often little more than struggles for dominance, ending in battlefield defeat or submission to stronger rivals. Few records survive about these men, yet their names endure in scattered inscriptions, reminders that even in the provinces, citizens remembered the benefits granted by ambitious rulers. One such figure was Flavius Severus, who ruled briefly alongside Galerius. Their joint names were carved onto stone markers in North Africa, declaring the restoration of the Roman state. Another stone records Severus alone, calling him a pious and fortunate Augustus. Another claimant to power was Lucius Domitius Alexander, originally a governor in Africa. Fearing destruction at the hands of Maxentius, he raised the standard of revolt in Carthage and declared himself emperor. His short rule left little mark, but an inscription at Cirta still honors him as a restorer of public liberty and a protector of humanity. Diocletian's division of the empire into 4 parts, 2 Augusti and 2 Caesars, did not last long. Later rulers abandoned this system, though Constantine briefly relied on it for political advantage. As the son of Constantius and Helena, Constantine inherited the throne, but he faced bitter rivals. For 18 years, his brother-in-law Licinius remained a sworn enemy. His father-in-law Maximian, once retired, returned to rebellion, bringing destruction across the empire. Maxentius, another brother-in-law, held out for 11 years, raising revolt after revolt in Africa and beyond. These years were filled with fierce rivalries and constant conflict, with each contender using the legions to assert their claim. Though inscriptions from North Africa tell us little of these struggles, the memory of this turbulent age reminds us of how fragile imperial unity had become, just as Constantine prepared to seize lasting power. In the early years of Constantine's reign, even before he publicly declared his allegiance to Christianity, he showed favor to Christian communities. This attitude provoked the anger of Licinius, a man of harsh character and a staunch defender of the old pagan traditions. Yet personal hostility had to give way to political necessity. The 2 leaders, rivals in both the Senate and on the battlefield, were forced into a temporary alliance by a shared interest to rid themselves of Maximian and his son, Maxentius. Their campaigns proved successful. Maximian came to a miserable end in 310, and only 2 years later, Maxentius drowned in the Tiber as he fled from Constantine's advancing army. The partnership between Constantine and Licinius could not last. Both men were ambitious, and a struggle for supremacy was inevitable. For 12 long years, their rivalry dominated the empire until Constantine finally defeated Licinius and secured sole rule as Constantine the Great. Traces of Licinius's reign remain in North Africa, where several dedications were made in his honor. The most complete comes from Testor, the ancient city of Bisica Lucana, dated to around 316, just 3 years after his marriage to Constantia, the sister of Constantine. But the triumph of Constantine also meant the destruction of Licinius's family. His only son by Constantia, who bore his father's name, was executed by order of his uncle Constantine, out of fear that the boy might become a future threat. This child, granted the title of Caesar before he was even 2 years old, was remembered in Africa. A milestone found near Borg Majana records him as Most Noble Caesar, a poignant reminder of a short and tragic life. Meanwhile, the fate of Maximian was sealed by his own restless ambition. Having once formally renounced power, he attempted to reclaim it only a few years later. To Constantine and Licinius, this return could only appear as the act of a usurper. His treachery toward Constantine, who had married his daughter Fausta, and his ingratitude toward his son Maxentius left him isolated. His career, in truth, had ended with the abdication of Diocletian, when the master strategist who once held him in check withdrew from the stage. Still, Maximian sought one last chance for power. Encouraged by uprisings in favor of his son and by the revolt of Domitius Alexander in Africa, he crossed into the province. There he crushed Alexander, but true to his cruel nature, he unleashed devastation on Carthage itself. The city, once second only to Rome in splendor at the dawn of the 4th century, was left scarred by fire and plunder. It never fully recovered from the destruction inflicted in that merciless war. Maxentius, whose full name was Marcus Aurelius Valerius Maxentius, ruled nominally in Africa and Italy for 6 years, but his reign left little of lasting value. His claim to the throne depended more on his marriage to the daughter of Emperor Galerius than on being the son of Maximian, who was deeply unpopular. Like many ambitious figures of his time, Maxentius exploited widespread dissatisfaction with Diocletian's new administrative system and placed himself at the head of a movement that aimed to restore the old order of imperial government. He secured the loyalty of the legions by granting them special privileges, which gave him a formidable army. It required all the strategic skill of Constantine and his generals to finally break his power. The decisive moment came at the Battle of the Milvian Bridge. As Maxentius's forces retreated across the Tiber, the bridge collapsed, drowning thousands of his men and sealing his fate. This dramatic battle has since inspired poets and painters as one of history's great turning points. Maxentius himself, however, left behind a legacy remembered only for cruelty and ambition, with not a single public act of generosity or humanity recorded. In Africa, where he at first enjoyed some military success, his presence is remembered in only one surviving inscription. Found on a milestone near modern Khirbet Tazza, it simply acknowledged him as Augustus, without any of the traditional honors of imperator, showing how little recognition he received. When Constantine was declared emperor after the death of his father, he was nearly 40 years old. By the time he defeated Licinius, the last of his rivals, in 324 AD, he was 57. The final 13 years of his reign, when he ruled alone, were among the most significant in Roman history. During this time, Constantine conceived one of his boldest projects, the founding of a new capital in the East. While Rome would remain the heart of the Western Empire, the old city of Byzantium, reconstructed and expanded, was transformed into Constantinople, the new Rome. In the last years of his life, Constantine had the satisfaction of watching this magnificent city rise, leaving it to his heirs as a symbol of his vision and power. Across the empire, and especially in North Africa, countless dedications celebrated his rule. These inscriptions used language never before seen in Roman memorials, with citizens and provincial governors competing to praise him with the most elaborate and flattering terms. One example from Ain Rua, near Sétif, dated 319 AD, hailed Constantine as greatest, dutiful, fortunate, and unconquered Augustus, listing his many victories against the Germans, Sarmatians, Britons, Arabs, Medes, Armenians, Goths, and others. The dedication, made by the governor Flavius Terentianus on behalf of the province of Mauritania Citifensis, praised him as Father of the Fatherland and acknowledged his supreme authority. Another inscription from Sirte, now Constantine in Algeria, reflected the relief felt after Maxentius's downfall. It honored Constantine as the conqueror of all nations and the one who restored liberty, rescuing it from the darkness of slavery and bringing it into the new light of victory. At Utica, he was called the founder and enlarger of the whole world, while in Tamugadi he was praised as outstanding in piety, always and everywhere victorious. In another dedication from Numidia, he was honored as the founder of peace, excelling in virtue, fortune, and devotion, our Lord and Master. The great military colony of Lambaesis went even further, declaring him the most provident ruler who returned liberty to the world with his triumph. This dedication, preserved by scholars, also shows a shift in imperial titles. The old distinction Father of the Senate was dropped in favor of Our Lord, a title that became increasingly common in Constantine's reign. Some inscriptions were shorter, but no less significant. One from Anuna, ancient Tibulus, honored him as unconquered, dutiful, and fortunate Augustus, high priest, tribune, consul, imperator, and father of the fatherland. It was dedicated by Valerius Paulus, the governor of Numidia, on behalf of the provincial council and paid for with public funds. Most remarkable of all is an inscription from Caesarea in Mauritania, the only one in North Africa that directly refers to the Milvian Bridge. Though only fragments survive, the words clearly mention the expedition of the Emperor Constantine at the Milvian Bridge, a striking reminder of the battle that had secured his supremacy over Maxentius. Later, historians recorded how Constantine raised his sons to power. His eldest son Crispus, born of Minervina, and his younger son Constantine II were both made Caesars, as was the infant Licinius, son of his old rival. These acts confirmed Constantine's determination to shape the future of the empire according to his own vision, ensuring that his dynasty would rule in the new world he had created. Crispus, the son of Constantine, became a victim of palace intrigue. His existence could not be tolerated by Fausta, the wife of Constantine and the mother of his other sons, Constantine the Younger, Constantius, and Constans. Under her influence, pressure was placed upon the emperor to remove Crispus, and in the end, he was murdered. This tragic episode is yet another example of how Roman empresses abused their influence to secure power and advancement for themselves and their children. In North Africa, 2 incomplete inscriptions may possibly have been meant to preserve the name of this unfortunate Caesar, but scholars have not agreed whether they truly refer to Crispus or instead to his half-brother Constantius. The coins of the era, however, leave no doubt. Many of them clearly bear the name of Crispus. His death cleared the way for Fausta's sons to be officially recognized as Caesars between the years 333 and 337. At Cirta, an inscription survives that celebrates this moment. It proclaims the perpetual victory of Constantine the Great, the triumphant ruler forever, and honors his sons Constantine, Constantius, and Constans as noble Caesars, flourishing in virtue and power. When the empire was divided among the 3 brothers, Constantine the Younger received Spain, Gaul, and Britain. Constans ruled Italy, Africa, and Illyria. Constantius controlled the eastern provinces, yet the unity between them quickly collapsed. Within 3 years, Constantine the Younger was dead, the result of a quarrel over boundaries, particularly in Africa. The dispute centered on the provinces of Utica in Spain and Mauritania Tingitana in North Africa, whose frontiers had never been clearly defined. What began as a trivial argument, inscriptions from North Africa mention the 2 surviving Caesars, Constans and Constantius, often using unusually flattering language. One such dedication from Cirta praises the governor Caionius Italicus, describing him as a man of exceptional virtue, patience, strength, generosity, and kindness, appointed under the authority of the two emperors. Constans outlived his brother for 10 years, ruling Africa with fairness and moderation. An inscription from Cirta testifies to his concern for the province, describing how he ensured that grain supplies were stored securely so that the people would never again face shortages. But his career ended violently in the year 350, when he was assassinated by the usurper Magnentius. This ambitious soldier seized power and briefly ruled in Africa, though more as a military adventurer than a legitimate emperor. Magnentius was a Christian, and history remembers him with infamy as the first Christian to murder a Roman emperor. His name survives only in a handful of inscriptions. At Tipasa in Mauritania, one inscription names 3 emperors: Constantine, Constantius, and Magnentius. Yet there is little doubt that the name of Constans had originally stood there and was later erased and replaced by that of his murderer. By 353, Constantius II was left as the sole surviving son of Constantine the Great. In Africa, his reign left behind little of note. Inscriptions praise him as born for the good of mankind and restorer of liberty and conqueror of the world. But in reality, there is no evidence of any great building works, triumphal arches, or public monuments tied to his name. Throughout the 23 years of their joint and separate rule, the 3 sons of Constantine the Great left almost no trace of material progress in North Africa, their memory preserved only by scattered inscriptions and coins. The age of Constantine, lasting for about 60 years, was illuminated by the remarkable life of Helena, the wife of Constantius I and the mother of Constantine the Great. Born in the year 248, she is said to have favored Christianity from her early youth. Throughout her long life, she endured many trials, yet her strength of will and devotion to her faith allowed her to overcome the difficulties of her unique position as the divorced wife of an emperor. In the troubled years leading up to the fall of Latinius, Helena stood firm as a fearless defender of the Christian cause. When Constantine ascended to power, she witnessed the open triumph of the new faith under the protection of the most powerful ruler in the world. Although Helena did not live to see the dedication of the new imperial capital on the shores of the Bosphorus, her final years were surely brightened by the thought that her lifelong efforts had borne fruit. Her image is preserved on coins struck in her honor, though inscriptions dedicated to her are rare. One found at Sicca in North Africa recalls her connection to the region. Sicca itself was a place of great antiquity, once a Phoenician colony long before Rome's arrival. In earlier times, it had gained a notorious reputation for its worship of Venus Astarte, where women were said to dedicate themselves to shameful rites. Though no remains of that ancient temple survive, traces of a grand sanctuary of Hercules still stand, likely built during the reign of Diocletian. Beyond the walls of the city, there also once stood a Christian basilica, probably constructed in Constantine's time, of which only foundations and marble fragments remain. Sicca later became a center of learning and controversy under the philosopher Arnobius, who boldly defended Christianity against the old gods, helping establish the city as one of the spiritual strongholds of Africa until the Arab conquest. Whatever bond existed between Helena and the citizens of Sicca, it is likely that her faith and the teaching of Arnobius reinforced one another. Her quiet yet active life made her presence felt across the empire, wherever Christianity was spreading. After Constantine's heirs, the throne passed to his nephew, Flavius Claudius Julianus, remembered in history as Julian the Apostate. He was raised to the rank of emperor at the age of 30, bearing all the honors of supreme power. Julian has been given far more attention than his short 3-year reign may deserve, mainly because of his rejection of Christianity in favor of the old Roman gods. Yet, apart from his religious stance, there was much in his rule that earned respect. He was merciful in war, moderate in his habits, and gracious in character. Though condemned for abandoning the new faith, he was honored as a capable leader both in the army and at court. In North Africa, inscriptions in his honor describe him as the conqueror of enemies, the most merciful and invincible ruler, always fortunate and ever august. Another dedication from Caesarea even calls him the restorer of Roman religion. These tributes show how some communities still clung to the traditions of the past. With Julian's death, the dynasty of Constantine came to an end. His successor, Jovian, reigned for only 7 months. Though little is known of him, he is remembered as a loyal supporter of Christianity, and the few African inscriptions that bear his name honor him as our Lord Jovian, the eternal victor. The province of Pannonia, in Eastern Europe, produced many Roman emperors. Decius, Probus, and Jovian were all born there, and it is said that Gratian, the father of Valentinian V, came from Sirmium, the capital of the province. We know little about Gratian's life, yet his memory was preserved through several inscriptions. One inscription from Cirta praised him as a man whose memory is blessed and who deserves to be celebrated through all time, Gratian, the father of Valentinian and Valens. Another, set into the walls of the Kasbah in the same city, recorded the dedication of a statue in his honor, describing him as the father of emperors and a man worthy of respect. These inscriptions also mention Dracontius, a senator who served as governor of the African provinces after the imperial reforms of 297, which reorganized the empire into dioceses overseen by vicars. When Valentinian V became emperor at the age of 43, his long career as both soldier and statesman had already earned him recognition. He quickly named his younger brother Valens as co-emperor, and a few years later had his young son Gratian proclaimed Caesar. In the division of power, Valentinian retained the provinces of Africa, likely because of rumors of tribal unrest. Although the uprising did not occur until the end of his reign, it proved to be one of the most serious challenges faced by Rome in the region since its conquest. For centuries, tribal disturbances along the frontier had forced Rome to build a chain of military outposts across North Africa. Many of these forts still stand in ruins along the desert edges and in the remote passes of the Aures Mountains. Most uprisings were small feuds between colonists and tribes and were quickly suppressed. But 2 revolts stood out as far more dangerous: the rebellion of Tacfarinas under Tiberius, and later the revolt of Firmus under Valentinian. Tacfarinas, a Numidian warrior and skilled commander of desert tribes, had taken Rome 7 years to defeat. Firmus, however, was of a different nature. Though a native of Mauritania, he had Roman ancestry and adopted Roman customs and military discipline. He went so far as to proclaim himself emperor, aiming to wrest Numidia and Mauritania from Rome. His campaign was strong, backed by mercenaries and a large army, but fortune favored Rome. Firmus ultimately took his own life, his forces scattered, and Africa entered a period of peace that lasted nearly 50 years. Valentinian's campaigns in Gaul, Britain, and Africa were defensive rather than expansionist, but they provided a stage for military talent and helped secure his reputation. Among the generals who rose to prominence was Theodosius, father of the future Theodosius the Great. It was his leadership that brought down Firmus and ended the revolt. Yet the rebellion left a lasting memory, inspiring later generations of Africans to dream of independence from Rome. This spirit lived on, contributing to the rise of local kingdoms after the Vandal invasion and lasting until the Arab conquest. One such ruler was Masuna, a Moorish king remembered in an inscription from Altava, dated 468 to 469, which recorded the building of a fortress for the safety of his people, both Moors and Romans. Even though the historian Marcellinus describes Valentinian as hot-tempered and harsh, the evidence suggests he was a ruler of determination and strong will. His 12-year reign was marked by constant unrest across the empire, yet he emerged successful in nearly every conflict. Nowhere was his authority more firmly established than in North Africa, where his victories secured the region for decades to come. The troubles that erupted with the revolt of Firmus in Mauritania were foreshadowed by growing disorder in Tripoli, which was steadily sliding into anarchy. At that time, the governor of Africa was Romanus, a man weak in character, lazy, and corrupt. Taking advantage of his incapacity, the Asturians who lived near the frontier besieged the fortified city of Leptis, ravaged the countryside, and slaughtered the farmers. The desperate citizens appealed to Carthage for help, but Romanus refused unless they could provide his army with food and 4,000 camels for transport. Such demands were impossible for a starving population trapped under siege. Yet Romanus, comfortably settled in Carthage, remained inactive. As a final hope, 2 envoys named Severus and Flacianus were sent to the emperor. They carried golden statues of victory to honor Valentinian's recent rise to the throne. Their petition was heard, and an imperial officer named Palladius was dispatched to Africa to restore order on the Tripolitan frontier. But instead of bringing justice, Palladius conspired with Romanus to mislead the emperor, reporting that the citizens of Leptis had no reason for complaint. When the truth finally emerged after further appeals, imperial troops were ordered into Tripoli. The siege was broken, Romanus was thrown into prison, and Palladius was executed. Grateful citizens expressed their relief in inscriptions that praised Valentinian, sometimes alongside his younger brother Valens. One example, found at Bougrara, dedicates itself to Our Lord Valentinian, Augustus, most courageous ruler, and records the loyalty of Flavius Vivius Benedictus, the governor of the province of Tripoli, who declared his devotion to the emperor's divine authority. Valens, although co-ruler and survivor of Valentinian, had little direct role in Africa. As the ruler of the eastern half of the empire, with his court at Constantinople, he held no special claim over African cities. Still, his name appears in inscriptions, such as one discovered at Apisamaios, now Henchir Ein Tarf, where the citizens dedicated their loyalty to his piety, victory, and triumph. Many inscriptions of the time praised the 2 brothers with titles such as Our Unconquerable, Most Courageous, and Most Glorious Lords, or simply Victors of the World. At Rusicada, near modern Philippeville, one particularly detailed inscription records the construction of granaries for the security of both the Roman people and the provincial population, dedicated to Valentinian and Valens by the senator Publilius Caionius Caecina Albinus. Another inscription from Thamugus refers to the rebuilding of the capital's portico, while at Quiculum, today Jamila, a dedication mentions a basilica or hall for cloth merchants, funded by the same senator. The city of Quiculum itself, partially excavated in the old province of Mauritania Sitafensis, revealed remains of great magnificence. Though its history is poorly documented, inscriptions dedicated to Marcus Aurelius and Caracalla show that it was a wealthy and renowned city in the early 3rd century. The structure once used by cloth merchants, dedicated under Valentinian, may still one day be identified among its ruins. In fact, across the newly named province of Numidia Constantiana, many inscriptions from 364 to 367 mention the governor Publilius Caionius Caecina Albinus. A senator of high rank, he was remembered for his generosity, spending lavishly on the repair and restoration of public buildings. It is possible that Valentinian had issued an order urging the restoration of monuments throughout the empire, since many of the great structures built under Trajan and Hadrian had fallen into decay after nearly 250 years. Minor earthquakes in North Africa may also have played a role. While no major quake is recorded in the region at this time, we know from the historian Marcellinus that a devastating earthquake struck Eastern Europe just 2 years before Valentinian came to power, destroying Nicomedia, the capital of Bithynia, and shaking Asia Minor, Pontus, and Macedonia. The names of the emperors Valentinian, Valens, and Gratian, who ruled together from 367 until 375, when Valentinian died, are remembered across many regions of the empire. Gratian, the son of Valentinian, was made Caesar at the age of only 8, and 8 years later he was proclaimed emperor. His rise to power was celebrated widely, and many dedications of loyalty and joy were recorded. One inscription from the city of Constantine speaks of a golden age under the 3 rulers, praising them as invincible leaders, and records the dedication of a new portico in their honor. It was funded and completed through the efforts of the provincial governor, Annius, during his term of office between 367 and 375. Another inscription from the same period was found among the ruins of Quiculum, now modern Gemilla, carved on a slab that was later reused in a fountain. This dedication was to the emperors for their everlasting victory and triumph, and it records the building of a basilica in their honor. The likely date is 375, when Gratian, at the age of 16, became emperor alongside his father and uncle. On the death of Valentinian, Gratian became sole emperor of the West, and when Valens was killed 3 years later, he found himself the single ruler of the empire. Yet during the years between his father's death and his uncle's, another child emperor entered the scene, Valentinian II, the young son of Valentinian I. Raised to power shortly after his father's death, he ruled jointly with his brother and uncle. A dedication from the town of Cella, south of Sidiphus, survives as a tribute to their shared authority, honoring their invincible rule and victorious reign. Gratian himself is remembered with mixed judgment. Ancient writers said he was a man of learning, but not a strong ruler. At Carpus near Carthage, an inscription hails him as the peaceful lord, yet the description sits uneasily with the record of his rule. His harsh opposition to any revival of pagan worship, even in provinces where Christianity had made little progress, earned him resentment. This hostility cost him dearly when his soldiers abandoned him during his final campaign against the Goths. In an age of crisis, when the empire staggered toward collapse, its survival often depended on the sudden rise of a capable soldier or statesman to the throne. Such was the case in 379, 1 year after the death of Valens, when Gratian elevated the Spanish general Theodosius, son of one of his father's most trusted commanders. Theodosius soon became the savior of the empire, but his rise also sparked challenges. 4 years later, another Spaniard named Maximus led a revolt in Spain and Africa. Although his background is obscure, Maximus gathered strong support, especially among those who favored the old pagan traditions and commanded a trained army. He claimed the western dominions and demanded recognition from Theodosius. The situation was dangerous, but Theodosius, with political skill, drew Maximus into making the first move. The two armies met at Aquileia, where Maximus was defeated and executed, his rebellion scattered. Despite his failure, Maximus seems to have won genuine affection in some provinces. An inscription discovered at Gigthis, in the province of Tripoli, links his name with that of Valentinian II, Theodosius the Great, and Arcadius, the young son of Theodosius. The inscription, dating between 383 and 388, commemorates an embassy from Africa and reveals that Maximus was once officially honored before his name was later erased after his downfall. The town of Gigthis itself had a long history, probably beginning in Phoenician times, and under Roman rule, it thrived as a prosperous municipium. Even during the later empire, it remained important, eventually becoming a Christian bishopric. Unlike many places, Gigthis does not seem to have been ruined by the Vandal invasion of the 5th century or by later Byzantine occupation. Its final decline came only with the Arab conquest, which swept across North Africa and sealed the fate of this once busy seaport. The death of Emperor Valentinian II in the year 392 placed the Roman world entirely in the hands of Theodosius and his son. In the following year, another son, the young Honorius, only 9 years old, was also raised to the highest rank of imperial dignity. Strangely, in North Africa, there are very few memorials that speak of Theodosius, even though his victories and achievements fully justified the surname, the Great. The most likely explanation is that he was never personally known to the people of Africa, and so his image remained distant. Still, a few inscriptions survive. In Kalama, the citizens of this thriving colony dedicated a monument in his honor. Another inscription, found at Henchir el-Krib, not far from Bizerta, also belongs to his reign. It praises him as Theodosius, perpetual and ever victorious Augustus, and records that the distinguished Council of Kalama placed and dedicated the monument. Ancient writers, such as Aurelius Victor, remembered Theodosius as a man of many virtues, free from corrupt habits, a good ruler, a tender father, and a loving husband. His long reign of 16 years ended at Milan, where he died, leaving behind both a powerful legacy and a fragile empire. After his death, the empire was once again divided between his two sons. Arcadius, the elder, took the eastern dominions with Constantinople as his capital, the great new city that was now rising to a level of importance beyond anything its founder had ever imagined. Honorius, the younger son, received the western provinces, and Rome itself once more became the imperial capital. Under his authority lay Italy, Spain, Africa, and Gaul. Britain, however, played no role in the story of this period. By the end of the 4th century, the island was remote, costly to defend, and its strategic importance had faded. Under Honorius, Roman Britain all but ceased to exist, and the last legions were preparing to abandon its shores to protect Gaul instead. The history of Africa under Honorius, who ruled for 27 years, is mostly silent. His reign is remembered more for weakness than strength, broken only by a single dangerous rebellion. Soon after he came to power, Gildan, a Moorish leader and brother of the earlier rebel Firmus, raised an army of 70,000 men and threatened the stability of the province. Yet his campaign was a failure. His forces were defeated, and when all was lost, he took his own life at the coastal town of Tabarka. For the next 25 years, Africa enjoyed peace, and the uninterrupted exchange of goods brought wealth to the region. But this calm was only a pause before the storm. Beyond the borders of the empire, restless peoples were gathering. Goths, Vandals, and Huns were sharpening their strength, ready to descend upon Rome, Italy, and Spain. From there, they would eventually cross the sea, bringing ruin to the peaceful citizens of Africa. Honorius, however, seemed blind to these threats. Concerned only for his personal safety, he left little mark on Africa's history. The only surviving African inscription in his name is from Altava in Mauritania, a simple dedication by a local citizen for the safety and well-being of the town. The names of Arcadius and Honorius together appear only once in Africa itself, on a pedestal at Nebule, built from the remains of the old Roman city of Neapolis. A more remarkable inscription was discovered in Rome, where the Senate and people of Rome dedicated a monument to the two brothers after a rebellion in Africa had been crushed. It praises them as invincible and fortunate emperors and celebrates the restoration of Africa to Roman control. There are no written records of this ruined settlement, yet the evidence suggests it existed long before the Romans arrived. Even in very early times, it was already known for its pottery. Every year, the plow still uncovers fragments of earthenware, red, yellow, and green, that scatter across the fields. The bright glazes of these ancient craftsmen catch the sunlight and give the ground a striking color. It is remarkable that the same industry which flourished more than 2,000 years ago still remains the main livelihood of the modern town. An inscription dating to the year 400 to 401 sheds more light on this period. It begins with a dedication to our lords, Arcadius and Honorius, always glorious and august emperors. It records that the work was carried out under the authority of Gabinius Barbarus Pompeianus, governor of Africa. The dedication itself was made by Quilius Titianus, a respected citizen who had served in several important civic offices, together with his son, Coelius Restitutus. They funded the monument at their own expense and through their own efforts, while another official named Publianus oversaw the dedication as priest and curator of the town. The most significant part of this inscription is the mention of Gabinius Barbarus Pompeianus, governor of Africa in the early 5th century. In recent times, this man has been identified as the owner of a luxurious country estate discovered in 1878 near the village of Oued Atmenia, on the Roman road between Sétif and Constantine. Excavations revealed the walls of a vast complex buried beneath the soil, including detached pavilions, numerous courtyards, and a complete bathhouse. The mosaic floors were so well preserved that an architect, M. Martin, was assigned to record them in detail. The baths of Pompeianus were not immense in size, but their decoration was extravagant. Marble of many colors and intricate mosaics adorned the rooms. Two mosaics in particular deserve attention, for they depict the stables and racehorses owned by this powerful governor. Others show scenes of daily life, amusements, and the fashions of the time. Archaeologists even located the actual stables, standing 130 yards away from the bath complex. Horse breeding and training in Numidia had long been encouraged by the Roman emperors, perhaps in recognition of the fearsome Numidian cavalry that once fought under Hannibal in the Punic Wars. These wild riders, mounted without saddles or bridles, had struck terror into Rome's armies and secured victories for Carthage. It was from them that the Romans first learned much about horses and horsemanship. In later centuries, chariot racing became a passion of the empire, not only in Rome, but in every major city. Wealthy men like Pompeianus found that horse breeding brought not only prestige, but also considerable profit. Evidence of this enthusiasm survives from Rome itself. An inscribed stone discovered there tells of a Moorish charioteer named Crescens, who raced in the great hippodrome between 115 and 124. By the age of 22, he had already won immense prizes, racing with 4 horses named Circus, Acceptus, Delicatus, and Cottonus. Over 10 years, he earned rewards worth more than 1.5 million sesterces, the equivalent of a fortune. Crescens was a celebrity in his age, the star of the racing world, just as popular jockeys are today. He must have driven the horses of a wealthy patron, perhaps someone very much like Pompeianus of Oued Atmenia. In one of the mosaics, Cresconius appears as the chief charioteer, and alongside him we see the horse Delicatus, tethered alone as a favored animal. The mosaic in the Calendarium is arranged in 4 sections, each showing scenes of horses and their stables. The first section depicts a pavilion within an enclosure, complete with stables and rooms for grooms and charioteers. Above the central building is written the name of the owner. Below, divided into 2 panels, are 6 horses covered with cloths and tied to 4 separate mangers. Among them is Alius, celebrated for his strength and said to leap as high as mountains, tied beside Polentianus, the stallion. Then comes Delicatus, the elegant one. Nearby stands Polydoxus, the glorious one, beloved whether he wins or loses, tethered with Titus, the giant. Finally, in the corner we find Scholasticus, the learned one, standing apart as though a philosopher among horses. In the doorway leading to the sudatorium, there is an inscription that remains difficult to interpret. Incredula venila benefica. Inside this chamber, another mosaic is divided into 2 parts. The upper section shows 3 pavilions. In the foreground, beneath a palm tree, a lady sits in a high-backed chair with a fan in her hand and a small dog at her side. A servant shades her from the sun with an umbrella. Above is written Philoso Philolocus, perhaps suggesting a place reserved for women to sew and work with thread. The lower panel depicts a park enclosed with hedges and strong wooden stakes. This is labeled Septem Venationis, the hunting ground, where 2 hounds chase 3 gazelles. In the corners are circular basins filled with fish and aquatic plants. Another inscription, Pequara Locus, reveals that Pompeianus, the master of this villa, loved not only horses and hunting, but also the keeping of cattle and the fruits of the land. The atrium floor mosaic is framed with flowers and divided into 3 sections. The central panel gives a view of the house itself, a multi-storied building with many windows. Attached to it is a tower topped with a balcony marked as Saltuari Janus. The red-tiled roofs are patterned with care, and chimneys rise above the ridges and parapets. Below, Pompeianus is shown directing a stag hunt. The hunters, Cresconius, Argentium, Sessonius, and Niambus, pursue their quarry with lances, accompanied by hounds named Fidelis and Castus. Niambus rides the horse Vernicel, and the attendants Liber and Diaz, the latter from Iberia, wear their mantles thrown back across the shoulder in the Spanish style. The design also portrays the end of the day's sport, where the huntsmen rest and are entertained by visions of richly dressed Asiatic women, adorned with jewelry and elaborate hairstyles. Some scholars have suggested these may represent Numidian goddesses. Altogether, These mosaics provide a vivid picture of Roman life in North Africa during the late 4th century. They reflect a period of peace and prosperity under the empire, even as its decline had already begun. 16 centuries have passed since Pompeianus presided over this estate, a patron of racing and a lover of the hunt. Soon after his death, the Vandals swept into North Africa, and such grandeur could no longer be maintained. What had once been a proud Roman villa became nothing more than a hunting ground for Vandals, Byzantines, Arabs, and Moors. Meanwhile, Honorius ruled as one of Rome's long-reigning emperors, alongside Augustus and Constantine. For the last 14 years of his reign, he shared power with his nephew Theodosius II. Their joint rule in North Africa was marked by calm and stability, remembered in inscriptions filled with praise. At Calama, a dedication honored the most blessed times of our lords Honorius and Theodosius, always victorious everywhere. At Utica, similar inscriptions spoke of peace and contentment. Theodosius II, who governed the eastern provinces, did not play a direct role in African affairs. Yet he is credited with delaying the Vandal invasion through bribes and promises. When these no longer worked, the Vandals crossed the straits, advanced along the Mediterranean coast, and within 12 years their king, Genseric, was firmly seated in Carthage. With Valentinian III, the son-in-law of Theodosius, the family line came to an end, and with it the final strength of the Roman Empire. North Africa kept no detailed memory of this last Roman prince, save for a few damaged inscriptions bearing his name. With his fall, the long line of inscriptions that had recorded Roman rule for nearly 6 centuries also came to an end. A full 100 years would pass before the land produced such enduring records again, marking the end of an age and the beginning of a new chapter in its history. By this time the Vandals had vanished, leaving behind them only ruins and scars of destruction. In their place, petty kings, or rather chiefs of stronger native tribes, rose to power with the help of mercenary bands. They settled in mountain fortresses, much like the Kabyle clans of later centuries, holding sway over fertile lands that were difficult to reach. These small rulers left behind traces of their presence on stone slabs, and one of the finest examples is an inscription mentioning Masuna, king of the Moors and the Romans, dating to the year 468. Later memorials belong to another age, when the Byzantine dynasty under Justinian and Theodora reasserted its power in Africa between 534 and 565. Inscriptions continue into this era and finally end during the reign of Constans II in 668. The last of these dedications survives on a great block of white marble that once formed the lintel of a church doorway at Temugus. It reads, "In the time of Constantine the emperor, Gregory the governor, and John, leader of Tegesi, built this house of God. Gregory was the exarch of Africa, a man whose career is remembered for its remarkable impact. No land once conquered by Rome preserves, even at the dawn of the 20th century, such a wealth of monuments and inscriptions as North Africa. They speak for themselves, testimonies of a civilizing people, of emperors both noble and corrupt, of generous citizens, of philosophers and masters of rhetoric, of ordinary men and women loyal to law and ruler alike, leaving their memory carved forever in stone." The popularity of each emperor can almost be measured by the number of dedications in his honor. A few stand at the top of this list beyond doubt, while others, who rose and fell swiftly as soldiers' puppets, left barely a trace. In some cases, their very names were erased by angry subjects, as if to wipe them from memory. The struggles faced by Rome after the Second Punic War were shaped largely by the landscape itself. North Africa's geography, divided into 3 distinct zones by mountain barriers, made conquest difficult and rebellion frequent. To the north lay the wide and restless sea, a boundary that for generations held back Roman expansion. To the south stretched the endless desert, uninhabitable for Europeans and home to nomadic tribes. These natural defenses allowed the frontier peoples to rise repeatedly against Rome, and though their revolts were eventually crushed, they always left behind unrest. Until the reign of Trajan, Roman colonization remained concentrated in towns first settled by Carthaginians or by descendants of Phoenician traders. The early Caesars had been slowed by the challenges of conquering an unknown land inhabited by peoples whose way of life and style of warfare differed completely from Italy and the western provinces. Trajan's arrival marked a turning point. His commanding presence, military skill, and remarkable ability as an administrator inspired a new wave of loyalty and progress not seen since the age of Augustus. Africa flourished under his rule. Colonies thrived, cities multiplied, and local tribes were left in peace, their religions and traditions untouched. Trade prospered, and the exchange of goods bound the provinces closer to Rome. This progress continued under the Antonines, faltered during the corrupt reign of Commodus, and reached its height under Septimius Severus. The evidence of this golden period still survives. Countless inscriptions testify to thriving communities, and the monumental remains scattered across the land reveal a society at its peak. Carthage, the great city of the east, Caesarea, shining capital of the west, Hadrumatum, wealthy city of the Byzantine, Saldae, nestled among the hills, and Leptis, looking out across the Gulf of Sirte, all stood among the leading ports of the Mediterranean. Inland, Sirte, the old Numidian capital, Sisyphus, a bustling crossroads of trade, Lambaesis, the vast military center alive with activity, Tmugas, the beloved city where many Romans chose their final resting place, Calama, Utina, Thuga, Sufes, and Sufetula, all rivaled the towns of Italy, Spain, and Gaul, leaving behind the same enduring marks of prosperity and civilization. When we look at inscriptions that describe municipal life in Roman Africa, we see that loyalty to authority and devotion to the emperor were almost always present. The discipline that sustained Rome until the fall of the Western Empire was equally strong in the provinces. The same levels of magistrates existed. The same legal frameworks were carefully adjusted so as not to crush the old traditions of native peoples. The same gods were worshipped with the same ranks of priesthood, and the same public spirit inspired Roman citizens to enrich the lands they had adopted with acts of generosity and public works. Countless memorials to both men and women show that these communities were not only well-ordered, but also content. To modern eyes, the language of these inscriptions may appear exaggerated, but to those who read the familiar letters, it is clear that family bonds and friendships were rarely forgotten, and that the superlatives of affection and sorrow carved into stone were the true voice of grief and remembrance. At this point, it is important to ask, based on monuments and inscriptions, whether the achievements of Roman citizens in Africa, in literature or art, can truly be seen as African in origin, and how complete the Roman domination of the region ever was. Carthage and Sirte, for example, became major centers of scholarship, attracting students in literature and philosophy, just as great universities attract young minds in modern Europe. Many names of distinguished scholars from Africa have survived in the writings of their contemporaries. Some of these men were the descendants of early settlers and could rightly be considered African, while others, even before Rome, close ties between Carthaginians and Greeks encouraged the spread of Hellenistic culture along the coast of North Africa. Greek merchants had established themselves in the major cities of Numidia, which encouraged the educated classes to adopt Greek as their language of culture. King Micipsa welcomed Greek merchants from across the Mediterranean to settle permanently in his lands, and King Juba II gave extraordinary support to Greek literature and the arts. During his long reign, his capital, Caesarea, became famous as a center of refinement. Later, under the Antonine emperors, Greek was still the dominant language of the coast, while Latin had made little progress, and Punic remained the everyday speech of farmers and workers. We know from the historian Aurelius Victor that Septimius Severus, the emperor born in Leptis, spoke Punic and Greek with ease, but struggled with Latin. This influence of Greek continued strongly until the middle of the 3rd century, when Roman colonization forced Latin to take hold. By the time of St. Augustine, Greek had become rare, only returning later under the Byzantine emperors. Because of this, the literature of North Africa bore a strong Hellenistic character. Many of the most important African writers of the first centuries of the Christian era wrote in Greek rather than Latin. Among them were King Juba II, Apuleius of Madura, Fronto of Cirta, and Tertullian of Carthage, all belonging to different times and schools of thought, but united by their preference for Greek expression. Later figures such as Lactantius and Julius Africanus also composed in Greek, even at a time when Latin had spread widely through the provincial towns. In the great educational centers of Carthage, Hadrumetum, Cirta, and Leptis, students could be trained in Latin and Punic as well as Greek, though Punic remained strong. This blending of languages created a literary style that was distinctly African, mixing Greek foundations with Punic and Libyan words and freely borrowing Latin idioms. It was not the polished Greek of Aeschylus or Sophocles, nor the Latin of Virgil or Horace, but something original and new, born of Africa itself. The writings of Apuleius remain perhaps the most famous example of this tradition. His extraordinary versatility as a novelist, philosopher, orator, and dreamer made him stand out as one of the greatest figures of African literature. His novel, The Golden Ass, has earned him a place as one of the true fathers of romance. Alongside him, other African writers also played a vital role in shaping a unique literary tradition. Among them were Apollinaris of Carthage, the learned grammarian, Fronto of Cirta, master of rhetoric and debate, Aulus Gellius, author of Attic Nights, Severus of Leptis, grandfather of the emperor, Florus, the poet and rhetorician, and Aurelius Victor, the historian. Macrobius, a contemporary of Augustine, and Capella of Medora, both poet and storyteller, also deserve mention. Even Terentianus, remembered as the Moor, whose prose and verse survive to this day, and his compatriot Juba, a scholar of poetic mitre, gained recognition as pioneers of African letters. Together, they gave the Roman world a body of work that was unmistakably African in character, original in style, and lasting in influence. The originality that marked so much of North Africa's literature is strikingly absent when it comes to its art. In painting, sculpture, architecture, or any branch of decoration, there is no sign of a uniquely African style shaped by climate, daily life, or local tradition. Religion, with its many deities and fading cults, and even the region's ancient legends, failed to inspire creativity. The imaginative spirit played little role in the arts of Africa. Though there are many surviving monuments and fragments of sculpture, the art itself was not African in character. It does not remind us of the soil or the daily life of the people who lived there. There was nothing truly native about it. One writer described it as a clear proof of the lack of imagination in the artistic life of what was otherwise a powerful and prosperous society. Punic sculptors, for example, never created original human forms to represent their oldest gods. When the Roman name Saturn replaced the Punic god Baal, and the custom of making human representations of deities took hold, the models came from Greco-Roman art. Yet the Greek Kronos and the Italian Saturn were not much like the Phoenician Baal. The first two were symbolized by the scythe and the serpent, while Baal was marked by the crescent and the disc. But instead of creating a new and distinct type, as Alexandrian art had done with figures like Zeus Ammon, Serapis, and Isis, North African artists were satisfied with simply adding images of the sun and moon to the bust of Saturn. In speech, the god was one, but in art, he was shown as three. The reasons for this lack of originality are not hard to find. The people who lived in the region before the Romans were not an artistic race. Fine arts never truly thrived at Carthage. Excavations on the site of the city and its many trading stations along the coast confirm this view. For a long time, Carthage was a tributary of Egypt, and despite its wealth and power, it was content to borrow from its master the skilled products of the Nile. Later, when it faced the Greeks in Sicily, a land covered with temples, palaces, and sculpture of the finest age, the brilliance of Hellenism proved irresistible. This influence can still be seen on Carthaginian coins that survive almost as perfect as the day they were struck. The Egyptian and Greek traditions combined to shape what art Carthage possessed. We can still see their traces today in the galleries of the Louvre or in the museum on Carthage Hill, where decorative motifs of Egyptian and Hellenic design sit side by side. It is reasonable to think that Punic Carthage, during the time of the Second Punic War, must have looked much like other Greek colonized towns along the Mediterranean, with temples and public buildings built by Greek craftsmen drawn to settle in this wealthy corner of North Africa. Other coastal towns, populated by Carthaginians, Greeks, and descendants of old Phoenician merchants, may have had a similar appearance. As for the walled city of Roman Carthage, we can form no certain picture of what it looked like, though by the late 2nd century it rivaled Rome and Alexandria in outward wealth and magnificence. Fortunately, we know with greater certainty the state of many other African cities, whose surviving buildings can still be compared with those in Roman lands elsewhere. Yet in all cases, originality is missing. Greco-Roman art, which reached its peak in the last days of the Republic and flourished under Augustus, spread across the provinces as the tool of Roman power. North Africa was no exception. The arts of Rome were planted there as they were in every corner of the empire, carrying with them the same rise, maturity, and eventual decline. Whether in sculpture, mosaic, or architecture, the same monuments appear everywhere: the basilica, the amphitheater, the triumphal arch, the aqueduct, the fountain, the bridge, the temple, and the tomb. They stand as models of strong design, clear proportions, and lasting construction. Purity of style may often be lacking, but as memorials of a great people, they bear the stamp of Rome's strength and determination. Take, for example, the triumphal arch. Once the very emblem of Rome's power, it is now only a relic, for victorious emperors no longer return with armies to claim it. The great baths, which once formed the social life of Roman citizens, are empty shells. The aqueduct, once a symbol of grandeur, is today replaced by simpler forms, The basilica itself has given way to courts, markets, and exchanges. Even the porticos and colonnades that Romans made their own have seen their day, though they may return again in some future age of renewal. Yet, though the fashions have faded, the spirit behind them endures. For nearly 15 centuries, revolutions and social upheavals have failed to erase the Roman name or weaken the spell of its genius. Roman laws, language, literature, festivals, and even the calendar still shape the world. And in architecture, do not the cathedrals of Europe, or even the simplest village church with its nave, aisles, and apse, recall the basilicas of the Caesars? The student who dreams of antiquity looks not to the Rome of the popes, but to the Rome of the emperors. The archaeologist in Britain unearths a mosaic floor or a fragment of pottery and excites the curiosity of an entire county. The traveler in distant lands notices a carved stone by the roadside and stops to trace its faded letters. Everywhere the Roman spirit still casts its spell, the force behind all that Rome created or reshaped to suit its purpose has no equal in human history.